Hi, welcome in for everybody tuning in to the 333rd episode of the Dean Withers Show. Appreciate you so much for being here. For everybody joining us on YouTube, thank you for sharing some of your time with me. Same thing to the nearly 10,000 people who've joined us so far over on TikTok. Now, folks, if you've never been here before, let me tell you what we do. Of course, we debate Trump supporters. We try to change their minds. I think that Trump is the worst president of my life. I think that he's the worst president of your life. And I think that he does something new every day to prove that. And of course, every day we also like to go through the breaking news to keep up with the nonsense of the Trump administration. And the nonsense of today is pretty serious, folks. We experienced one of the larger wins we have so far under the second Donald Trump administration. And it's huge. And this comes from the Supreme Court, who actually shot down Donald Trump's tariffs. Now, I'm sure that you are familiar with Trump's tariffs because they have been a tenet of his administration for over a year now. He ran on the implementation of tariffs on every other country. Liberation Day came around April 2nd, and he imposed tariffs on every other country. And the strategy that he used to impose those tariffs and then take them off, reimpose them, increase them, decrease them on a whim because of, a phone call, he's done that a couple times, was him abusing a power that he thought he had in accordance with the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, the EPA, the IEEPA. Now, in accordance with the EPA and, Donald Trump's policy advisors, he basically thought that he could do whatever the hell he wanted to, and he could just impose tariffs on any other country in the world whenever he wanted to, and then take them away whenever he wanted to. But SCOTUS today ruled that that was wrong. Ruled that that was incorrect, ruled that he has not and does not have the ability to use the EPA, the IEEPA, to impose tariffs on other countries. They struck it down, they invalidated his tariffs, and they ruled them as unconstitutional. And guys, there's a lot of fallout from this. There's a lot of questions and a lot of people are asking. First and foremost, well, this means that all the tariffs that he's been imposing during the last year or so have been illegal. Those tariffs that the Khalil Institute have demonstrated are disproportionately passed off to American consumers when they buy products, when they buy goods. Your coffee's more expensive because of the tariffs. A lot of your vegetables are more expensive because of your tariffs. A lot of the washing machines, a lot of the steel's more expensive because of the tariffs. A lot of your lumber's more expensive because of those tariffs. Tile's more expensive because of those tariffs. Tequila's more expensive because of those tariffs. I could go on and on all day. But my point here is that was an illegal tax. And that's what SCOTUS just adjudicated. So Democrats across the country, including leading Democrats like Gavin Newsom out of California or J.B. Pritzker out of Illinois, are now calling for the Trump administration to issue refund checks to the American people, because of the illegal tax that the Trump administration imposed on them. And of course, we'll be keeping up to date with that. There is a very large possibility that the Trump administration will have to refund upwards of $174 billion back to Americans, back to companies, because of the impositions of this very illegal tax. Now, second order here, in response to SCOTUS's ruling on this subject matter, Donald Trump was pissed. He was fuming. He was mad. He was furious. He gave a ramble of a speech as a part of a press conference earlier today, where he basically just discredited the Supreme Court, said that the Supreme Court is shit, said that the Democrats on the Supreme Court want to see the downfall of this country, that they don't understand the law, that they don't understand the Constitution, and that more specifically, the three conservative justices who joined the liberals on the Supreme Court to issue this ruling that the tariffs were illegal are terrible rhinos who don't have any loyalty to the betterment of the country. He also said that there's many other ways that he could still impose these tariffs in accordance with other federal law, and that this ruling is only going to make his tariffs worse, as it's giving him more power to impose them due to new clarity surrounding federal law in the context of a president's ability to impose tariffs or taxes on imports. So we're going to see what the fallout is. He's obviously very pissed about it. He's going to try to find his way around it. So let's go ahead and hop into those debates at this point in time. Today's a big day, a win for America, because the Trump administration is learning very fast that no, they are not all powerful. No, there are checks and balances. And yes, there is bodies of people who can actually do something to stop what they're doing. The Supreme Court's very powerful, folks. Arguably, in my mind, I know that the three branches of government are described as co-equal, but in all reality, I think that the Supreme Court is the strongest branch of our federal government. But let's go ahead and hop into these debates, everybody. We already have the very first Trump supporter loaded up into the box right now. They're 45. We're going to go to pass the mic off to them so they can tell us how in the hell they still support Donald J. Trump as president. You know what? In fact, right before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and send you an invite to unmute your mic. But right before I do go ahead and pass you that mic so you could hop into your argument insofar as why the hell you still support Trump. We've just gotten a handful of donations since we've started the live stream. We've already been live for 23 minutes on TikTok. I'm going to thank them real quick, and then I'm going to pass you that mic, and I appreciate you for your patience. Let's start over on Venmo. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Who says, I've been sharing your live stream on my local Facebook page with 20,000 mainly MAGA people and commenting that you're live. Dude, Kaylee, I love you. You are awesome. Trying to get them to debate me, right? I love that. Thank you so much, Kaylee, because we've been struggling to try to find Trump supporters as of recently, folks. It's been bad. But thank you for the $10, Kaylee. I find
that pretty surprising, actually.
Well, I don't. I think it's because a lot of people are leaving the base, dude. I'd also like to thank Jeff for the $15, who says every single one of them says immigration. It would honestly be nice if they just said, I'm racist. Hope it's not a nightmare of trolls again today. Jeff, thank you for the $15. And I don't think it'll be a whole bunch of trolls again today because we're imposing our rules very strictly. Thank you for the $15.
Could I ask you a question?
Almost. Just give me one more second. Jacqueline, thank you for the $15 donation as well, who says, hold Trump accountable the way Dean is holding trolls accountable. I know, right? I wish that we could just ban Trump for breaking the law. Thank you for the $15, Jacqueline. Show some love to Jacqueline down below. And then we have one more donation over on Venmo. William, I appreciate you for the $20, who says, I've said it before, but I don't know how you do it. I lose my shit. So thank you. Well, thank you for the love, William. I hope that you enjoyed this stream today. And thank you for that $20 donation over at Venmo. Let's get 200 William W's. We're all caught up on Venmo. Let's quickly catch up on PayPal. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Erica, who says, I would be proud if my son grew up to be even a little like you. You are America's hero. Well, with a mother like you, I bet he will. So I appreciate you so much for the $20, Erica. You sound like a great parent. Thank you so much. Let's get 200 Erica W's and then 200 Catsby W's. Catsby, thank you for the $20, who says, hey, Dean, thank you for all that you do to use your gift for good in a world of evil. Thank you so much for that love, Catsby. And then Blake, thank you for the £1. And we're all caught up. Let's go and hop into those debates. MAGA 2028 forever. Take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support Trump.
A lot of money. Well, first, let me ask you a question first. Why do you think that people are leaving the base?
I'd say the primary reason why we see a lot of people leaving MAGA today is because of all the corruption, lawlessness, and incrimination with Trump, other members of his administration, the DOJ, and the Epstein files.
Could you give an example why the average conservative wouldn't like that?
Yeah, sure. I don't think that the average American is going to look at an administration that's culpable for breaking the law over around 1 million times to redact Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files illegally, and then saying that they're actually going to break the law another 3 million times by refusing to release the 3 million Epstein files that they still haven't released when the Epstein Files Transparency Act orders them to release all the files with limited redactions only for the personally identifiable information of victims or minors.
Sure. I just wanted to establish a standpoint on that. So tariffs, because you were talking about tariffs earlier. I learned this from my college professor back in the day when I was going to college. My political science professor, he said the reason we need tariffs is because in the world wars, in the past couple of world wars, World War I and World War II, we were not really tariffing anybody from Europe because Europe was a struggling nation after the world wars. So we did not do tariffs. So tariffs are necessary for that reason to recover, because we were really just giving, we weren't really giving much slack to Europe because Europe didn't really, they were a struggling nation after the world wars.
So Europe's not a nation.
Okay.
I'm not really sure I got your point there. Just tell us why you support Trump. I mean, if tariffs kind of wrap into that, feel free to, explain that, but I'm not going to lie. I was trying to pay attention to what you were talking about with tariffs in Europe, but I didn't.
Yeah, I was just going off of what you were saying about tariffs earlier, but the reason I support Trump is because I think he's intimidating. He intimidates other powers in the world.
Okay, well, hey, I don't think that intimidation is always a good tactic. I think that Hitler positioned himself to be very intimidating, and we wouldn't turn around and say that Hitler was a good leader. Same thing with Stalin, same thing with Mussolini, same thing with like any historically authoritarian leader, right? But I don't think that we should confuse rudeness for strength, okay? I think that rudeness is used as a tool by shitty men as their imitation of strength. And if Donald Trump was truly as intimidating as he said, okay, I don't understand why Russia would actually interfere with the last 3 elections to help sway the public opinion for Trump. Maybe it's because in all reality, he isn't intimidating as he seems, because he's very immune the opposite of immune to like glorification. I think if somebody applauds him, I think if somebody appreciates him, I think if somebody says that they just love him so much, then he's all open armed and says, okay, I'll do whatever you want. And this is exactly why he's been positioning himself as Putin's little lapdog. Another point that I'd like to bring up here real quick is he's very clearly not intimidating to Europe and NATO. NATO made him sit his ass down when he started asking the military to draft a plan to invade Greenland. They forced his hand. They made him concede like a good little boy. And that's not intimidating at all. I mean, I think that we're actually being laughed at on the world stage.
I thought he was still going for Greenland. I thought that was still a pending action right now.
Well, I mean, when was the last time you heard him talk about a possible military invasion of the country? The last we heard of it was him going to Europe and saying, "Oh, well, we like met an agreement," and then he just stopped parodying this shit about wanting to invade them because NATO was able to sit his ass down. I don't think other world leaders are really too intimidated by Trump. I think that they are cordial with Trump because that's what good foreign relations looks like. That's what that's what you're supposed to do as a world leader. Okay, but I think behind the scenes they're all laughing at him.
Sure. And I actually, this is why I like talking to people who are experienced with politics like you, is because you open my eyes to this kind of stuff. I'll be frank with you, right? I'll be really frank with you. I've really voted as a Republican based off of family heritage in a way. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, my father and my mother were conservatives. Ever since then, I've been raised as a conservative. So, even though I support Donald Trump and I think he's great, I also love to hear why he might not be so great. I have an open mind.
So that's called indoctrination. I think that there's many forms of indoctrination that children are pushed through by their parents. We're all pushed through indoctrination as kids, and we're all going to turn around and indoctrinate our kids too. But I'd say that we should reinforce positive indoctrination on our children, which pretty much is summed up into the material practice of trying to get them to be good people. But I was also raised in a very conservative family, very conservative environment, and growing up, I was very conservative myself. But then I opened my eyes and I saw that Donald Trump isn't a man for the American people. He's a man for himself. This is why he fucks over the American people to benefit himself. Okay, regardless if it's the ultimate grift with the sneakers, the Bible, the tequila, the guitar, or the meme coin, or the ultimate grift with suing the IRS for $10 billion, taking $10 billion from our federal government, your taxpayer dollars, and putting it into his peace board that he has sole control over, or passing the big beautiful bill to take from the rich to give to the poor. We just constantly see this theme of the enrichment of him and people like him, other rich Americans, at the detriment and expense of the working class and low class.
And you know what? I respect that. I really respect that you kind of separated from your family view and you created your own view. I respect that. That's a really cool thing to see, that you kind of split from the main view that you were grown up with, and you were like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to go be on my own. I'm going to decide what I think. I'm not going to base it off what my parents think. I kind of had a half and half kind of thing. Like, I grew up in my family and we were a very conservative family. We grew up in Arkansas. And, even though, I don't agree with a lot of the standpoints they have, I'm a bit more like, I'm more pro Israel than my parents were,
Okay. Wow.
What could I ask you? What's your standpoint on Israel?
Yeah, it's real bad. Okay, but keep in mind, we're here to debate, dude. All right. So, what are the reasons why Trump is a good president?
I also like, what I looked into Project 2025, because that was a big scary thing for Democrats in 2024, and so I read through some of it. I agreed with a lot of it, actually.
Like what? Can you just give me some specifics?
I really wanted mass deportations.
Okay, what's one benefit of mass deportation on this country?
Well, you know what? I think that our birth rates are kind of screwed right now. You and me, what you're doing on here, I kind of feel like you're pushing for the death of our race.
Wow. Race? Like white people?
No, not white people. No, Jewish people. My grandfather was Jewish. My parents After anti-Semitism was rising in the United States, my parents turned into Methodists. They converted to Methodist. I myself, I'm a practicing Jew. I'm a practicing Jew. The Jewish birth rates in the United States are actually decreasing right now. They're decreasing. I've looked into it. My son, who's really into like all this study stuff, he looked into it. The Jewish birth rates in the United States are lowering because of a growing sense of anti-Semitism in our country.
Yeah, there is growing anti-Semitism in this country because
Absolutely.
because people with small brains, okay, will confuse the very moral actions that are being taken by the state of Israel to be a reflection of all Jewish people, which is exactly why the state of Israel is so bad, because not only are they
Right.
materially harming the Palestinian people through their ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people
No,
and
I
an attempt
disagree.
to build the greater Israel, but they're also perpetuating a global increase of levels of anti-Semitism because
Yeah.
they claim to be doing this ethnic cleansing in the name of all Jewish people, which of
No.
course, by the way, is false. Jewish people aren't a
Yeah.
monolith. Okay, the state of Israel is not a reflection of all Jewish people. You should not be anti-Semitic.
Right.
But just simply giving you another reason to not support Israel. But now I just want to get onto this Jewish birth rate thing. So I'm confused here because you were talking about birth rates, which would be like ethnically Jewish, but then you went on to talk about like being religiously Jewish because you said that you had a family member convert to Christianity. So
Methodist.
I'm just
Yeah.
Methodist Christianity. I'm just really left confused here. So you support mass deportation because Jewish birth rates in America are declining. What are those two things? What does immigration have to do with Jewish birth rates declining?
Well, when you have, this is kind of a rare standpoint that I don't think a lot of people have because we don't have as many practicing Jewish people in the United States anymore.
But what does
And
this have to do with deporting undocumented immigrants?
yes,
What's the connection between declining Jewish birth rates, which by the way, birth rates are just declining in general for everyone. But
of course, yeah.
what's the connection between declining Jewish birth rates and mass deportation? How are you connecting those two things?
If we were to deport as many illegal immigrants as we can, we would have more Jewish birth rates because what's happening is we're having a lot of people, ethnic Jewish people, mixing in with Mexicans, with Puerto Ricans who are coming in, and it's I'm not like a supremacist or anything, but I do think that our Jewish people are
Sounds
dying
like
out.
yes, actually you are. Yes, you are absolutely touting some form of supremacy.
Really?
Honestly, my first time ever hearing this, so I'm really trying to wrap my head around it. Wow. Okay. So point number one, you could be Jewish and Mexican. You could be
Yeah.
Puerto Rican and Jewish. You could be South American and Jewish.
I'm talking
being
pure-
Jewish. It's not attached to any nationality. It's not attached to any
coming
one
from
race. That's bullshit.
pure
But I mean, I also
genetically-
just want to clarify here, okay, that you're telling me. By the way, Puerto Ricans are Americans. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Okay, that's a part of America. Yeah, yes,
Their
it is.
territory.
Yes, they're Americans. They have full American citizenship. We did that World War I so we could draft them
Bad
into the
Bunny.
war.
Yeah. Did you watch the halftime show? It was pretty good, actually. I thought it was.
Just hold on here. Let me speak.
Yeah, sure.
I'm really trying to wrap my head around this. I'm sorry. It's the first time I've heard it. Usually, when I hear an argument like this that's so outlandish for the first time ever, it just kind of takes me a moment to wrap my head around it, if that makes any sense, because you're just kind of saying shit. Okay, here's my first question.
Sure.
What's the problem with a Jewish person finding love with a non-Jewish person?
I just think that ethnically, we are dying out. That's what I'm saying. Is Middle Eastern, like born in Israel, from our kingdom, coming to America to find a better life. The problem is coming to
I would
another
argue
country.
here. I would argue here that you are attempting to tell, like, basically what you're telling me here is that you think that ethnically Jewish people are dying out. So then you want
Yeah.
to like forcefully subjugate non-Jewish people from denied entry into the United States of America, or to deport them if they're already here, so then we can sustain the birth rates of ethnically Jewish people. I think that's a crazy solution. That's an absolutely absurd solution. I would say to absolutely anybody who thinks that one group of people legally should not be able to find love with another group of people to sustain the birth rates of that first group of people are insane. Okay, I think that we would most notably see this logic through the lens of white supremacy. A lot of white people,
I don't agree with white
interracial
supremacy.
marriage. Okay,
Yes, I don't
and
agree
for
with
that
white
reason
supremacy.
would support segregation of like white people from non-white people, or the legal prevention of marriage between white people and non-white people to sustain white birth rates. I think that's very like Hitler-esque. I think that this is just a description of very immoral eugenics. But how about this? If somebody were to come up to you and they were to tell you that we should legally prevent white people from marrying non-white people to sustain white birth rates, how would you feel about that?
If we were to legally, could you repeat that question, please?
If somebody were to like suggest to you that we should legally prevent white people from marrying non-white people to increase white birth rates, how would you feel about that?
Well, I'm not a white. I don't agree with white supremacy. I would kick a white supremacist's ass.
So you wouldn't agree with that sentiment. You'd recognize that that sentiment is clearly immoral.
That's different though, because white people.
But exactly, how is that different? Because all that we're doing here is we're just replacing the word white person with Jewish person.
Because we've been oppressed. White people haven't been oppressed. They've been kings.
But
it's not fair.
One moment. I still don't see the relevant difference of the reduction of the two sentiments down to immoral eugenics with a very harsh separation between somebody's between two people that would love one another. I think that both of these two things would reduce down to clear eugenics.
And may I say this? May I say this? Right. The thing is, white people have been overpowering everybody. I sympathize for African Americans. I sympathize for Mexicans and because Britain would come and they colonized everywhere. We can agree on that. Britain didn't colonize a lot of countries.
So one moment. I'm not ethnically Jewish. Do you think that I should be legally prevented from having kids?
I thought you were.
No. I'm not ethnically Jewish. Do you think that I should be legally prevented from having children in the United States of America, since that would slightly reduce the likelihood that somebody who is ethnically Jewish would end up finding love with somebody who isn't ethnically Jewish?
Well, what if you move to Canada?
Then the likelihood of somebody who is ethnically Jewish finding love with somebody else who's ethnically Jewish would go up. Do you think that we should just like take the citizenship away from every American citizen who's born here that's not ethnically Jewish, like me?
I think maybe we could do a percentage. It'd be like 50% of Americans, maybe. I don't know. I think it would work. I think it'd be great.
So you think that America should be like a Jewish ethno-state?
What's an ethno-state?
A state in which is centered around an ethnic majority. A state in which is sustained by an ethnic majority.
I know what you're
majority.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree.
you want to make what? You want to make America a Jewish ethnic state?
I don't see a problem with it.
Oh my god! Wow. Okay. Oh my goodness. What the fuck? Who am I talking to? This is you understand that?
Why do you disagree with that?
Yeah, because it infringes upon the civil rights and liberties of people who are not ethnically Jewish. Like me. You said that I should be deported to Canada because I'm not ethnically Jewish. like me. Fuck you. What the fuck?
Whoa. I would just say, like, if you were to go to, it's nice up there. There's nice weather up there, and I think
well, can you see how can you see how that would be like infringing upon, right? Like my civil rights and my liberties, to like right to self-determination, or
but we are
so on and
dying
so
out.
forth.
but we are dying out.
Yes, making a whole Jewish ethnic state. Yeah, yeah, and it's funny because like the logic in which you're espousing right now is like literally what Israel's doing to Palestine. By the way, there's no difference.
And I, you know what? I don't
like
think
you're
it's
literally
even-
like literally what Israel's doing to Palestine right now. Okay, is they're attempting to, or they're not attempting to. They are
You mean-
ethnically cleansing Palestine. You know, they're leveling Gaza. They're ethnically cleansing the West Bank in an attempt to build the greater Israel. Okay, in the name of the flourishment of the Jewish people. Okay, and this is a terrible ideology. You know, Zionism. This is absolutely terrible. Okay, because like not only does a set of beliefs in which you are espousing lead to very terrible human rights violations, like what you are proposing for like non-ethnically Jewish Americans, or what is happening to Palestinians right now in Gaza and the West Bank, okay? But it's also really terrible because when people hear this and they don't really have too good of critical thinking skills, they become an anti-Semite. The reason why anti-Semitism is on the rise right now is because we have heard the same sentiments that you're sharing with me on live today coming from Netanyahu in Israel, saying that in the name of the Jewish people, we have to go slaughter 30,000 Palestinians.
Is he really
in the
wrong,
name of the
though?
Jewish people, you know, we have to go ethnically cleanse Gaza and the West Bank. Okay, so I just want to take this as a moment to remind absolutely every single viewer of this live stream, okay, that that's not true. Jewish people are not a monolith. Not all Jewish people agree with this guy. Not all Jewish people agree with Netanyahu. There are many Jewish people, that do not agree with, Jewish ethno-states, so on and so forth. And this is no reason to be anti-Semitic, but good reason to be anti-Zionist, because this is exactly, like I said, what has led to the deaths of 30,000 children in Palestine.
Could I say something though? I do think that, you know, after being oppressed for hundreds of years and having a war that was started by Palestine thousands of years ago, I think it's reasonable for us to come back and try and at least get some of ourselves built back.
Oh wait, so you just recognize that Palestine has been in existence for thousands of years?
Yeah, but they started the war.
Yeah, thank you.
They
So
started.
So
they
Palestine
started
is
the war
thousands. So I just want to clarify: Palestine is thousands of years old.
Didn't they change names?
Good. Oh, okay. Now
It wasn't.
Now
I don't.
yeah,
I
now
didn't
we
know if
don't.
it was
Now
the
we don't
same
really know. Now there might have been a name.
It wasn't the
change.
same It wasn't the same ethnic population of people of thousands of years ago.
Yeah. So yeah, see, you slipped up there for a second. You forgot that you
I
have to say
did?
that Palestine was created out of thin air in the 40s or whatever. Okay.
Well, I don't know.
Right? Yeah,
I don't know a whole lot
You
about
slipped up there.
Palestine.
You said that Palestine's been around for thousands of years. But you know, as an attempt to kill 3-year-olds today. But you know, okay, you fixed yourself there. You said it's a totally different.
But they
group of
started the
people.
war.
Okay, listen, dude. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm gonna kick you because you're crazy, and I honestly think
Hey,
that there's gonna
Billy
be low-key
Hayes,
people watching.
Could I just say I love being on? You're a great guy.
I think that there's going to be a lot of people watching with a very low IQ that become anti-Semitic because of what you said, and I don't want to propagate that. So I'm just going to repeat, guys. Anti-Semitism is wrong. Okay, that guy doesn't represent all Jewish people. Jewish people are not a monolith, and I just really want to clarify and hone in on that fact, man. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Let's go and move on to the next guest. Okay, goodbye. We're going to go to put the rules back up on screen, guys. Make sure that you are following the rules if you are hopping inside of the queue, folks. You got to be 18 plus, you got to be American, and you got to be MAGA. Whoa, that was crazy. Holy crap, guys, that was crazy. That's honestly one of the crazier things I think I've heard in a long time. What a way to start the stream. Holy moly. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Holy moly, what a crazy. Wow, that's going to take a moment to kind of decompress there, huh? All right, let's go and get on to the next debate. Y'all make sure that if you are inside of that queue, you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Nope, they automatically left. Logan, just because you joined and you weren't ready to debate, I'm going to go and proactively ban your account. Let's go and move on to the next guest right now. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. I love that man.
Are you driving?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to pull over right now.
If you pull over, I could talk to you, but I can't talk to you if you're driving.
Yeah, give me a second. All
right.
right, cool. All right. Yeah, I love the guy. I love the guy 100%.
Wow, you actually did pull over. Okay, man. Do you mind if I just take a moment here to thank a couple people for supporting me?
Go ahead.
All right, please don't leave, bro. I really want to talk to you. Don't run. Don't run. Over on YouTube Super Chat, Lincoln, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much. Show some love to Lincoln. Let's get 100 Lincoln W's. Same thing for Muse. Thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much to Lincoln and Muse. Show some love to Lincoln and Muse down below. And Muse, that would have been a great question to ask. And then Luna, thank you for the 12 euros, who says, for Dean's hilarious facial expression. By the way, the U.S. is so benevolent that they made allies like the U.K. Pay back war debts until December of 2006, all while they're helping in Afghanistan and called suckers, right? Thank you so much for the 12 euros, Luna. Show some love to Luna and our two other super chatters down below in that comment section. I appreciate all of y'all so very, very much. There's also a couple people to thank on Venmo and PayPal. Over on Venmo, Mary, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. You said you mentioned a lot of people when you did your interview, and some may get upset. If you still have allergies bothering you, be extra careful. Let me go and read up the rest of it here. Be extra careful, because you can't sneeze with your eyes open. Someone could sneak up on you. Love you, Dean. Thank you for what you do. I love you too, Barry. And I know who you are, so I know that wasn't a threat. But just keep in mind that kind of reads like a threat. But I know who you are, and I know you didn't mean that. But I appreciate you for that love, Mary. Let's get 100 Mary W's. I'd also like to quickly thank Jonathan for the $11 donation, who says, today's my birthday. Just wanted to spread the love. Keep doing what you're doing, Dean. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Happy birthday, man. Show some love to Jonathan down below. I'd also like to thank AJ. Thank you for the $5. Mama, thank you so much for the $5. And then Haley, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Show some love to Haley. Thank you. And then Liam, I appreciate you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, hey, that Amon Ra guy runs lives. Then go over to his live and tell him to come here. Appreciate you so much, Liam. Cully, I'd also like to thank you for the $10 on PayPal. You says, happy MAGA and Tears Day. Thank you, Supreme Court. My sister said go vegan Mondays. Appreciate you so much for the $10, Cully. And yeah, MAGA tears are running today. I'd also like to thank Isabella for the $10, who says, thank you for always spreading the truth. I love your debates. Thank you so much, Isabella. I'm happy that you enjoy this stream. And then Matilda, thank you so much for the $10 as well. He says, thank you for what you do, Dean. I'm from the UK, but I watch you overnight. Well, love to you and love to the UK. Thank you so much for the support. And then Amy, thank you for the $5. Amber, thank you for the $2. We are all caught up. Thank you all so very much. If you are watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pay message over on YouTube, and handles also at the top of the phone screen. Go ahead and take it away and tell us how the hell you still support Trump.
Well, let me just give you a little bit of background about myself. I work in the IT industry. Have you ever heard of penetration testing?
No.
Okay. It involves when you pay an industry to come over there and test your network to verify that it is secure and that it's running properly.
Okay. I'm somewhat familiar
sense?
with that. Yeah.
Okay. So what I love about the man is the fact that he is the ultimate penetration tester for the U.S. government and our Constitution. He is literally putting everything to the test that is viable, and that it's creating the system that we're currently in, because us as Americans have grown so fat and lazy that we're just nonchalantly thinking that everything is going to be given to us. And I love the fact that he has put us in a situation where now we're realizing, this is not the right way to be.
Okay, so you're saying that you love Trump because he's really screwing over the country. What an interesting argument. First and foremost, there's a bunch of people in the chat saying that you're driving. I know that you're not, so this is to the chat. He's pulled over, likely with his hazards on.
Yes,
but actually,
definitely.
I mean, leave your hazards on because they're safe, but they're quite annoying. So I'm going to mute you while I speak. Okay, sir. Well, see, the big difference between a company doing penetration testing on a firm and Donald Trump absolutely destroying this country and attempting to erode our checks and balances is one is done with benevolence in an attempt to upbuild a firm by catching their heirs. And then the other one is done with malice, with an attempt to destroy the firm or the country because of their errors. All right? And I think that distinction is very meaningful. No, we should not support Donald Trump because he is infringing on the 14th Amendment, trying to take constitutional rights away from citizens. No, we shouldn't support Donald Trump because he's a threat to the First Amendment, saying that it's now illegal to criticize him in the media. No, we shouldn't support Donald Trump because he doesn't believe in the checks and balances and he thinks he has the ability to pass legislation without congressional approval, per what he said about voter ID laws less than a week ago. And no, we shouldn't support Trump because he has a complete and reckless disregard for the first and second article of the Constitution, saying that, well, we could just nationalize midterm and general elections, even though the Constitution expressly rest of these states that those are to be run by the states. In fact, those are very good reasons to not support Donald J. Trump as president, due to the fact that they amount to clear mask-off authoritarianism. Go ahead.
Do you agree, though, into a perspective that the U.S. prior to his candidacy has become fat and lazy? That we just became so overly abundantly just non-obtuse to whatever's going on in the world, and we just let politics handle politics. And now, because of him, more younger generations, such as yourself, or even younger, because I'm in my 50s, is now everybody seems to be more involved. My daughter now is also more involved, and she's only 19. And before that, you didn't really have that younger generation going 6 to 10 years ago. You know, people weren't running around with MAGA hats as memorabilia, going back, 20 years ago.
You know what else young people, specifically young women, are more aware about?
Yes.
Okay. Let me tell you something that young Americans, more specifically young women, are more aware about today than in the past. Okay. Rape culture and the different ways that predators will try to rape women when they go out. Okay. Like with date rape drugs, so on and so forth. Okay. With the popularization of, let's see here. Oh my God. We were talking about him last night. Really sick guy admitted to buying a sedative to give to a woman that he found sexually attractive. He was found guilty, and then later the court case was thrown out because of dispute of how the prosecutors collected the evidence. Cosby. Bill Cosby single-handedly, okay, is responsible for a major generational shift, okay, in the prevalence of an awareness surrounding date rape drugs and safety when going out for women and girls. All right? That is an undeniable fact. Should we turn around and say, thank you, Bill Cosby, I support you because you made younger women and girls more aware about date rape drugs? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Okay? It's like, I hear what you're saying. I do agree that more young Americans are politically involved because Trump is president. But the only reason why they're more politically involved is because how destructive the Trump presidency has been to them and many other Americans and non-Americans as well. So we shouldn't be sitting here and saying the issue in which sparked a change is actually not an issue because it sparked the change. Very similarly, with the generational enlightenment of date rape drugs, consequential of the worldwide notoriety Bill Cosby's case gained.
Okay, well, let's look at it from this perspective. I don't think if I got a proper answer from you about us getting fat and lazy, the U.S. itself.
I don't know, fat and lazy. If you want to use phrases like politically involved, more politically involved we can, I don't really get this whole fat and lazy thing. Just please respond to what I said. It did dispute your view.
Okay. There was a physicist that was asked a question recently. I saw it on TikTok, and that he said, the younger guy asked him, he's like, if you could go back and give yourself your own advice when you were 36 years old, because he's in his 60s now, what advice would you give yourself? And he told the interviewer, I think you might have seen it or whatever not. He had said, I would give myself literally no advice. And it was like, why? He goes, because I never would have learned those mistakes if I would have gone back and given me the advice of what happens. And literally right now is we're in the shit.
But what if one of those mistakes that the physicist made was like literally accidentally killing a family because he chose to drunk drive?
The only thing that we can do, literally,
and that's actually a really good example. Okay, that's actually a really good example. I know somebody who lives in my town that now owns one of the nicer restaurants in town. And when they were younger, they killed a family when they were drunk driving. And then after this experience, they went to jail and they went through rehab, and they've spent their life ever since, okay, like practicing stoicism and becoming like a very calm, sane, rational person. And their life is forever fucking shattered, okay, because when they were younger, like 30 years ago, they killed a family drunk driving. It changed them as a person, and now they're like a rather successful business owner. They own one of the nicer restaurants in town, right? Are we gonna sit here and say that like this guy who like killed a family when drunk driving is actually, right, like a good guy because in killing that family while he was drunk driving, it like propelled him into change and made him a quote unquote better person, more successful, so on and so forth? Like, no, we're gonna say it was a bad, wrong thing that he killed that family drunk driving, regardless of what outcomes it led to.
Yep. So he paid for those mistakes, right? And they made him a better person now, right? And
yeah,
he's
but we
doing
would
better
say,
things for society,
but we
right?
would say if we could go back in time, okay, he still shouldn't have drunk drove, right?
Well, everybody makes mistakes, and you can always have.
But can we
regrets,
agree
but
that guy shouldn't have like
everything-
drunk drove? Like, if we could go back in time, would you prevent him from drunk driving?
Do you think he might have done something differently? Maybe killed more people purposely? I mean,
Oh my God.
there's different
Okay.
perspectives where people can
Bro,
change.
dude, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
This is like so annoying. You're like literally saying that you support Trump because Trump is terrible.
What I'm saying is that
No, that's
he is
literally what you're saying.
Okay,
Do-
no. What I'm saying is
That
he
is
is
exactly
going,
what you're saying.
he's going to build us a better U.S. because in the long run, once he is out, we will have learned our lesson and progressed a lot better to realizing.
Do you support the
what's that,
CIA's
FAFO?
do you support the CIA's coup of the Dominican Republic in like the 70s that led to the death of 10,000 people?
Okay, that completely jumped off subject. I didn't really understand.
No, don't worry. It's on subject. Please answer the question. Do you?
Again,
Do you support the CIA's coup, okay, of the Dominican Republic that led to the death of like 10,000 people?
The U.S. CIA coup or the Dominican Republicans?
Yeah, the U.S. CIA's coup of the Dominican Republican's government that led to the deaths of like 10,000 people. Do you support that?
Honestly, I don't support the death of any one individual for anything.
Was it a good
especially
thing or a bad
when
thing?
it
Bro, just
involves-
answer the question.
I really don't know. Where does it sit right now? Okay, do you support the bombing of Japan?
Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. He doesn't know if...
I mean, if you want to throw...
Then I'm just going to move on to the next guest. I'm sorry. If you don't know if a U.S. coup that killed 10,000 people and toppled a government was a bad thing, I'm just going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Only opposite side of that queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, I'd really appreciate it if y'all could follow our rules. That guy was just crazy, 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 crazy. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. We're going to go to put the rules up on screen, y'all. Take a good look at those rules. You guys get to American MAGA.
Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. We're going to go to put the rules up on screen, y'all.
What
Take
do
a
you
good
know?
look at those rules. You guys get to American MAGA.
That guy has like the worst echo I've ever heard. Holy shit. All right, moving on to the next guest, Rich. We got Lily Creates loading up. Yo, dude. Oh my God. Kiki, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on YouTube. Kiki, thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you for your kindness. That is an insane amount of love, Kiki. That is K-I-E-I-K-I. Show some love to Kiki down below in that chat. I want to see 500 Kiki W's down below. Kiki with the 50 says, as a survivor who's been fighting my own essay case for the last 5 years, I really appreciate men like you standing up for victims and survivors. The victim blaming in this country breaks my heart. How will we ever be heard? I know. Well, listen, here's what I have to say to you, Kiki. All right. Of course, those on the mic, the rich and the powerful involved with the Epstein files that are currently perpetuating this like multinational cover up of the abusers inside of the Epstein files, their voices are very loud and they do deny the experiences of victims. Okay. But we, the people, don't. Okay. The vast majority of Americans, okay, recognize that, you know, sexual violence is a bad, wrong thing, and the perpetuators of it need to be held to accountability to the fullest extent. And that is exactly why, okay, it's taking us like half an hour to find a Trump supporter, because so many people are leaving his base because of the rejection of that shared sentiment. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi, so I just wanted to say that
I'm sorry, that sounds like a no, so I'm going to go and ban you because you broke our third rule, which is be MAGA. Let's go to move on to the next guest here, y'all. If you break the rules, you get banned. We got Chuck loading up in here. There's a couple other people I like to think on Super Chat as well, like Reality Over Rhetoric. Thank you for the $20, who says there's way better ways for progress, like providing all essential human needs. There's not 3 variables to success in this country, not 2. Talent, effort, and investment, the last one having the largest gap. Love you, Dean. I love you too, Reality. Thank you so much for the massive truth nuke and the $20 donation. I really do appreciate you. Show some love to Reality down below in that comment section while we're trying to find that next Trump supporter to load up into the live stream. I'd really appreciate that. As well as Luna, thank you for the €6, and Leslie, thank you for the $5. Show some love to Luna, Leslie, Kiki, and Reality down below. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hey, no. Are you aware that the sanity metrics
So it actually
you're using
kinda
were
seems
derived
like you're
from
breaking
hereditary
the
models of
third
livestock
rule.
breeders?
Are you breaking
Me?
the third rule?
Francis Galton,
It
eugenics
said-
to breed
well,
humans like
one
horses,
second.
and Charles Davenport ran the eugenics record office like a chicken coop.
Wait, what is this?
When you call me
quote?
crazy, you aren't using a medical term, you're using an ableist slur that Hitler imported from progressive Americans to justify the Holocaust. You're not a Dr. Dean, you're a modern day auditor for a eugenics program, and the culling starts with the word you used. Stop name calling
I
me.
heard Hitler, ableist, chicken coop, vegan guy.
Are
Start
you
from the top.
aware the sanity metrics like crazy you're using were derived from the hereditarian models of livestock breeders, Dean? Like Francis Galton, Darwin's cousin, coined eugenics to breed humans like prize horses, and Charles Davenport ran the eugenics record office like a chicken coop. Are you aware?
It sounds like you're saying with a lot of words strung together that the word crazy
Dean,
is
I
derived
am not
from some
life unworthy
bad-
of life. I am
One
not
moment.
life unworthy of life. Don't call me crazy.
You're crazy.
I am not crazy, Dean.
You are crazy.
Why? How am I crazy?
You made a documentary about me.
Okay, right now 90 billion animals are being slaughtered every year because we've decided
Wait,
they are
don't
irrational
pivot.
and let
Don't
up.
pivot to the
That's
chickens
a real-time
now.
catastrophe.
Wait,
you use
no,
that
don't
same
pivot to the-
vocabulary calling me
don't-
crazy.
don't pivot
or
to the
mentally
chickens
unfit.
now.
You're proving that you're willing to use that same slaughterhouse logic on
Don't-
humans,
don't
whether it's an
pivot to the
animal or
pigs now.
dissident being smushed in
Respond
a
to
war.
what
The
I
logic is
said.
the same. I've seen how this rational system works today. It responds to emotional distress with non-compliance and non-violent situations with the threat of forced ECT, chemical erasure. It's a system so terrified of transparency that it will block United Nations torture inspectors in Queensland and land on a global blacklist alongside Rwanda. Do you think this is a joke?
So are you saying that because I'm calling you crazy, I want you to be slaughtered?
I'm
and
saying
eaten?
watch your mouth.
But
I am not life unworthy of life. Watch your
so
mouth.
when I call you crazy,
And I'm
not
saying that the
you're
Holocaust was
unworthy of
built upon
life.
animal breeding. Are you missing the point?
I don't understand what the Holocaust has to do.
I
with
am
me
not
calling you
livestock.
crazy.
I'm beyond you, Dean. I am not life
I'm not
unworthy of
livestock.
life.
I'm beyond you.
Don't try to
Dean.
put me down. You're going to joke about the Holocaust, buddy? I think you should
how did
brush
the
up on your
Holocaust get
history
into
and
this?
T4 action. Do you know about T4 action, Dean?
Wait, where did the Holocaust come from in this equation?
I told you. Are you not keeping up, buddy? You're not keeping up, are you?
I don't think. Maybe you're just not making that much sense because you're crazy.
Okay, look, buddy. We'll take it slow for you.
Okay.
Okay. You want to take it slow? Okay. Are you ready? Are you okay? Do you understand?
good.
Okay, so this American framework, these American eugenicists, so you understand that Francis Galton coined eugenics and he was an animal breeder, and Heinrich Himmler was a poultry breeder as well. You understand that? Okay, so this American framework was the literal Bible for the Nazis. Hitler didn't just know about these men, he obsessed over them. There is a direct link between slaughtering animals and the Holocaust. So watch your mouth, kid.
Wait. So there's a direct link between slaughtering animals and the Holocaust, and therefore it is ableist when I call you crazy?
Dean, if you can't keep up, we'll just end the conversation.
Well, I'm
If you
just
can't
trying
keep
to
up.
understand, man.
It's not a joke. It's not a
I'm not
joke.
jo-
Maybe
I'm
you
not
need to read up
joking.
on
I'm
your
just
history.
trying
Don't
to-
use ableist language that, like, the people you stand to represent, Dean.
Like, 1 second.
The people you claim.
I asked you why it's wrong for me to call you crazy, and then you talked about the father of
LGBTQ.
eugenics in connection to animal slaughtering and the Holocaust. But
Dean, it's not a joke. Okay?
where
The
does
most glaring
like
contradiction here is that you write
where does, like-
dissertations on LGBTQ liberation, and you're
How
validating
gay
the exact
people,
same medicalized
bro,
framework.
leave gay people out of it. Leave gay people. What are we doing?
No, I will not.
Okay, how do How do gay people fit
You
into
want to write
this picture?
dissertations on LGBTQ and then cut me off when I'm trying to defend them. You calling me crazy, you're reviving the logic of sexual deviation and sociopathic disturbance. The psychiatric lab was used for decades to justify forced treatment of the community you claim to represent.
No, check it out. It's wrong to call somebody crazy for being gay, but it's not wrong to call somebody crazy for being you.
Dean, have you looked into ecofeminism yet?
Ecofeminism.
The same patriarchal structures that oppress and exploit animals in the
earth.
Wait,
can we talk about the last thing?
Structures that oppress and exploit women and minorities that you claim to stand up for.
You're like skipping topic to topic. Let's just break this down.
Let's go. Too much for you, Dean.
Let's
Did
go
you even
point
know
by
that
point.
Heinrich Himmler was a poultry farmer?
Let's go point by point, my friend. Okay, so the last point that you made is that it's wrong for me to call you crazy because, psychological deviance or using the word crazy has been historically used to like perpetuate different forms of bigotry, phobias and isms, like homophobia with labeling gay people as crazy for being gay. Exactly. For that reason, I think it is absolutely insanely homophobic and wrong, to call a gay person crazy for being gay. I think it's insanely homophobic and wrong, to like say that somebody is messed up in the head and psychologically or sexually deviant for being gay. All right. But like, A, I don't know your sexuality. B, your sexuality is not relevant to this conversation. And C,
to pathologize people.
I very clearly called you crazy because you join my live stream every single day. You end up crashing out saying that I'm a hypocrite for thinking rape is wrong when I eat bacon. And then you get a ban for harassment and bullying. And meanwhile, while you've been joining my live stream every day to call me a hypocrite for thinking rape is wrong while eating bacon, you made a fucking documentary out of me.
Straw man.
Where you're depicting a video of me cooking as if I'm like livestock. Like, I don't know. Like, you guys tell me. Listen, I'm gonna give the people a chance to watch this. Is this the documentary?
Parody activism. It's parody activism, not pathologization like you're doing as a weapon.
Oh, he took it down.
I didn't take anything down.
Where's the documentary?
And to clarify, my work is parody is activism to expose a violent system of which you are part of.
Wait, where's the
Your work is pathology used as a weapon to silence a human being. Brush up on your history, Dino.
Where's the documentary?
You just got schooled, buddy, eh?
1 second. I'm asking you a question that you're not answering. Where's the documentary at?
Okay, I'll answer. Wait a second. The people who prepare your dead animals are most often migrants and people of color who suffer PITS. Do you know what that is? Perpetration-induced traumatic stress. You know that? And the slaughter.
Where is the documentary
One of the worst jobs in the world, and you make other people do it. You make migrants do it, and people of color, Dean.
You're not answering my question. Where's the documentary at?
You realize that I'm not on your time, buddy.
You are, actually. Where's the documentary at?
You think so? You think so? You just got schooled on history.
Where's the documentary at?
You just got schooled on history by an Aussie.
I didn't get schooled on shit. This is a linear discussion where we go one statement or one question at the time. Just because you want to overload me with a bunch of shit. Like, I mean, literally. Like, I mean, you went from talking about the father of eugenics to Hitler, the Holocaust, poultry farming, gay people, black and brown people, immigrants, slaughterhouses, ableism, right? And this was like all like just thrown into the same pot and then
just cut me off while I'm talking about important history.
Me. So yeah, of course I'm going to be going 1 point at a time. Where is the documentary at? Can you tell me?
It's on my page. Nothing's gone.
Where is it on the page? Where where can I find it on the page?
It's the grey and the black and white one. I already showed you. Remember?
Which one?
It's black and white. It's pinned.
Okay, is it this one? No, it's not that one. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. You only have two videos.
I can't see the.
I think it got taken down.
Not showing right now. I can't see the video.
I think it got taken down.
I can't see the video.
Which one is it?
No, it didn't. It's there. You probably reported it and you can't see it. I don't know. It's not taken down.
Wait. So you're telling me that it's not visible?
Well, what have your followers mass reported it?
Dang, bro! The documentary got taken down.
Oh, yeah. You happy about that?
Yeah.
You like the truth?
All right. Yeah, let's get the next guest loaded up in here. There's our daily fix of everything. See you tomorrow, bro. Same time. You know it. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. All right, everybody, do just go to give me a moment so we could get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. All right, let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're going to go through the rules back up on screen. You got to be 18 plus American and MAGA if you do want to hop inside of that queue. Yeah, we bring Earthling up like every other day or so, just you know, kind of spit some words at me. Then I try to talk to him, and then he can't talk, so we just move on. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA, please make sure that you are following the rules of the live stream. Please and thank you. If you are not following the rules of the live stream, you will be banned. Okay, here we go. All right, Taylor left, so we're going to move on. Also, yeah, Parker, I just saw your text. That is true. I kind of have to use a bathroom, so if you happen to have a moment, I'd love to have you up just to cover me real quick, but if not, no worries, I get it. Especially considering the fact that it may be a while until we find a Trump supporter, so you're all good. But I just saw that you were watching. Oh, he is. Here he is. Perfect.
I've got a bit before my girlfriend gets back, so.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Hopefully we'll be able to find like the next Trump supporter relatively quickly.
Hello there.
Hello, Jono. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How do you?
29.
What year were you born in?
Yeah, 29.
Oh, I know. What year were you born in? I don't doubt that this guy's like over the age of 18. I just kind of like asked him that question automatically because I do that with every guest. But like, why doesn't he know when he was born? Hello?
Hello there. I'm from Texas.
What year are you born in? What the fuck is this guy's deal? Get out of here. What the hell? Okay, just moving on to the next. Moving on to the next guest. Hi, do you support Trump?
No, I just had a question for you.
Okay, I guess I won't ban you since I didn't have the rules up, but we are only looking to talk to people that are at least 18 years old that do support Trump. And the rules for the live stream are clear, everybody. You have to be 18 plus American and MAGA. If you come up here and you violate one of the rules, I'm just going to generally ban you for breaking all three rules. Let's go to move on to the next guest, Danny. Hi, welcome in, Danny. Do you support Trump?
Do you want to debate my grandma?
Is she with you right now?
Yeah, I'll go get her.
Sure.
Oh, I'll ask her first. Hey, Oma. Yeah. Do you want to talk to this guy? And do you want to hear his opinions about why you shouldn't support Trump? You don't have, no pressure.
You talk to him?
Well, like, do you want to talk to him? You probably have to pause the TV.
Oh, I know it's on X. Are you talking to him?
Well, he's on right now. If you want to talk to him.
Oh, you mean call in?
Yeah. It's okay if you don't want to. Like, it's kind of sudden.
Well, no, I don't really want to, but
Okay.
I gotta cook supper anyway.
Okay.
I'm gonna run up.
All right, you take care, Danny. You take care. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Dottie loaded up into the box. Unfortunate. I was looking forward to talking to her. Let's go to get the next guest, Dottie. Yeah, no, just talk, bro. Just talk. Dottie, what's up? Do you support Trump? Okay, Dottie's not here. I'm just gonna ban you for not being ready to debate. Moving on to the next guest. Will it be? I'm just gonna take a moment here to look through the queue and identify anybody that's like obviously not a Trump supporter to just ban them real quick. All right, guys, do give me one moment. All right, there's a couple people banned. All right, let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
All right, KP, how old are you?
34.
Okay, I believe you. I'm just going to thank a couple people here. Then I'm going to pass the mic off to Parker. Then I'm going to go use the restroom. Let's see here. Mozzarella, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, I'm a 7th level vegan. I don't eat anything that casts a shadow. I appreciate you for the $20 mozzarella. Oh man! All right, we got a couple other people to thank here too. Give me one moment here, folks. Give me one moment here, folks. Thank you so much for the $40 donation over on PayPal, Janet. Thank you. That is crazy. That is crazy kind of you. That is crazy kind of you, Janet. With the $40 donation on PayPal says, "My guy, once again, I love smart people." Well, Janet, thank you so much for your very kind compliment. Thank you for the $40 donation, and I'm really happy that you're enjoying the live stream. Let's get 400 Janet W's down below. Same thing for you, Fussy. Thank you so much for the $15 donation over on PayPal. Good to see you again today, man. Show some love to Fussy down below. I'd also like to thank Mary for the $10 who says, "Thank you for all the work that you do, Dean. Please keep up the amazing work that you do to improving that Donald Trump is a horrible monster." Well, thank you so much for the $10 there, Mary. An absolute based super truth nuke. We can't agree. He is an absolute horrible monster. Same thing, Expound and Explore. Thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Let's get 100 Expound W's. And then Brian with the $3. We are all caught up over on PayPal. Let's quickly get caught up over on Venmo. Mary, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. And don't worry about it at all. Thank you so much for the $10, Mary. Show some love to Mary. And then another Mary, thank you for the $25 donation over on Venmo, who says, "Caught last night as the code on the way to work and listening live now. You're the best, Dean." Oh, you're the best, Mary. You are always tuning into the live streams. Just know I love you. Show some love to Mary down below. Thank you so much for your support. Tom, thank you so much for the $10 as well. You says that culture defines words, not history. Republican used to be used to describe progressive Americans. That doesn't make it. That's not the way that it's. That's not what it means today. Dude's cray. The last guy was a little crazy. I do appreciate you so much for that kindness, Tom. As well as Amanda, thank you for the $5. Then Cam, thank you for the $10. Who says W, the constant slamming of people who. Oh, here we go. The constant slamming of Epstein victims. It just confirms with me that not reporting my own assault was the best choice. I hope that it changes in my lifetime. Yeah, you know, we do see slamming of the Epstein victims, which you're right, only further perpetuates rape culture and just incentivizes victims from speaking out. Thank you for the $10 Cam. And then Jessica, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love. Thank you so much, Jessica. Let's get 250 Jessica W's down below in the comment section. Tyler, thank you for the $2. Onyx, thank you for the $4. And then Sabrina, thank you so much for the $10, who says, "My grandma escaped the Holocaust by coming to the U.S. at 13 years old. And as a Jewish woman, I would still never advocate for Jewish eugenics or purity, especially after having done Birthright Israel. I hope listeners don't think that this is a regular take from Jewish Americans. # Free Palestine." Yeah, you're referencing back to that first guy that was like literally like a Jewish supremacist. And that is not the typical take of Jewish people. Not at all. Haley, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo as well, who literally just says the same thing. As a Jewish person, that I guess was absolutely insane. And ever since the war began between Hamas and Israel became mainstream, I've had several anti-Semitic people say something similar to me. But yeah, like Jewish people aren't a monolith. Anna, I appreciate you so much for the $25, who says, "As a Russian American Jew, that guy was a poor representation of our people." I appreciate you so much for the $25 from you, Anna. Show some love to Anna down below. And we're all caught up. Go ahead and take it away. Tell Parker why you support Trump. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. Hello?
Oh, hey, sorry, what'd you say? I missed that last part.
Go ahead and take it away. Tell Parker why you support Trump. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and I'll be back.
Okay. Enjoy your bathroom break.
Okay, I'm going to leave once I hear you start making an argument, just to make sure that you're not a troll.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so I talked to you, Parker, before, but I don't mind talking to you again. So I believe that today standing in faith is really hard, especially with what the world is facing, such as like the trans and pro-choice and all of that going on. So like to me, Trump standing in his faith with all that pressure of the world is bold.
Okay, so I think I asked you, what reason do you have to believe that you want to enforce your religious views upon other people in the law? Like, where in your religious text does it say that you should support that?
No, I don't think that it says in my Bible that you should force your religious views on people, but I do think you should declare the truth. And for a president to do that, it's bold. It's something that,
I have a question.
of
Do you believe in
course,
science? Do you believe in science?
What'd you say?
Do you believe in science?
Of course I do.
Okay. if you believe in science, then how do you feel about the Trump administration actively denying climate change being caused by humans and that greenhouse gases are a contributing factor to that in terms of the increase in global temperatures?
Well, I definitely think that people are misinformed, and you know, like
Let me
I
stop you
also
there real quick. The Trump
okay.
administration is misinformed there.
I'm not saying that they are. I'm saying that there could be some cases where there are statements made and there wasn't enough research behind it to support those certain statements. So yeah, that's kind of what I mean when I say misinformed. I'm not saying like overall they're misinformed.
Yeah, I'm confused what your point is. You were saying that you want the person in the position, the office, to declare the truth, and I'm saying the Trump administration's not declaring the truth. They're actually blatantly lying, whether it be about the election results in 2020, whether it be scientific claims. He literally said with RFK that Tylenol usage during pregnancy causes autism when there's a Swedish study with 2.5 million people that indicates no association between Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism after taking into account genetics and siblings. So it's obvious that he's spreading vast levels of misinformation, not declaring the truth, not acknowledging, right, what's evidentially the case. And for some reason, you think that he's more likely to declare the truth?
I mean, did he ever clarify that he was wrong on those points, or does he still stand by them?
He still stands by them.
The Tylenol thing, he still stands by that?
I mean, I have to check back, but I'm pretty sure he never apologized or changed his view on that.
Well, yeah, that's something I would have to also look back on as well. I think sometimes it's so easy to like point out people's wrongs and things that they've said and use it to like point them in this direction or point at them as like this certain person. But each and every day we all change, right? We all have the opportunity to do better.
I don't see anything that says that Donald Trump his admin has changed their position on Tylenol. But the point I'm making is that he's engaging in misinformation, blatant misinformation. He's not declaring the truth from the administration, especially about the election. He still says that to this day. Do you think the 2020 election was stolen?
I haven't looked enough into the 2020 election, honestly,
Well, it
to
obviously wasn't
give an
stolen.
opinion on that.
It obviously wasn't stolen. All the evidence indicates that it wasn't stolen. There were courts, literally 60 plus courts, that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. So if that's obviously true, he denies reality on that. He thinks that he won the election and that it was rigged, which is a blatant lie. So obviously that indicates to us that he's not declaring the truth, right? Like that's one of the most obvious examples. 70% of the Republican Party believed the election was stolen because Donald Trump literally sold them a lie. So he's declaring falsehoods and then getting his party to believe those falsehoods. So that's exactly what you said that you had an issue with the Democrats on, but it's most prevalent within Trump.
Well, I mean, like I said, I don't have enough information on the 2020 election, and that's your point that you're making to justify
Doesn't have
that.
enough information to agree that it was a lie.
Yeah, I don't.
I have a really big point that I want to make, but it's going to start a whole new argument. So I'm kind of waiting for Parker to be done with this dialogue tree before I hop in here.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. Yeah. You open this debate up by saying, well, you are a Christian and you like to see Donald Trump stand on business and reflect Christianity and his own faith through his leadership, right? KP?
Sorry, I got a call. Can you say that again?
Yeah, that you're a Christian and you support Trump because he stands on business and he reflects his faith and good Christian values through his leadership, right?
Yes.
No, absolutely not. let's go over those Christian values. Leviticus 19 verse 33 says to treat the foreigners that reside among you in your land fairly, and to treat the foreigners that reside among you in your land equally to the native born. I don't think that Donald Trump's mass deportation is treating the quote-unquote foreigners fairly or equally when he's authorizing ICE agents to infringe on their constitutional rights, put them in cuffs without a judicial warrant, and then deport them with no due process to a place in El Salvador where they're being literally tortured, forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. and then beat if they fall out of exhaustion. Or what about what's next? Deuteronomy 10:19, love thy stranger. Matthew 25:35, I was a stranger and you welcomed me. Same thing with the travel restrictions that he attempted to implement at the beginning of his first term when he said, we're going to shut down all new Muslim immigration into the country. Doesn't sound too welcoming to the stranger. What about Matthew 25:40, where it said, whatever you do for the least of you, you did for me? Or Proverbs and Isaiah, where they warn very strongly against neglecting the poor. But then when we look at Trump, he gives a big middle finger, the fuck you to the poor through the big beautiful bill, which took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, when we already have 51,000 low-income Americans die per year via lack of access to healthcare, or food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, or during the last 12 days of that 46-day government shutdown, where he refused to abide by a court order and not spending emergency contingency funds on food stamps, leaving 46 million Americans, including 16 million American children, to starve, including 1 out of 5 children today in West Virginia. Or what about truthfulness in speech? 10 Commandments, Exodus 20. You shall not bear false witness. Donald Trump lied over 30,000 confirmed times during his first 4 years alone, including many of the lies in which Parker just went over with you. Or Matthew 5:9, where it says, blessed are the peacemakers. Then we see Donald Trump asking the military to draft a plan for an invasion of one of our allies that could have destroyed NATO. Of course, we're talking about Greenland. We also have Philippians and Matthew talking about infidelity, including Exodus 20 with the 10 Commandments. And we see that Donald Trump has cheated on all 3 of his wives, including Melania with a corn star, who he gave money to be quiet about it prior to the 2016 election. And this is just scratching the surface about his sexual immorality, because I haven't even mentioned the court that held him liable for rape, or the time he went on Howard Stern's radio show and told Howard Stern he liked to sexually exploit women and girls when they're naked in their dressing rooms. He does not represent Christian values. In fact, arguing that he does represent Christian values will only push more people away from Christianity, because you are misrepresenting Christianity as a weapon of hate and division, in contrast to the symbol of peace and love in which it is supposed to stand for.
Okay. And okay, so I love how you're bringing scripture into it. Like, that's awesome. That's great. As far as like bringing up his past, like, you clearly, I mean, I could be wrong, but forgiveness doesn't stand in your book is my question to you. And I'm not saying that everything.
How about we bring in some more of those verses? If you read the gospel, you'll learn that in order to get forgiveness for your sins, you have to repent to God. But Donald Trump says he's never repented to God for anything he's ever done in his whole life. So even in the eyes of the Christian God, if Christianity were to be true, Donald Trump is an unrepented sinner.
Well, I think, like, I did see what interview you're talking about where he was talking about repentance. And I think it's like, that's more personal. Like, everyone wants to know like everything about him, and that's like more of a personal thing you do with God on your own.
Okay, yeah, but that obviously be contradicted by the message that when he said that he's literally never repented to God for anything that he's done in his whole life. And honestly, the reason why, he's never tried to repent to God for any of his great sins, okay, is because he doesn't think they're fucking sins. I mean, God, you could listen to audio clips after audio clips of him saying that the deportation of undocumented immigrants with the ill-will treatment directed towards them with a violation of their constitutional and human rights is sending America into the golden age. Not that it is the unfair and unequal treatment of quote-unquote foreigners in contradiction with common sense, common moral values, and scripture from the Bible, like Leviticus 19:33, that says, do not treat foreigners unequally or unfairly to the way that you treat the native born.
Right, but as far as like people coming in with like not being documented, Like, that's hard on the country, because if a person like doesn't have, like, we have no record of them and they do something, like, we don't even have their fingerprints. They came
So
in
what it sounds like
illegally.
is that you're actually just trying to justify that same anti-Christian view. You are only Christian when you think it's convenient towards your narrative. You will sow false lies on top, superimposed into the Bible, in an attempt to convince people that if they say a gay person, they should hate them. If they say a trans person, they should jail them. And if they see an immigrant, they should kill them. All right? But as soon as it's inconvenient to this narrative of hate and division, with the furtherance and perpetuation of this MAGA worldview, where we are pulling from Leviticus, saying that you have to treat the foreigners that reside among you in your land fairly and equally, you kind of ignore it and attempt to make an argument in contradiction of that scripture to justify the actions of Trump. You're a fake fucking
Well, you're
Christian.
talking about Leviticus,
There's no
which
better
is
way to put
the
it
Old
here.
Testament, so,
you know what
like-
else is in the Old Testament? The Ten Commandments. Do you follow
Oh,
those?
well, thank you for that judgment. That's really nice of you.
Do you follow the Ten Commandments?
No. If he is president, I said thank you for that judgment, for calling me a fake Christian. That was
Well, I mean
nice.
it. I'm sorry. You are.
But that's what I've noticed. That's what I've noticed. That you have this platform, and you go and you attack people, and, like, you know, honestly, every MAGA person, like, some say crazy things. You might put me in that category as well, and that's okay. But they're bold to come up in front of whatever amount of people you have viewing and speak boldly. And the way that you treat them is just like, you stand here saying this and that about Trump, but how are you any better? You stand here and say that you stand for goodness or truth, but yet, dude, you sit here and insult people on the daily and call it a job.
I'm actually representing the values of the scripture better than you. And let me ask you a question. Does the Bible tell you to love thy neighbor?
Yes.
Are you honest to the people you love?
Can I say something?
Are
Is
you
that
honest?
okay?
Are you honest to the people you love?
You should be.
So therefore, you should be honest to your neighbor. I'm being honest to you when I'm
Are
telling you that you're
always
acting like a
honest
cosplay
to
Christian.
Okay, well, are you always honest to the ones you love? Have you ever lied to your girlfriend? You love her, right?
I don't understand where you're attempting to go with this. My point was, you're
Because I'm
attempting
trying
to call me hateful because I'm being honest with you. Okay? You are absolutely a cosplay Christian when you attempt to use the name of Jesus Christ to represent the values espoused by the Trump administration. Jesus Christ would be appalled with the Trump administration. Dude, he invited the goddamn Pharisees to follow him. And then you expect to turn around and say that Donald Trump is a true Christian for wanting to implement an unconstitutional ban on immigration from all Muslim countries. Hello? He made Matthew quit his job as a tax collector on the poor in order to become one of his disciples. But as soon as Donald Trump becomes that tax collector on the
Did
poor
he judge
and disproportionately takes money away from the poor to give to the rich, okay, he's representing Jesus. How?
Yeah,
Jesus tells you to love thy neighbor and be
him.
fair to everybody. But as soon as we see the Trump administration parroting the same old lies that we've heard for generations now about how black people are apes or immigrants or violent criminals from gangs that want to kill your wife, okay, he's representing the Christian Bible.
Dude, you
How?
don't even let me talk. Can I talk, or are you going to just talk the whole time? Because
No,
I
for
thought
sure
a
you could
debate
talk.
was back and forth. Because it sounds like you just keep muting me or just interrupting me.
Go ahead.
First of all, he clarified that post, he didn't know that he approved it to go through, but he said if they would have known that was at the bottom of that post of the apes, they clearly wouldn't have posted that. I mean, common sense tells you that a person that would take that little part of it and then go and smear him instead of give the whole truth. That's what you do. You don't give the whole truth, and you sit here and tell me that I'm a fake Christian. Dude, you don't even have faith. You mock our faith on your channel with your little friend saying, go pray to, what do you call him?
No.
Jesus?
If you think I mock the Christian faith
That
on this
is
channel,
mocking.
but no, one moment. If you
To
think
go
that
pray to
let me clarify
Jesus?
this. Let me clarify this. I am better for Christianity than you.
And Parker's laughing like it's funny.
If you think that I mock the Christian faith on this channel,
Yeah, real
okay,
funny.
then you are a wolf in sheep's clothing. All right?
Oh,
I
okay,
represent
I'm
the
a
Christian faith, okay, to a very high standard in which it should be.
You represent the Christian faith? Are you kidding me?
You cut me off. You cut
say
me
that,
off. Please
are
listen to
you
what
a
I'm saying
Christian?
here.
You off the bat.
I think that you're a wolf in
assume
sheep's
people are
clothing if you think that I mock
Jesus'
Christianity
name
on
in
this
vain.
live. I represent the Christian faith to a very high standard on this channel because there is a way
okay.
that Christianity can be very beneficial to this world.
In your agenda.
But not when
In
it's being
your
represented
agenda.
by people like you. Yes, in my agenda of caring about the poor. And my
Represented by
agenda of
me
wanting every single
for
person to be
standing
valued.
on
No, let me
truth?
clarify here. Yes, my agenda of wanting to care about the poor. My agenda about everybody being treated equally. My agenda about everybody being accepted. My agenda about everybody flourishing. My agenda about everybody having their needs met. My agenda about everybody being cared about. My agenda about people not being excluded because of their race. People not being excluded because of what's in between their legs. People not being excluded because of what their gender is. People not being excluded because of what their income is. People not being excluded because of what their heritage is.
But if
People
they
not
don't
being
believe
excluded
the-
because of what their
but if
background is.
they
People
don't
not being
believe the
excluded
way
because of what
you
their culture
believe-
is. And everybody coming together as one. That is genuinely the teaching of a vast majority of the New Testament and the gospel. It is. I'm not going to
and
lie to
if
you.
they don't
I sit
agree
down,
with
I read
you-
the gospel, and I actually I'm communion with good values that, if operated on correctly, could legitimately lead to the flourishment of humanity. And I find it to be people like you, the wolf in sheep's clothing, that claim to represent this faith, but then to use it as a weapon of destruction to say, my dear leader, who's starving 16 million children, excluding people because of where they're from or what religion they preach, turning around
weren't
calling women
starved,
piggies,
by the
then
way.
saying the
They
woman
weren't
who
starved.
he raped should be thrown in jail is the true representation of my faith, is abhorrent. It's disgusting. It's immoral. Not only will it lead to the future generations being indoctrinated into this false sense of what Christianity stands for, but it will also lead to the destruction and the downfall of the Christian church, because we're waking up to this bullshit, and we don't want to celebrate a communion in a faith that tells you you can't be a part of that faith. Fuck, you can't be a part of this country if you're born in Syria. You can't be a part of this faith. You can't be a part of this country. If you're gay, you
No
can't be a
one
part of this
said
faith.
that.
You can't be a part of this country.
No,
in
that's
fact,
not true,
now
though.
you're an MS-13 gang member if you want to come into this country from Venezuela for a better life to provide to yourself and your children. And people are
That's
saying
not
that. That's what
true.
Trump said.
That's not true, though.
I'll play you the clip.
You
Wanna hear
know
it?
that's not true.
I know it's true, and I could play it for you,
You
right
know
now.
you know that he wants people to come in the right way. My mom is from Mexico and she came in illegally, but she went back and did it the right way. Do you think it's fair that she would just skip all those people doing it the right way? No.
You're
You talk about
gish-galloping.
fairness and equality. Are you kidding me?
I'm so sorry. You're gish galloping. You're trying to you're trying to like confuse me in the audience by overwhelming me with multiple points. I made a very clear claim that Donald Trump
you just
disseminates
said
very
that
hateful
he
rhetoric
said
towards
when
immigrants,
he-
saying that they've all come from mental institutions, that they're MS-13 gang members, that they've come from prisons, and then you
All
said that
of
he
them?
never said that. I want to play
Not-
you this clip.
he's not saying all
listen,
of them.
I want to play you this clip where he generalizes all undocumented immigrants as being escapees from mental institutions, gangs, so on and so forth.
The incredible border surge is costing Americans money that they don't have. It's bankrupting many Americans. Millions of people are pouring into our country, and they come from prisons, and they come from mental institutions, and they're terrorists. We can't let it happen. We got to bring back our country. We have to save America. The incredible border surge.
How Christian is that?
No, he was saying that in a time when that was happening, I believe. If I remember correctly, it was a time where there were a
There
lot
was a time
of
where we had millions of people coming into this country from prisons and mental institutions, and
They
these
were
millions of
saying
people were also
from what-
terrorists.
When did he say that? Do you know what year?
This was posted.
I'm just
Point in
curious.
time, it was wrong.
This was
I
November of
remember
2024, 4 days before the election.
Okay, well, I remember hearing that that's what was happening, that they were releasing people from jails to come into our country.
Where? What country?
Why are you laughing?
What
I don't know.
country?
I would have to look it up if it were to be true. I'm not saying it's a fact.
We'll give you time to look it up.
Okay.
Dean, I'm guessing you have some people to think right now because it's going to take years a second to find that information.
God, I hate to see people misrepresent Christianity. I hate it. I hate it. There is a way to be a practicing Christian where you are good for all. There is a way to be a practicing Muslim where you are good for all. There is a way to be a practicing Jewish person where you're good for all. There is a way to practice any major mainstream religion on the face of planet Earth where you are a good person that is doing good for all in seek of the betterment of everyone. Okay? There's a way. There's a way, there's a way, there's a way. And to hear people just so confidently misrepresent any of these faiths is appalling to me. It truly is. And I do have a couple people to thank. Danny, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Says Caroline Levitt literally said whatever Trump posts on Truth Social is literally posted by him and is approved by him. Yeah, she did say that. Kari, thank you so much for the $5. Juliana, thank you so much for the $5. And Tyler and Alfredo, thank you for the $5. And then Corey, thank you so much for the $5 as well. And Serena, thank you for the $10 saying my goat. And then another Serena, actually, thank you for the $5. We're all cut up over on Venmo. Let's catch up on PayPal real quick. Oh my goodness. Kyla, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Kyla, that is so crazy kind of you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my God. Thank you so much. Kyla with $100 says first donation, a long-time fan. I'm a mom with serious lupus complications that will likely end my life. And you give me hope that my daughter can grow up with good role models who defend the truth and what is right in this world. Thank you so much. Kyla, I feel for you from the very bottom of my heart. My mom struggled with lupus for years, and it was so very hard on her. And really, family felt the rebounding effects of that. It is a very big deal, and I feel for you so much. I truly do really appreciate you for the $100 donation. That is so incredibly kind of you, and just know that you were very much so loved and appreciated by me, of course, but by your fucking family. I could tell that you're a good mom, and I'm so sorry that you're struggling with that. Please show some love to Kyla down below in that chat, everybody. I'd also like to thank W for the $20 donation over on PayPal. W didn't attach any message to the donation. I appreciate you so much, W. Let's also get 200 WWs down below. And then Catherine, thank you for the $10 who says, love the message. Well, I appreciate that so much, Catherine. And yeah, it's a good message. It truly is. It's a good message. Isabella, thank you so much for the $5 who says, thank you so much for doing what you do. I wish you could debate my uncle. Hop in that queue and next time you're with him. Jason, thank you for the $10 who says, low-key love when this guy joins. His crash outs are hilarious. Are you talking about Parker? This isn't some random guy. That's Mr. Parker. Get a job down there. Appreciate you for the $10 there, Jason. Sarah, thank you for the $6. It's confused in Switzerland, but it's so amusing. Appreciate you for the $6, Sarah. Amy, thank you for the $5. And then Donica, thank you for the 2. Then over on Super Chat, thank you so much for the $10 with the 10 Canadian dollars who says, let me call in. I want to talk to these dumbasses. We're only looking to talk to MAGA, but listen, I get it. I'd be feeling that same way when I'm watching Parker's live stream. That's literally what I text him. I say, let me join. I want to talk to these dumbasses. And then YG, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Says, praise be to P. Says, thank you for the $20, YG. Show some up to YG down below. And then Kimberly, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Who says, as somebody who's part of the LGBTQ plus community, I appreciate you so much speaking up against the hatred towards us. You're doing incredible things. Oh my God, bro. I think everybody needs to be outspoken against homophobia. I mean, we had in generations indoctrinated into conversion therapies, being taught that there's something sexually deviant that's wrong with you, and you respond to the Satan that you need to go to this therapy to change yourself. Or people getting fired from their jobs because a polygraph said they're lying when they said they never slept with another man. You know, it's serious, dude. Serenity, thank you for the $10. And then Lena, thank you for the $10 as well. Show some love to Lena and Serenity. I appreciate y'all. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube. The handle's also at the top of the phone screen. I get 100% of those donations. You get attach a message. I'll do my best to read it out loud. And it allows me to continue to do this every day for 4 hours. I love and appreciate y'all so much. Thank you so much for all the love. Go ahead, KB.
Okay, yeah, I didn't find anything.
You cut out, but the last thing we heard you say is, I didn't find anything, if that helps.
Hey, sorry, could you hear my phone call or no?
No, but the last thing we heard you say is, and I quote,
Okay, good.
I didn't find anything.
Yeah, he definitely did misspeak, and I think that a lot of people misspeak. You know, and it's amazing that today we have Google, so we can search or you know, like we can branch out and find the right answers to things like that, especially when people make false claims like that. I'm
He
not
didn't
saying that,
misspeak.
like, obviously he did. If he's wrong
No.
and he said that, that's misspeaking.
No, it's
Like, that's not, no?
This was a campaign video edited, okay, because you could see the edits, and published 4 days before the election to an audience of 20 million people. That's the amount of views that it ended up getting, okay? Candidates do not misspeak in a pre-approved edited video that they post 4 days before the presidential election that they're running for. He meant every word he said.
Well, I don't know what he meant by that. I do know that it did say, though, that there was like 104,000, I believe, that came through. I'm not sure 100%.
He said that there's
like,
millions of people coming through the border, and they've escaped prisons,
but-
they've escaped gangs, and they're terrorists.
Okay, well, I don't agree with him on what he said there. I don't think that's right. Like
That's
I
clearly
said, my mom,
anti-Christian, right?
it's wrong to say it.
Is it clearly anti-Christian?
I wouldn't say it's Christian, like, no.
Okay, so it's clearly
I'm not going to
anti-Christian.
say, but what my point is that as a Christian, like, as having faith, like, forget the label, having faith, it doesn't mean that we're perfect. And sometimes, like, saying, hey, I'm a Christian, the standard or the bar is held so high.
But you said you
it's a
support him because
everyday
he
walk.
represents Christian values.
Yeah,
We just agreed
is
that he doesn't.
standing- But that was in, what, 2024? Yes,
Listen,
that's
name
been
one
2
Christian
years.
value that he represents.
He is a faith believer. Like, he believes in Jesus Christ. He proclaims the gospel.
Okay, what's a false preacher?
Somebody that doesn't really believe what they're saying.
Right, somebody that claims to be a follower of God and then preaches values that are not true of God's word. Okay, so if the only data point, okay, that you could verbally state that is indicative of him representing true Christian values is the fact that he says he's Christian, he's probably a false preacher. No,
But the fact that he's
no.
backing
Tell me
it
how
up,
he represents Christian values. I don't want to hear that he just
backing-
claims to be Christian. How does he
No.
back up that claim? What are the Christian values that
Okay,
he represents
I
to
don't
back
have
up the
too
claim
much
that
time
he is
because I have
Christian?
to go play pickleball. But listen, he's backing it up by the things he's doing
Like
for
what?
this country. He's standing boldly for the things and going against things that aren't accepted in the faith world.
Like what?
Not in a progressive household. I told you from the beginning.
Marina,
The trans
I said it.
movement, like I think they just announced that they were stopping surgeries for children to become transgender.
That
If
never
I read
happened.
that correctly.
No, he never
they're-
introduced any new law to prevent any surgeries for children.
Or they're pushing for that, right? That they don't want them to have surgeries on them. While Kamala did
by the
want
way,
them to.
that's also not true. Okay.
No? Okay, well then I read a wrong
You can't really
article.
find a single hospital in America that offers sex reassignment surgeries to minors. Nor can you really find a single person in America that agrees with sex reassignment surgeries for minors.
I thought Kamala stood behind that movement for
What?
school systems too.
This is another one of those times where Parker will be like, okay, what's your source? And then he'll tell you to go on pause and go Google it. You'll spend 5 minutes Googling it and you won't find shit.
Okay, so she doesn't advocate for that.
Yeah, no, she never advocated for sex reassignment surgeries for minors.
And what about
Precisely why I tell people to look it up too, because like otherwise you would probably continue to go on thinking that.
But doesn't she stand for it having like all of that ideology in school systems, like
What
books?
specific
and,
ideology in school systems was Kamala Harris advocating for?
I mean, like I said, the article I read might be inaccurate, but I read
Yeah,
an
yeah, but,
article
like, what
where
do you
she
think?
was like pushing the agenda of like it's okay to think you're something else than what you've been born into, like, and it's okay
It's
to like
okay to
the
be
same
trans.
sex.
Like,
Yeah,
you
in
don't
the
want you
school-
don't want us to say that it's okay to be trans.
not in for children. For adults, that's a different story. You know, they're an adult, they make their own decision. But
Wait,
in
but
the
what's
school-
wrong with social transitioning, right? For children
For a
specifically,
child?
letting them figure out who they are.
Okay, first of all, I saw a video I believe it was you, Dean, and you were saying someone asked you if your child felt that way, what would you do? And you said you would get them all the help that they needed.
No.
Right?
No. I'll repeat my answer. Okay.
Yeah.
I would be happy. Okay, to let my child, express themselves however they want, insofar as the way that they choose to express themselves is not harmful to themselves. Okay. And I think that's something that any good parent. One moment. That any good parent should be able to understand. All right. I am totally cool if I had a child that
you didn't say that.
question
You
their gender
said
identity, to explore their gender identity simply socially when they're a minor, just simply socially, okay, under the age of 18, to discover who they are or to express themselves differently. And I'd actually argue
while
here,
getting them all the right
that preventing children from benevolent self-expression is harmful to that child.
But you also said you get them all the right professionals, right?
Because what the fuck do I know about gender identity? Yeah, I definitely I definitely talk to a professional to ensure that the guidelines in which I would be implementing surround benevolent self-expression are reasonable in accordance with the betterment of the child.
It seems to me if you need a professional in that case, you see it as something's wrong. Just like if your kid, something happened to them medically, you'd go to a professional about it, right? So if your kid is like, oh my gosh, I don't think I'm a boy.
Wait, I talked to a therapist, right? Does that mean that there's necessarily something always wrong? Or does that mean that it's common upkeep that I'm doing in order to have a stable set of mind?
It means that there's something that you're trying to figure out and you're going to a professional to figure that out. Therapy is important.
It helps you understand and know more on things that you don't know about, right? Is that not exactly what he was referencing?
Okay, but what more do you need to know? I'm curious. Like, what are you searching for that you can't find in Google? Or amongst your friends.
Yeah, dude, it's the rejection of intellectualism in which underpins the totality of the MAGA movement. This lady wants to demonize me as being a bad person because I made the suggestion that I think it's a good thing for parents to allow their children to benevolently self-express, and when they are self-expressing in a way that you don't understand, it's also a good thing to seek insight from professionals that do understand.
No, I don't think you're a bad person.
To cite reasonable guidelines that ensure that that form of expression is conducive towards the future betterment of the life of that child. I'm so sorry that you're shaming me because I'm going to be a good dad in the future, but that's what healthy parenting looks like.
I'm not shaming you. I'm telling you what I heard you say.
Reasonable advice from a qualified professional, like the same way when you go to the hospital or the doctor. What are they going to tell you specifically? Well, it depends on the circumstances. They're a qualified professional in the circumstance, and they're going to be able to identify what you need to a significantly greater extent than you are just going to be able to yourself, which is clearly what's been helpful.
Okay.
Wait, if somebody goes to a fitness trainer to seek advice about the best way to get stronger, does that mean that there's something wrong with them?
That is not the same thing.
Oh.
We're talking about mentality right now. We're not talking about physical.
Actually, the exact same thing.
How?
Because you're getting help on things that you
You're
specifically
talking about
have knowledge about.
mental.
Like literally, you're going to a qualified professional, someone that has knowledge about something, to get knowledge about something that you do not have knowledge about. Like, is that
right? But you're saying to go to somebody to become physically strong.
So if you seek help from somebody, so if you seek help from a professional for something mentally. Okay, so if I seek help from a profession for something mental, therefore there's something wrong with me. Okay, so if I were to hire a tutor to help me understand. Wait. So if I were to hire a tutor to help me better understand Calculus 3, there's something wrong with me?
I never said there's something wrong with you. You're
Wait,
trying
why?
to figure
Because
out
I'd be
something.
seeking help from a professional for something to do with my mental states.
Yeah, if you get a tutor, there has to be something wrong with you. What the hell, man? If you have a teacher in school, there's something wrong with you.
Also, do you ever pray to God for insights about what you could do better in your life? Do you seek help from a professional?
No. Everyone who goes to school, dude, they seek help from professionals, from teachers, to teach them about certain things that they don't know about. You know,
You're twisting and changing what I say, but that's what you guys do. That's exactly what you guys do with Trump.
no, this
That's
is like the
exactly what you-
implications of what you're saying, and
No,
you're not
it's
thinking about
not.
the logical implications.
No, it's not, because I just said it has. Okay, if I go and try to get tutored, that's not mental. That's for me to learn more. If I go to a therapist, there's something going on
absolutely
within.
mental.
Yes, mentally, like to gain.
Wait,
knowledge.
going to a counselor or to a therapist could just be upkeep, general mental upkeep. Like,
Also,
It
you
could
just
be,
said
yeah.
there's nothing wrong with going to a professional to help you gain knowledge. You understand that earlier what I said to you, okay, and to the other guy, is that if I had a child, okay, that wanted to explore their gender identity, okay, I would uphold to the constraint that I'm completely okay with my child self-expressing in a way in which is benevolent to explore themselves to figure out who they are. But if they were to want to self-express in a sense that would relate to a gender identity that doesn't align with their phenotypical sex traits, I would seek insight from professionals to gain more knowledge about the best way to set guidelines and parameters around said expression from the child to ensure that it is.
But you said that
in
it
the
would that
benefit
you
of their
would
future
make sure your
flourishment.
child could have the help. In other words, you used other words, but
Yeah,
that
if they
your
want to talk to
child
somebody
would
that's
have-
more educated than me on the subject matter, I absolutely think that's a good thing. Is that a bad thing?
No, I don't think it's a bad thing. I took it in a different way. So I'm glad you clarified.
I know. True
Oh my
Christians
God.
hate good parents, right?
Oh
Right,
my
and then
God.
keep in mind, you're like,
See,
oh,
there
trans
it goes
people.
again.
Yeah,
There it goes
then you're like,
again.
then you're like, oh, trans people. Would you ever vote for a trans woman to be president?
Probably not,
Why?
because I don't think that is something that represents truth.
Okay.
I think if
Donald
somebody,
Trump were a trans woman, you would stop voting for him.
for sure.
Okay, but if he's a rapist, if he's a rapist, you'll continue to vote for him, right?
No, if he's a rapist, I'm not going to vote for him.
Wait, but that's what a
Held
civil court
civilly
concluded
liable
2 years
sexually
ago.
abusing a woman, and there's a credible
No,
accusation
see,
against him in
that's-
Epstein
but
files.
He was never considered he was never deemed as a rapist
Yeah, he
ever.
was.
And the one thing about that is
Can I
that
clarify
the
on this for you?
woman- Can I say something really quick and then you can clarify?
Sure.
Is that okay? Oh, thanks. The one woman that claimed, one of them that went to court and everything, she claimed that this happened in a public setting. And you're telling me that there's no witnesses, there's no one that saw or heard, and that he just pulled out his, in public and raped her.
Okay,
Like,
you're
it's
actually
just
wrong.
like-
So what she claimed is that it happened at a private dressing room in a public store on the 7th level that was typically dead during Thursdays. So I'm happy I could help you clarify on that point.
She
But I
said
just have a question in relation.
he pushed her into it. But hey, I'm so sorry. I love talking, but I gotta go
I
to
know, you gotta run
pickleball.
away.
You guys have a great
You gotta
night.
run. I get
I'll
it.
talk to you another night, though. I'm not trying to run. You're awesome. Thank you for listening to me. Good night.
All right, take care. Take care. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. She's about to get cooked, too. Unfortunate. Dang, Parker, you're on for longer than I expected you would be. Fire.
Yeah, my girlfriend will be back here. Actually, I have a little bit. I still have I think 30 minutes or something.
Based. Welcome in, Paige. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, how old are you?
33.
Awesome, Paige. Give me 1 second here just to thank a couple people. Then I'll go to pass that mic off to you. Ooh, I gotta sneeze. But I'm not sneezing. Oh, that's like the worst feeling ever when a sneeze is coming on, but you don't actually sneeze. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, I still have it. Oh, that sucks. Okay, I'm gonna go to thank a couple people. First and foremost, oh my God, it's still there. Oh my God, that sucks so much. Y'all know the feeling. I know y'all know the feeling of really needing to sneeze, but then you don't sneeze. Oh my God, I'm literally in hell. Kat, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars over on YouTube. I appreciate you so much for that love, Kat. Kat with the 20 Canadian dollars says, there you go, the real reason why Trump could be the actual Antichrist. And they still would be supporting him because they have faith. Blind, mindless faith. Yes, absolutely, Kat. Thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars. It's good to see you again today. Full Band, thank you for the $20 as well. You says that faith is an excuse people give for believing things they can't defend with facts or evidence. Yes, if you have faith, you should corroborate that faith with facts in reason. Absolutely. Thank you for the $20 Fool. Show some of the Fool. Living Dead, thank you for the $10, who says, this woman is a perfect example of why so many trans people don't feel safe in their homes. My parent had the same views and I never felt safe or that I could confide in them. Very saddening. Yeah, incredibly sad. Thank you for the $10. And then Kiki, thank you for another $10, who says, women that support SA are the worst. I just will never understand. I mean, that's a good thing that you'll never understand. We should not understand people that support SA. And then Cat, thank you for another 10 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you guys so much for your kindness today. We're all caught up over there on Super Chat. Let's catch up on Venmo. Oh my goodness, Christiane! Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. That is crazy, Christiane. Thank you. Thank you so much for that love. Christiane with the 50 says, did you hear that Trump has now imposed 10% global tariffs in response to the SCOTUS ruling? I did hear that, which by the way is huge. Everybody, I'm going to steal like your total attention for 15 seconds. It is so huge that Donald Trump is responding to the SCOTUS ruling by imposing blanket global 10% tariffs, because it shows that he's imposing his tariffs, not predicated on like solid economic reasoning, but rather predicated, okay, on hate and vengeance and power. You know what I mean? Right? There's like no like solid economic foundation that didn't justify 10% global tariffs yesterday, but does justify 10% global tariffs today. The only difference is that yesterday he wasn't feeling super spiteful, and today he is feeling super spiteful. That is a huge point. Thank you so much for the $50, Christiane. Show some massive love to Christiane down below. I'd also like to thank Elio, Michael, and Izzy. Thank y'all for the $5. Jenna, thank you for the $5. We're all caught up over there. Let's quickly catch up over on PayPal. On PayPal, thank you so much for the $50. Shelly, thank you so much for the love, Shelly. Oh my God. Shelly with the 50 says, I'm a 62-year-old female and I love your channel. I appreciate the patience that you have with people. Shelly, I try my very, very best to be patient. Sometimes that patience fails me, but I do try my best. But thank you. Thank you so much for that love, Shelly. I want to see 500 Shelly W's. And then holy shit, Kyla, thank you so much for another $100. Miss Kyla, you are being so kind today. That's like the second one. I want to see another 1,000 Kyla W's. Kyla and Shelly, seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for the love. It is so undeserved by myself and with every bone in my body to the moon and back. Thank y'all so much for the generosity. Holy cow. Kyla with a second $100 donation says, I'm distressed by these women. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $100, Kyla. I'm distressed by all of my guests for sure. I'd also like to thank SJ. Thank you so much for the $30 donation on PayPal. He says, from SJ. No reason, you're just my favorite human. Haha. Also, you and Parker have helped me get through so much at a really hard time in my life. So rather you know it or not, we'll always have love for you. SJ. You've been showing up and showing out as of recently. Just know that I really appreciate you. You're the GOAT. Show some love to SJ down below. I'm happy that the streams have been able to help you out. Same thing to Fassi. Thank you for the $20, who says this might sound like a conspiracy theory, but did you know Michael Jackson was one of the celebs that knew about the Epstein operation and he was going to try to whistleblow it by making the song Don't Care About Us? I'm not going to lie, Fussy, that definitely does read like a conspiracy theory, but I'd love to see your corroborating reason. I'd also like to thank William. Thank you for the $20 over on PayPal, who says, as a Jew, I have to give props for how you handled the first call. Glad we have you on our side, and I promise most of us aren't eugenicist maniacs like he was. Yeah, man, anti-Semitism, bad. Okay? Like, Jew supremacy, also bad. All right? Very, very reasonable. Thank you for the $20, William. And then, Cool, thank you for the $10, who says, love the message to the people. Oh, thank you so much for the love, Cool. And then one last one here. Holy fuck. Timothy, thank you so much for the $150 donation on PayPal. What the hell is going on today? From Timothy to Kayla to all of y'all are just being so fucking kind. Like, oh my God. Timothy with the 150 says, just got my taxes back, so here you go. My head used to be in the same sand about Trump, and you inspired me to be more politically active. What you do absolutely matters and is super important. Keep up the fantastic work. Much love. Timothy, I know your name. You've been around for a while. You've been supporting for a while. I'm so happy that I was able to help you get your head out of the sand. That's why we do these lives, bros, just to get people more politically involved and on the right side of history. And one last time here, thank you so much for the $150 donation. Like, dude, I don't get it. That is literally so much money. Appreciate you for your generosity, man. Show some love to Timothy down below in that chat. Holy W. Let's go ahead and hop into that next debate. Paige, the mic of the floor yours. Tell me and Parker how the hell you still support the worst president of your life, Mr. Dipe Don, authoritarian Donald. I don't know. I got to come up with a snarky nickname there with the word authoritarian. I'll work on it. Go ahead.
Well, I also agree that he's not the best. I'm not the biggest supporter of him, but I do believe he is the lesser of the evils in that case. And I believe the reason why I believe that is kind of like what the last girl was saying. And I feel bad for her because the reason why I do feel bad for her, one, is because when you're a Christian and you try to talk to or debate with people, I feel like we do get put down and looked down upon and judged more harshly than others. And she was making good points, but I do believe that maybe she didn't have the like the Christian knowledge, like the deep Christian knowledge of how to like back up her statements, I guess. And I really didn't appreciate how you were speaking with her and saying how anti Christ she was, or how, I don't know, I just don't like the names that you were calling her and how
I know.
mean
You probably
I
get
guess.
really mad at Jesus for flipping the table in the temple, right?
I don't.
Listen,
I don't know where you're-
I just share that same disdain described to be true of Jesus in the gospel of wolves in sheep's clothing, man.
I know, but I don't think she was trying to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. And I think that you were trying to maybe push that narrative onto her. I think she maybe had the right things in mind, what she was trying to say. But it is, I mean, I'll be the first one to say it. It's intimidating coming up and talking in debates where you've been, this is what you do for a living. Like, this is how you make your money. This is what you do. This is literally who you are. And us coming up and debating you, this is not what I do every day. Like, this is uncomfortable for me because this is not who I am. This is not what I do every day.
Okay, I think that two things can be true at once. I think that it can be true that coming up onto this live stream in front of a large audience to talk to me is intimidating. I get it. I actually do. I completely agree. But it's also true that it's like fair to get express like resentment, and maybe even a little bit of anger when you hear people not just advocating for the detriment of others. Okay, like she very clearly was, but also just misrepresenting like Christianity. Like, I feel like you as a Christian should be able to get this better than me. I'm an agnostic, and I get pissed when people misrepresent Christianity and attempt to use it as a weapon of what you would describe the devil. Why don't you? I mean, we should all collectively get pissed at people for using any institution as a weapon for oppression. And that's exactly what she was doing. She was idolizing this institution of Christianity and saying that this institution of Christianity tells us that it's okay to separate, that it's okay to hate, it's okay to oppress, it's okay to kill, it's okay to lie, it's okay to cheat, okay, and it's okay to.
I don't agree with that at all. I don't think that's what she was saying at all.
I think it was, but let's get into you and why you support Trump. Why are you MAGA?
I mean, I do like how he is. The immigration laws that he has put into place. Do I like how things maybe are going and how like aggressive things are? No. But I do believe that that he stepped into a problem that was a bigger problem than it needed to be. We can both agree on that the border definitely needed to be a little bit more strict. We didn't need this many illegals coming into our country. And I noticed how you were using scripture to make your point about that. And I feel like if you read around the scripture that you were reading around, like if you read the whole chapter of that, whatever you were reading, I don't believe that that's where God was going with that. Like, you're pulling things out to fit your narrative in the Bible, and I don't like that you were doing that.
I have a very important clarifying question.
Yes.
So you're saying if my narrative were to be true, that the Bible says that we need to treat foreigners equally and fairly to citizens, that Donald Trump's mass deportation would be wrong?
No, because one, do you believe that foreigners could also be legal immigrants, like coming in, like you're still from somewhere else, but you're coming in legally, and I don't believe that we should treat those coming in legally wrong at all. Like they have the same rights that we do. They're citizens.
Okay,
like,
but do you think that undocumented immigrants should have the same constitutional rights that citizens have?
this is where it gets kind of finicky, because yes, I do believe that a human life is a human life and everyone needs to be treated fairly. But one,
But you
are
just don't
they
think
criminal?
That, you just don't think that they should be treated equally?
Pause. Are they criminals? Yes, because they did come in illegal. They are, Dean. They came in illegally. That is criminal activity. I'm not saying they're not nice. I could go steal something from Walmart right now and still be a nice person. Like, I will give the shirt off my back to the next person. That I'm not saying them coming in illegally is making them, they deserve to die. Like, they're the worst people.
Okay,
That's
I'm
not
not
what
in
I'm
here.
saying.
I'm not in here because I was trying to make a point earlier, and we're getting really far off that. But I also want to respond to a couple of the comments that you've made in like getting off of my original question. So you said that undocumented immigrants are criminals. 70% of the undocumented immigrants that have been deported so far under the Trump administration have had no criminal record. Okay. Why? Because, undocumented entry on its own is a federal misdemeanor that is not even prosecuted in criminal courts. If it's prosecuted at all, that litigation is held in civil courts. So it's actually not a criminal offense. Not to mention that 60% of undocumented immigrants that are here are not guilty of that federal misdemeanor of undocumented entry.
Do you think we should have open borders?
So you're going to interrupt me, attempting to correct you and describe to you why you're wrong, and ask me a question that is completely unrelated to the substance of the message that I'm trying to communicate. Can you please just try to listen? Can you just try to listen to me here? I'm going to start from the top. Not all undocumented immigrants are criminals. 70% of the undocumented immigrants that have been deported so far under Trump have no criminal record. Why? Because undocumented entry is not prosecuted as a crime. If it's prosecuted at all, it is prosecuted inside of a civil court, which does not go on your criminal record, meaning they're not criminals. Okay? And over 60% of the undocumented immigrants that are in this country are not guilty of breaking that federal misdemeanor that's typically prosecuted inside of civil courts, because over 60% of the undocumented immigrants that are here are from overstayed visas or come in as minors. All right? Thank you. I'm happy that I could clear that up. It is not true that undocumented immigrants are criminals. But if you are going to suggest that criminals should have less rights and get sent to Sigat in El Salvador and be beat, then why did you put a 34-count criminal in the Oval Office?
Okay, pause. Now I'm going back to my question. Do you believe we should have open borders then? Like, is everybody just free game to come in?
I do not think that we should have open borders. Now, can you answer my question?
Okay, I already kind of did when I said why I supported him. I'm not like, all hail Donald Trump, he's the best person in the world. Like, I'm not hardcore MAGA. Like, ugh. If there was someone else that came up and had my beliefs that I believe, like, he's the lesser of the evils in this case. Of like, again, immigration, fine. Abortion as well. I don't like abortion and I don't believe in abortion. That's something that
What branch of Christianity do you practice?
Evangelical.
So there's that's not a that's not a branch. There's evangelists that are Baptists, there's evangelists that are Methodist, there's evangelists that are Catholic, there's evangelists that are Orthodox. Like that's not a branch of Christianity. It's just like it's a type of the branches of Christianity. So I guess maybe like would you just consider yourself to be a part of the Reformed movement, Protestant?
Okay, I guess I'd be non-denominational Christian if you're talking about.
Yeah, so you're like an evangelical, like Baptist, likely. Not being non-denominational just is pretty much the same thing as being Baptist. But anyways, okay, you're non-denominational Christian, so that's okay. Sounds good. All right. The vast majority of Protestants and non-denominational Christians believe that in the eyes of God, all sins are identical outside of blasphemy. Is that a belief that you hold?
I mean, yes, and I do believe that you will be judged when you die. You will go to heaven. You will be judged for everything that you've done. But if you believe that Jesus Christ died on the cross for
please
your
don't get off topic.
sins-
No. We're not talking
What?
about Jesus
That's
Christ.
not off topic.
Yes, we are, because we're not talking about Jesus Christ dying
You
on the
just
cross
have-
for the sins. I asked you if
But
you
you're
agree with.
asking me if
I know. I
believe that everything
come
was.
on. I've been having these conversations about Christianity for years now. There's a massive proclivity, okay, that a lot of Christians have when they come up onto this life to discuss it, to get really preachy. And I appreciate the preachiness, but like right now, let's just try to keep it to the questions that I'm asking. I asked you, do you share the belief that all sins are identical in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy?
Again, if you'd let me explain my point, I do believe that, but I believe that Jesus died on the cross for our sins, and he is that buffer that takes away our sins.
But that's just irrelevant to the question that I asked you. So you do, okay, perfect. So you do think that all sins are viewed identically in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy. So what this means is that in the eyes of your perfect divine moral standard, the sin of abortion is identical to the sin of lying. An example of the sin of lying would be to tell your children that Santa Claus exists, that is bearing false witness. So you're telling us all that you think the sin of abortion should be illegal because it is a sin. So therefore, because the sin is identical to this other sin of telling your child that Santa Claus exists, would you also argue that it should be illegal to tell your children that Santa Claus exists?
Do you think that it matters like what's in your heart when you're doing these things?
That is not an answer to the question. And
It,
not in
it
the eyes
is
of the law.
because I mean, telling a kid that Santa's real. I was told that Santa was real when I was little. Do I think my mom sat and lied to my face and I'm pissed at her and she's going to hell for it?
Yeah,
No.
she technically did lie to your face. Yes.
Okay, but like, am I upset about it? And like, no.
But you're not the arbiter of morality in your review. God's the
You're
arbiter
right,
of
and
morality
this
in
is
your review, and according to God, these sins are identical.
100%.
So just to clarify, do you think that the sin of lying to your child about the existence of Santa Claus should be illegal?
I don't. But
so then why do you think the sin of abortion
not,
should be illegal, given the fact that these two sins are identical in the eyes of your perfect divine standard of morality?
Thank Jesus that I am not the judge over all, because I don't have to deal with that. When I go to heaven, he is the one that deals with that.
Okay,
and if he believes
but
that
answer the
those
question.
two are, if he believes that those two are equal in his eyes,
that's
then
what you believe he does believe.
yeah, I mean, if all sins are equal, then yes.
Okay, but like answer the question. So if you don't think that the sin of lying to your child about the existence of Santa Claus should be legal in America, then why do you think that the sin of abortion should be legal in America, given the fact that you think that these two sins are literally identical?
Hang on. That's, again, I don't like where you're going with this, because that's completely, you're talking about a human life and a mystical little, Santa.
So now you're explaining the motivating reasons why these two things are sins. In one scenario, according to you, it's because you're taking a human life. In the other scenario, it's because you're lying and bearing false witness. This doesn't change the fact that these two sins are identical in the eyes of your perfect divine moral standard.
Ugh, this is icky, because like I said, I can't.
Whoa, I'm just preaching the word of God, bro.
No, you're not. I can't even make those two things come together in my mind, because like I said, killing a small child over talking about Santa is absolutely nuts to me.
Do you just want me to like jump to the finish line?
The finish line.
I'm gonna jump to the finish line. Here's the grand finale.
Gina, let me cut you off. I'm gonna get going.
I appreciate you for coming up, Marco. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Appreciate you, man.
Here's the grand finale. You cannot effectively arbitrate a criminal justice system solely on the basis of Christian morals.
That's what our whole government was based on. If you go back to the whole entire beginning of it, was the Bible.
So first and foremost, I do not appreciate the interruption. Second of all, please don't make that argument, because with the formation of the United States of America, the only people who could vote were rich white men who owned property, and if you were a woman, you were a servant, and if you were black, you were a slave. I don't think that is representative of Christian values.
continue to your end point, please, because like I said, it's just being twisted. Continue.
Sure. After you respond to the last thing I said. I mean, you chose to interrupt and make a new point. Might as well respond to my counter argument.
These things are like times change all the time, Dean. Like the things that happened back then, slavery, all the things, we now know that we are treating everybody equal now. It's not something that, but do you believe that slavery had to
Grandma
happen?
Diane, thank you so much for the party on and on. Thank you. Thank you.
You can interrupt.
I'm sorry. Somebody sent a gift. It was very loud. I had to thank them. So, I mean, you just affirmed that we're not formed under Christian morality because, like, clearly, okay, the only people having the right to vote being rich white men who own property, and then if you're a woman, you're a servant, and if you're a black person, you're a slave. Like, that's not Christian morality. Therefore, we weren't founded on Christian morality. It's pretty clear.
What'd you say?
I wish I could have like ran this argument on Charlie Kirk. This is like the one argument that I really wish I could have given to Charlie Kirk. I think it is so clear that this country was not founded on Christian values. And in order to argue otherwise, you have to argue that rampant sexism and rampant racism are Christian values.
I don't think that at all.
Okay, so then we were founded on Christian values, right? Because when we were founded, we were founded on values of rampant sexism and rampant racism. Therefore, this country was not founded on Christian values.
Is in the signing of the Constitution, is all of that in there? I'm confused. Like the raping and the...
Well, actually, yes, it was. The Fugitive Slave Clause mandated you, constitutionally speaking, to return escaped slaves given that you run into them to their quote-unquote owner. Same thing with rich white men having the only right to vote. You got to be a rich white guy who owned property. You had 3/5, so on and so forth. So yes, it was in there.
Okay. Go back to the first one that you said, the
Fugitive slave clause.
Yeah,
if a slave escapes, they're in capture, and you run into them, you have to return them to their owner. Quote unquote. I hate using those words, but that's what it says. It's still in there, by the way. We didn't take it out. We just amended it.
Right. There's been a lot of amendments.
Right, so do you understand how we weren't founded on Christian values?
Again, though, times change. Like...
So you're saying that we've become like progressive, like more Christian or something? I don't know if that's what you're arguing. But the point is that regardless if we're saying like times change, like that doesn't matter because like it still like implicates that the United States of America was not founded on Christian values. Correct?
I still believe that there are a lot of values in there from the Bible, but I'm trying to look stuff up right now because...
Like which ones, bro? Like, I feel like slavery and sexism kind of negate everything else. Like, they have to.
Give me a second, please.
Take your time. Oh, not to mention what we did to the Native Americans. Wow, I was it. Yeah, Trail of Tears, 100 million person genocide, colonialization of Texas and California from Mexico. Like, these are not Christian ideals, dude.
I mean, you're right. I don't believe that those are Christian ideals. And I do believe that things get twisted within the government. And I don't think the government is on a Christian path right now at all. I mean, they are more now.
So you agree? So you agree that America was not founded on Christian values?
I believe that they had some in there, but like I said, it will not be perfect.
They are going to prove to be contradictory to either the rampant sexism, the rampant racism, or the rampant colonialism. I don't think that there is a single Christian value that is not contradictory to either colonialism, racism, or sexism. And if there was a Christian value that was not contradictory and would coincide with colonialism, racism, or sexism, then you shouldn't be Christian.
Yeah, and I would need to do much more deep diving on this before I can, like, just to shoot you the truth, like, I am not good with, like, the American history type stuff. So I'd need to definitely do a lot more looking up of the Constitution and how it relates to the Bible and go back to that. Get back with you on a lot of that stuff, even though I doubt I'll be invited back. But I'd love to look stuff up and come back and...
Okay, so you just, stun lock there. That's fine. I'll go back to the point that I was making before you interrupted me and you said that America was founded on Christian values. You cannot effectively run a criminal justice system off of Christianity because inside of Christianity, unless you're Catholic or Orthodox, there's no clear way to distinguish the wrongness of sins in order to punish one sin to one level or to punish another sin to another level or to not punish another sin at all, right? Like clearly, in accordance with your depiction of Christianity where all sins are equal, you'd have to give the same punishment to lying to your child about the existence of Santa Claus as we would give to rape. We can't do that, meaning that we cannot effectively run a criminal justice system off of Christianity.
But we aren't the final judge, though, so that...
Inside the criminal justice system, we are.
On Earth, yes. But, like,
right?
Yes.
Right? And in order for us to be that final judge on Earth in the criminal justice system, we have to operate under a secular system. We cannot operate under a theistic system of, like, Reformed Christianity. It just doesn't work. The two things are not compatible. Do you agree that Reformed Christianity is simply not compatible with a criminal, with the execution of a just criminal justice system?
Again, no, I don't. Only because, like I said, we're not the final judge, and
But yes, we are. We're specifically talking about the criminal justice system on Earth. We are the final judge in the criminal justice system on Earth. Tell me how your version of Christianity is compatible with the just execution of a criminal justice system.
Because I don't believe that just because you tell somebody about Santa, you're doing the same offense or running the same offense as going in and killing an unborn baby.
Okay, so tell me where you find justification for that belief in the scripture.
What do you mean?
Oh, wait. What do I mean? Where's your justification for that in the scripture? You could only appeal to secular norms in the justification of said premise. You have to appeal to your own values, your own attitudes, your own beliefs that are secular and detached from the scripture of God in order to justify, that raping a woman is significantly worse, than lying to a child about the existence of Santa Claus. That whole topic about the wrongness of sins was completely skipped over in the Bible, all right? We have no insight into that. And that is exactly why the Catholics answered this question centuries ago by, creating mortal sins, venial sins, so on and so forth, because they realized they needed an answer to that question. But you're not a Catholic, okay? You're Reformed. You're sola scriptura. You look at the Bible and you read it. But when you look at the Bible and you read it, you have no clear justification for that premise that one sin is worse than any other sin.
But morally, we know that.
Okay, so you're saying just morally we know that. Okay, but you know that rooted within some secular ideals of your own, not within theistic ideals of your own, because it's not found in your scripture.
I believe that, like, Jesus also gave us morality and, like, our...
So now you're just saying that that little voice in your head, your moral intuition is accurate. So if somebody has a moral intuition that child rape's not wrong, is that accurate?
Pause. I do believe that we have a moral little voice in our head telling us right from wrong. Can that be skewed? Can it be skewed when you're, like I said, like Dahmer probably thought it was super cool and thought it was right to eat people. Okay, no, obvious. Like I said.
Okay, so then
obviously
then
no.
you're saying that that you have this inaccurate device in which you want to run a criminal justice system off?
No.
Yeah, that's exactly what you just said. You said that Jesus gives
But
us moral
you and I
intuition,
both
and moral
know-
intuition is inaccurate, and that this is a device in which we'd use to effectively execute a criminal justice system without being secular. Okay.
But you and
Once
I
again,
both know
okay,
right
criminal
now
justice-
that like
once
murdering
again,
someone
like-
is
like-
way worse than telling someone about
Where
Santa,
does it say that in the
right?
Bible? Where does it say that
No,
in the
no, no,
Bible?
pause.
No.
Pause. I'm
Answer my
asking
question.
you.
Where does it say that in the Bible? You are asking
It
an
doesn't say
agnostic
anything
that doesn't
about Santa
follow the
in the
Bible.
Bible.
One moment. You're asking an agnostic that doesn't follow the Bible for his moral seemings. Okay? Don't
So
ask
you
me.
don't
This is
have
an
a
internal
moral?
critique of the Christian worldview. Okay? Where does it say that in the Bible?
You don't have the little voice in your head telling you right from wrong.
Bro, you are literally so dumb. It's making this debate nearly impossible. You can't
Well,
even grasp the
calm
point
down.
in which I'm communicating to you. I am calm. That's the crazy part, right? The point that I'm trying to communicate to you is that you cannot effectively run a criminal justice system predicated on Christianity and Christianity alone. Do you agree?
That's fine. Yes, we can agree.
Okay. All right. So back to the debate about Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. You said that Kamala Harris was a really bad anti-Christian person because she advocated for the legalization of abortion. But now that we've determined that you actually can't run a criminal justice system with Christianity, and we know she herself was Christian and was likely personally pro-life because of that, thinks that abortion is wrong, we now understand how that is not a view that is in confliction with Christianity. It is not in confliction with Christianity to believe that abortion is wrong, yet to also believe that it should be legal.
No. And I didn't call Kamala Harris.
No, that's incorrect.
No, I don't think that we should make it legal, and I don't agree with any of that.
Answer the question. Is the view that abortion is wrong, yet it should be legal, conflict with Christianity? Or does the view?
Say that one more time.
Does the view that abortion is wrong, yet it should be legal, conflict with Christianity?
Is wrong, but should be legal. Does that? Yeah, I mean, yes, because you're still murdering unborn children.
Next question. Does the view that lying is wrong, but should be legal, conflict with Christianity?
I don't think lying should be legal either. You put your hand on the Bible and you go into court and swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay, so lying to your child about the existence of Santa Claus. So does the view that lying is wrong, yet it should be legal to lie to your child about the existence of Santa Claus be legal? Is that a view that is in confliction with Christianity?
I mean, yeah, if you want to get to the bare bones of it all, yes, lying is in conflict with Christianity.
But that's not the question that I asked. Oh my God.
It is.
No, that's not the question that I asked. Let me slow it down. Does the view that lying is wrong, yet it should be legal to lie to your child about the existence of Santa Claus, conflict with Christianity?
I mean, again, I already answered this. Yes, if you get down to the bare bones of it, lying is a sin.
Okay, so you'd argue that in accordance with Christianity, telling your child that Santa Claus exists should be illegal.
No, because wait,
but you just said the view that it should be legal conflicts with Christianity. That necessarily implies that therefore it should be illegal.
If you make lying illegal, no one would be able to live their lives at all. Everybody lies, Dean.
Okay, so if every woman got an abortion, you'd argue that abortion should be legal.
No, not what I said.
Because everybody lies doesn't mean that therefore in accordance with Christianity, lying should be legal. Holy fuck.
I understand what you're saying, but you're also not.
Do you understand your contradiction?
No, because I have a moral.
Let me help you understand the contradiction. You said that thinking lying to your child about the existence of Santa Claus should be legal, thinking that should be legal, conflicts with Christianity, right?
The legality of it and like Christianity of it is just like, I feel like we're going two different directions here.
Bro, Oh my God. I'll demonstrate the contradiction again. Do you agree that it conflicts with Christianity to think that it should be legal to tell your children that Santa Claus exists because that's a lie?
We have free will.
Are you going to answer the question or not, my friend?
I already answered, and I believe that lying
What
is
was
a
the answer?
sin, and
One
it is.
second.
And I'm
What
not.
was the answer? Was it a yes or a no?
That lying is a sin. Yes, it's.
I didn't ask you if lying's a sin. I asked you if the view that lying should be legal conflicts with Christianity.
I mean, that's such a hard and over like an umbrella question because, like I said, everybody lies. So you're saying everyone should be in jail if it is illegal? Like, I'm very confused by that. Not every single person in America has an abortion, and like jails aren't gonna. You can't do that. And like I said,
but if America was a female-only matriarchy and every woman in America got an abortion, then you'd argue that abortion should be legal.
No, I still do not believe you should kill
Okay,
babies.
so even if it were true that everybody lied, that wouldn't give you good motivating reason to believe that therefore lying should be legal. So then answer the question once again. Do you think
no, it should
that
not.
believing...
It should not be legal if you're going off of Christian-based Bible, whatever. But you can't do that.
Wait. So therefore, are you a Christian that goes off of the Bible?
Yes.
So therefore, you think that it should be illegal to tell your children that Santa Claus exists?
Illegal. It's not illegal because it's not a law.
I said, do you think it should be illegal? That one was clear. Come on, you're like clearly just being dishonest here. You're just yes, yeah. I said I didn't ask you, is it illegal? Okay, I said, do you think it should be illegal?
No, like I said, it's free will.
Wait, so then you don't operate off of the Bible, bro. Holy fuck, you're a fake Christian, wolf in sheep's clothing.
See, here we go again. It's not.
You're the one that said if you operate off of the Bible, lying should be illegal. Okay, but now you're saying that you do not think that lying should be illegal, therefore you do not operate off the Bible.
Again, here we go with this because you're trapping me in a situation that's not even remotely close to any. Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. No. Do you want to know how to get out of the trap? You concede. You say, Dean, okay, now I see your point. It is very clearly illogical to want to run a criminal justice system off of the Bible. How can I trap you when the door's wide open, dude?
Okay, but do you also believe that the Bible has good moral grounds to it as well? And that, like, if you're telling me that if you live like a Christian and you surrender your life to Jesus, you're telling me your life would not get better?
Quick question. Should we run a criminal justice system off of the Book of Mormon, since the Book of Mormon shares some of those common good moral grounds to the Bible?
You did not answer my question, and you always make me answer yours.
Well, I know. Well, it's a reductio to the view. Okay, because although I do agree that there are some good moral values that are espoused in the Bible, this doesn't mean that they're only good moral values because the Bible says so. It just so happens to be the case that the Bible aligns with what is good. And the reductio to this view is very simple. There are other religious scriptures in which also espouse those shared common moral values, right? Like we could point towards like specific places in the Book of Mormon. We could point towards specific places in the Quran. We could point towards specific places in the Torah that espouse very similar good moral values of like humility and like common betterment of the people. Like, therefore, would you argue that like we should legislate our government off of the Book of Mormon, the Quran, or the Torah, given that they were to produce better outcomes for society as a whole in comparison to the Bible?
I guess which parts of the Mormon Bible and the all of those.
The Mormon Bible, bro. Also, wait, I'm sorry. You never answered my question. We're going to go back to that because you're just pivoting away. Yeah, because you did ask the question as a pivot away from mine. Okay, as a pivot away from the argument that I was making. Do you understand how you're cherry picking when you're arguing that abortion should be illegal because of the Bible, yet lying should be legal regardless of the Bible, even though in the Bible says they're both sins and the fact that these sins are identical?
Pause. I don't think I ever once said that the reason why, like the Trump thing, and like I agree with his stance on abortion, I never once said because of the Bible.
Okay, sure. Then why are you pro-life?
Because I really don't think it's right to murder unborn children.
Okay. All right. So why is it murder?
Because it's a life.
Okay. So ending life is murder.
Yes.
Okay. So when you go and get a 10-piece chicken McNugget from McDonald's, you're paying for murder since you pay for them to end the lives of the chickens.
Really?
I mean, yeah, that would be true necessarily if you define murder as
Dean,
ending life.
that's okay. Come on,
buddy. You just defined life as ending. Wait. You just defined murder as ending life.
You just compared a chicken to a human.
No, the fuck I didn't. I just simply gave you an example of murder under your definition of the word. The word human was never brought up under your definition of murder.
Yes, I did.
You defined murder as ending life.
I literally said I don't believe in ending a human life, and you just.
Bro, I asked you how you define murder. You say ending life. So now you've revised it to ending human life. Sure. Let's see the issues with that definition. Okay, if you think that the definition of murder is ending human life, would you argue that you're a fucking murderer? Okay, if somebody were to barge into your house, kill your children, and then kidnap your wife, but then before they're out the door with your wife, you shoot them in the head dead? Because guess what? You ended a human life?
No.
Okay, so clearly the definition of murder is not merely ending human life. Can I give you my definition of murder to see how we could fix this issue?
Sure.
I would define murder as the unjustified termination of a human life. This explains perfectly why self-defense is not murder, because you are taking and ending human life, sure, but you're doing so with justification. Now, how can we apply this definition of murder to abortion? Well, I would say because there's no good reason to believe that killing a fetus is unjustified, it is thereby not murder, because murder necessarily is the unjustified termination of a human life. So at this point in time, please give me good reason to believe, okay, that it is unjustified to take the life of a fetus.
Okay, and can I also say something too of like you're saying if someone broke into my house, stole some person in my house, and I'm just like defending myself, I also believe that there are caveats within this rule or this law that I believe of like murdering is unjust anyways, but like if I'm protecting or self-defense, or if I never had murder on my mind before this happened, then I don't
crazy in high school. Murder on my mind, bro. Bring me back to freshman year.
But do you see what I'm saying?
Little white boy go to lunch at fucking Subway listening to Murder on My Mind. Holy shit. What a time to be alive. Okay, go ahead.
You're hard to talk to because you interrupt me, but when I interrupt you, it's like game over.
Sorry, just good memories, man. Good memories. Thought I was so hard. Listen, buddy, tracking there, because we already went over this. We already agreed that, yes, self-defense would not be murder because you're doing so with justification. And of course...
I know, but you just used that against me to try and trap me within my own words again. And that's not what I was saying.
So I did use that to trap you within your own words, not to point out that you think self-defense is murder, but rather to point out that the definition of the word murder that you gave me was insufficient.
Okay, but I do think that the Bible does justify self-defense, and aka that is murdering a human life if I'm defending myself.
Okay.
Like,
so then you just think that sometimes murder is okay. So then why is the murder of a fetus wrong?
Why is the murdering of a fetus wrong? I'm not going to call it... It is a fetus, but it does have a heartbeat. It is a life. It is a human life. And
You're not going to call it what it is?
No, I just said I would call it a fetus, but it also is a human life. It has a heartbeat.
I'm not going to call it. Then you cut yourself off.
Because I don't like calling it anything but a human life, because
Pretty
that's
welcome.
what
You're not going to lie. You're not going to call it like what the biologist says it is. Isn't this like the whole like crux of the argument when you say trans women aren't women? Oh, the biologists say they're men. Listen, I get your point. It's both simultaneously. It is simultaneously a fetus, and it is simultaneously a human life, because that word fetus is merely a descriptor of the stage of the development that human life is
I know
in.
what a fetus is.
Right. So why is it wrong to kill a fetus?
Because it is a human life.
Okay, I don't think that merely operating off the principle that it is a human life gives us enough reason to believe that it's wrong
an
to end that
innocent human life. It is an innocent human life that did nothing to deserve to die.
Do you think that it's murder, okay, to kill a zygote, a unicellular human organism, merely because it is apparently an innocent human life?
100%. All of these things, God gave us these gifts to procreate and do all, like, I can understand if it was an accident or whatever, but I still don't believe that you should murder this zygote, this fetus, this baby, just because an accident happened. There are things you can do to prevent yourself from having a baby. 100% there's rape, 100% there's all these things that happen as well. But no, I don't agree with abortion, and that's just where I'm at with it. And
okay, so you just said it was murder to kill a zygote. I want to make sure that you know what a zygote is. That is a zygote.
I know what a zygote is. I have 2 children.
So just to clarify, you think if I were to kill this, I'd be a murderer? Like, it's murder to kill this?
I mean, yes, because God created those things to make human life. He told us to
Hey, my friend, this isn't a zygote. This is the bacteria that grows on your teeth plaque.
Okay.
So you think it's murder to kill the bacteria that grows on your teeth plaque?
No, you said it was a zygote. Therefore, I thought it was a zygote.
Okay.
So
sometimes you confuse, life forms in which grows bacteria on your teeth with life forms which, if you were to kill them, you'd be a murderer?
Dean, no.
But you just did that. That's what you just did.
Because you showed me a picture and you literally said, this is a zygote.
That does not change the fact that you still confuse a life form that grows on your teeth as plant.
I am not a scientist,
So,
Dean.
wait,
I
so
cannot sit there and look straight at that and say, oh, yeah,
that you have to be a well-accredited scientist with a PhD in order to understand what murder is?
No, but those are the only people that pretty much can kill off zygotes
but that's what you just said. No. That's what you just said. You said that you are not a scientist. Therefore, you didn't automatically know if it was murder or not because you didn't automatically know what kind of life form it wasn't.
I wasn't
so you're
a
telling me
scientist and I
that in
didn't
order to understand
what
what murder is, you have to be a scientist.
Pause. I said I wasn't a scientist, so I didn't know that was a zygote, not I didn't know that it wasn't murder. That's not what I said.
I have another question.
Okay.
Would you rather save 10 newborn children or 100 zygotes?
Again, trap.
It's not a trap to
it
any
is,
reasonable person. Listen, ask me the question.
I know what you would say because you don't have the same moral grounds that I have.
So, you're right. My moral grounds would tell me that we should save the 10 newborn children, like the babies in the background, your 2 kids. Your moral background would tell you that we should save the 100 zygotes, right?
Pause. Did I say that? You're putting words in my mouth.
Well, you said I'd give a different answer than you.
No, I just said we have different moral grounds here. You're an agnostic and I am not. Therefore, we do have different... like I said, you believe in abortion. You think it's fine. The question?
Would you rather save 10 newborn children or 100 zygotes?
I'd rather save them both if I could.
I know, but you can't. I'm sorry.
Well, I can because it's just a question that you're asking.
Nope, you can't. The magical mystical wizard is preventing you from saving both. You could only save either the 10 newborns or the 100 zygotes. Who are you going for?
I'm not answering this question.
Okay. Why?
Why? Because again, when I answer, and once I answer, you're gonna be like, oh, so you're murdering 100 zygotes. Oh, so you're murdering 10 newborn Like, it don't matter what I say. Again, trap. I know exactly where you're going.
I think it does matter what you say. I would hope you'd say the 10 newborns, but okay, you're not going to answer that question.
I would love to do both, but like I said,
do you think that victims
of
rape should be able to access abortion?
This is where I kind of get finicky on it, and I don't believe that abortion is right, but I unfortunately have been raped, and I am glad that nothing came of that, and I didn't ever have to experience that choice or that question, and I can never be in anybody's shoe. Like, I can be in someone's shoes like that if that ever were to happen to me. But as of right now, I've been blessed to not be in the people's shoes that have had to go through all of this. And I do have a heart for them, and I will never wish that upon anybody. Like, that just makes me sick. And the choices that they have to go through with all of that, and just, I do think, I kind of was listening to you and KP's argument of going to professionals and doing all that. I really wish that we would give more information, and instead of, those women are in such shock after that happens, and they're just shoved down the throat of like, hey, you need to do this, or hey, hopefully you do this with this, or make this choice because it's the best choice, or ooh, get rid of that baby because you don't want that hanging over your head, or you know what I mean? Like, there's so many things that fly at these people after they've been through something so traumatic. Like, I wish that you could just sit down with them for more than a day and just, like, talk them through all of their choices.
But do you think they should have the legal access to abortion?
They do have, well, some do have the legal access.
Yeah, you're right.
To abortion.
You're right. Victims of rape in 10 over 50 states don't because of the president you support. Now, do you think they should have legal access to abortion?
I will not make that choice for them because I'm not in their shoes. And like I said, do I think that those people that make that choice to end that life and to,
Okay,
like I said, we're getting into some really icky things here.
So you do think that they should have legal access to abortion?
I want them to be safe, and I want them to know all of their choices. And I would really hope.
Oh, but do you think they should have legal access to abortion?
I think that they should be able to talk to a doctor. And if the choices that they make with their doctor are not aligned with mine, then that is on them, and that is their
So the answer is yes. So the answer is yes. You do think they should have legal access.
I believe that they should have all the help that they need. Yes, all the people that are raped
would that help include legal access to abortion?
I don't know. And like I said, I really hope that I would never have to be the one to make this decision. And I don't wish this upon anybody. Because like I said, this just gets into really muddy waters. Because I don't want to speak for somebody who has been through this. And this is where the abortion stuff gets muddy. Because I said...
Okay, so you don't know. So if you were forced to make a decision, you're the president of America, 2 buttons in front of you. One gives victims of rape legal access to abortion. The other restricts victims of rape legal access to abortion. What button are you hitting?
Could I have a third button?
No.
Well, my third button, if you would let me explain my third button, would be that they would, before they legally make the choice to end that life, I would make it to where they would have to sit down with a professional, someone who not necessarily would talk them out of it, but somebody who has a heart for this and who goes into this more deeply. They would have to talk to them and understand the choice that they're making and really come to terms with it.
Informed consent is already mandated by Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, but if you were a fly on the wall in there, which there are phone call people make, if you just do research.
I'm sorry, guys. I kicked her. Paige, I appreciate you for coming up. I just don't really feel like that conversation was going anywhere. You have a good rest of your day, though, Paige. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Now, we did get a restriction on that TikTok live stream. Hopefully, it should be done here in a couple minutes. If it's not, we'll have to hit a restart, but we'll give it a chance. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, folks. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, but I love you so much, Dean.
I appreciate you for your kindness, man. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to support Trump. We got Chris loading up. Over on Super Chat, thank you so much, Kat, for the 20 Canadian dollars. He says she's smart enough to understand that she keeps getting trapped left and right.
I love you, Dean.
But not smart enough to understand why. I appreciate you so much for that, man. So Real Cat, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars. I appreciate you. Show some love to Cat down below in that comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, I think that a lot of people struggle to understand that when I like trap, quote unquote, somebody inside of a debate, all that means is that they're wrong and that they have an issue in their view. Not that like I'm some like malicious bad person. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? You have 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Banned. Moving on. I would also like to thank Seb and Nick. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. Seb and Nick, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for that love. I'd really appreciate it if every single person watching could please show some up to Seb and Nick down below while we're looking for that next guest. Thank you so much. Seb and Nick with the 50 says, for the rolling whiteboard fund so that you could finally draw it out for the MAGA idiots. You know, honestly, I think a rolling whiteboard would be a very good addition to the stream. What do y'all think? I might go ahead and cop one of those. I think that'd be a great idea. A rolling whiteboard. What a good idea. Thank you so much, Seb and Nick. Show some love to Seb and Nick down below. Seriously, thank you so much for the good idea and the $50. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Barefoot, hello? Do you support Trump? No, Barefoot just left. Okay. Moving on to the next guest, we got AI Wonder loaded up in. Hey, Deanna, thank you so much for the $20 over on Vimeo, who says, every time the last caller said, I don't got a problem with that, I died a little bit inside. I appreciate you so much for the $20, Deanna. I'd also like to thank Jessica for the $20, who says, ask us if she were the only match for a life-saving organ donation. Could the government force her to do it? The answer is obviously no, and that is the same reason the government can't force people to carry a fetus. Absolutely true, Jessica. Good point. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Jessica W's, and then 200 Daniela W's. Thank you so much for the $20, who says, Scripture does not unequivocally say abortion is murder, or even a loss of life. Exodus 21, 22 through 25 indicates a fetus is property, not life. You're actually right, Daniela. Levitical law, more specifically Old Testament law in Exodus, does seem to apply property rights, not personhood, to fetuses. Dan McKellen went over that argument a very long time ago. Thank you for the $20, Danielle. Danielle. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? AI Wonder, are you with us? AI Wonder.
Yep.
Hi, do you support Trump?
No.
Okay. Phoebe, do you support Trump? Phoebe? You have like 5 seconds before you're permanently blocked. Banned. Welcome in.
Hi.
Hey, do you support Trump?
I just wanted to tell you and share to you the statement that Trump made about Kosovo and Serbia, and I just wanted to share Serbians' response. And I wanted to reflect on your debate earlier about pro-life.
We are just looking for...
I know you're looking for a debate about
I know.
who supported Trump and who doesn't
that's what
support
we're
Trump.
doing. Yeah.
And that is why I commented that I don't want to debate you. I just want for you to see and share the response of Serbia, because it's very important. He's talking about Kosovo and Serbia as a unity. And I engaged in Epstein files in my response. So I would like for everyone that is in your live right now to see my response to your president, Trump, and to know for supporters of Trump, if they don't know about Epstein files, they can see in my answer for your president what your president is doing to the 13-year-old children.
Okay.
So
well,
I know that we are not in a debate. We can debate something
about,
else because we're on the same point as concerning Trump.
Can I speak, please?
Okay.
Thank you. I don't want to talk about the Epstein files with you. But I'm curious, what did he say about Serbia and Kosovo, and what are your thoughts? Real quick.
So he gave a statement. I don't know at which parliament, but he told it was cut off, and everything he said, Kosovo and Serbia, I did it. Please, Kosovo, raise your hand. And Kosovo is Serbia. That is the whole point. And that is my response for him, because he clearly needed a history lesson that he unfortunately missed in elementary school. Maybe not in elementary, but I don't know what faculty or university did he graduate. But history is something that you can learn and you can come back to every time. So to say that you did something for Kosovo and Serbia as a good thing, and America did not do anything good for Serbian people. They acknowledged the NATO pact and they bombed our country. But that was not the ruling of him at that moment. But he is taking credit for good things that he did for Serbia. And no, he didn't anything. He didn't do anything good for Serbia. Only thing that he did for Serbia is that he bought our president. And we revoke our president. We do not accept his ruling, and we do not accept his decision to sell Kosovo to America, to American leaders, not American people. I have that common sense that I know to distinguish the difference between people's, how do you say that synonym on English? People's point of view, I will say it like that, and president's point of view. And there are two different points of views. So I know if your president gives an order, that is not the order that every of his people agree with. That is why I want that is why I was so how do you say that on English? I was so pushing you to take me to your life.
Are Serbia and Kosovo two different countries?
No. Do you want me to take you to history?
So they're one country.
Yeah, they are Serbia.
Do the people of Kosovo want to be separate from Serbia?
No. It depends on which time are you referring. Now, because Albanians are mostly at Kosovo, now yes. But if you go to history...
One moment. Do you think that people have a right to self-determination?
That is a tricky question because it depends on the context. Yeah, you can self-determine anything, but if it doesn't do bad things, I will give you an example. If you decide to declare yourself...
I appreciate you so much for coming up and sharing your thoughts. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're going to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Sam connecting into the stream. All right, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Okay, they're not here. Moving on to the next guest, y'all. Only up inside of the queue if you're MAGA. Please do try your best to follow our rules. I'd really appreciate it. I know very little about Kosovo, but I mean, with the little I know, like they're kind of being like fucked by Serbia, right? I don't know. I know so very little. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, they're not here. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you do support Trump, y'all, please try to follow the rules of her life. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? I heard a yes, but your voice is registering at like negative 40 decibels. Can you please speak up?
I'm sorry.
Ooh, I heard I'm sorry. Did anyone else? It's like so low. It's almost like just like a thought in my head. You know what I mean? Disconnect Bluetooth from your phone.
Hello?
Bro, it literally sounds like you have like 4 mattresses between your mouth and the mic.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Can you hear me?
No. Barely. Like I said, I can only hear you loud enough that you register as a thought in my head. Let's go to move on to the next guest, y'all. We got Hales loading up into the queue. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? All right, moving on to the next guest right now. We got Audrey loading up. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
What do you think about Nancy Guthrie?
Do you support Trump? Oh, wait, it's a kid. Sorry, that didn't automatically register me. Moving on. We got Kobe loading up into the queue. Let's see here. This came in 23 minutes ago over on Venmo. Blondike Bar, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Please do show some love to Blondike Bar down below in that comment section. Thank you for this support. Blondike Bar with the 25 says, in the Bible, it says abortion is okay if a child is created outside of marriage as an adultery. So I guess it's okay sometimes a little. Yes, you're actually right. That is what? Numbers 5, like 1 through 35? I think that's the right passage. Yeah, no, they straight up say, like, if your wife cheats on you and gets pregnant from another man, that you need to take her to the priest to drink the bitter waters at once. So you're right, actually. In some circumstances, abortion is perfectly moral in accordance with the Christian Bible. Thank you for the $25, Blondike Bar. Same thing to you, Andrew. Thank you so much for the $6.66, saying the same thing. Jasmine, thank you for the 5. Katie, thank you so much for the 5. And then, dude, Cam and Deanna, holy fuck, you guys. Wow, Cam and Deanna, thank you both so much for the $100. Wait, I'm actually just seeing this right now. Deanna, thank you for the $150. Holy shit. Guys, thank you so much for the kindness. This is truly so, incredibly insane. Thank you so much for the generosity. I want to see so many W's for Deanna and so many W's for Cam down below. Thank you so much. Cam with $100 says, thank you for being loud with the truth. As a woman raised in Louisiana by a family of intense Trump supporters, I greatly appreciate you in speaking truth. Please try your hardest to lead with kindness, as it could have a greater impact on changing people's minds. Mad respect. Listen, I try my best to be sensible. I try my best to be reasonable. I try my best to be patient. And sometimes I fail just because of how crazy the shit that some of these guests say is. But truly do, thank you so much for the kindness, Cam. And the Deanna with the $150 says, always respect the good fight. Much love. Much love to yourself as well. She then goes on to say that I respect that you defend our constitutional rights, but also transcend and defend all human rights and decency, citizens or not. It's what all people deserve. Listen, Diana, I cannot agree more. I thought that we learned this in middle school, that all people deserve to be treated equally, all people deserve to be treated fairly, and all people deserve to be treated kindly. And now it's like a political issue, split down party lines, where I'm all of a sudden a controversial internet figure for suggesting that we truly do abide by said principles. Thank you so much for the $150, Deanna. Show some love to Deanna and Cam down below. And we're all cut up over on Venmo. Seriously, y'all, thank you guys. Just seriously, thank y'all so much for the love. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Sorry, I didn't mean to join.
Okay, no worries. I'm going to go ahead and thank a couple more people, then we are going to go ahead and hit a restart on the TikTok because that restriction is permanent. SJ, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. He says, just a little, sending a little extra love, maybe some Tylenol for these headaches in human form. Let's go. $15 for the Tylenol fund from SJ. Thank you. Christabel, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Cully, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. And then Scott, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. It says, thanks to you, Parker and Satana, for some online rational thought. I'm a mental health counselor, so I get this situation. Stubbornness and mountains rarely move. So if the caller just has this debate with the nearest mirror instead of you, she'll be right. I'll appreciate you so much for the $50, Scott. And that's a really good saying. I got to start repeating that one, man. Holy cow. Thank you. What the hell? Is this real? 1 second. Let me check. Oh my God. Wow. Kyla. Oh my God. Holy shit. Let me double check that. One moment, please. Yeah, wow, that's legit. Holy shit, Kyla. Thank you so much for the $500 donation on PayPal. Oh my God. Damn. Oh my, dude, Kyla. I'm sorry, I'm just a little lost for words. That is insane. Thank you so much for the love and support. I mean, like, genuinely, like, that's like a little more than third my rent, dude. like, dude, that is so much money. Holy shit. I'm sorry, I'm just a little, like, stunned. Can we please get pretty please get at least 5,000 Kyla W's. Let's go ahead and read her message. Kyla with the $500 says, you can just thank me without saying what I message if that's easy on your time. No, bro. I'm going to read it. Unless you don't want me to read it. But I'm taking that as like you saying that unless I don't want to read it. Just imagine that the $500 is spread out over months, lol. I was one of those people on all night during the hell of yesterday trolls, and tonight is insane. I know it seems like this is out of nowhere, but I've been a silent viewer for months. Please don't stop doing this. Dude, okay. First and foremost, you could be a viewer, and you never will owe a single dollar to me. So just like keep that in mind. But second of all, I'm legitimately so fucking appreciative for you. I am so fucking appreciative of you. Thank you so much for the love, Kyla. I'm like, as you can tell, like a little stunned. I like don't even know what to say. Oh my God. All right, dude. Thank you. One last time here, Kyla. Thank you so much for the love. In fact, once I'm done with this stream, I'll do my best to privately reach out to you to thank you personally. Thank you so much, Kyla. All right, folks. We need to go ahead and hit a little bit of a restart over on TikTok because we do have a permanent restriction on the stream. So we need to just completely restart it. What I'll ask you all to do right now is to make sure that you're hitting that follow button. You likely don't follow me because this is my second account. And then look at your following list in 10 seconds. I'll be on there on the new live. Alternatively, a faster way that you could come back, once the live ends, it'll say live has ended, and then it will show you my profile page. If you click on that profile page, count to 10, refresh it, you'll be able to click into the new live. These restarts take less than 5 seconds. And then they take around 10 seconds to like fully send out into the ad algorithm and populate on your phone as I'm live again. So that's what we're going to do now. And when we restart that stream on TikTok, I just want y'all to flood the chat with W Kylas. Holy cow. Let's go ahead and restart that stream. I'll be right back in less than 5 seconds. Holy dude. Dude, that is insane, man. I don't deserve that much love, dude. Like, listen, I do what I love because I love it. I do what I love because I'm able to effectively change minds. I do what I love because it's meaningful and it's a way for me to positively impact the world around me. So when I see people like that just being like so extraordinarily kind, it just always shocks me. It just always fucking shocks me. Bone, I appreciate for the galaxy. All right, guys. For everybody tuning back into TikTok, appreciate y'all for being here. We're going to go and hop right back into those debates. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that does support Donald J. Trump as president. I'd really appreciate it if you'll do your very best to follow those rules, please, and thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, but I want to talk about...
Unfortunately, I do have to remove you right now. We're only looking to talk to people who do support Trump. You have a good rest of your day. Move it on to the next guest right now, folks. Make sure that you're following those rules. Hi, Cheryl. Do you support Trump?
Shut up, Francestical.
How many continents are there?
Huh?
How many continents are there? All right. Before you start hating, I'd start focusing on our third grade education. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Kosovo is Serbia. Kosovo is Serbia. Kosovo is Serbia.
Okay, well, we're going to talk to Trump supporters. But, you know, for clarification, Kosovo is actually not Serbia. Feel free to look at a map. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now, folks. Welcome in, Ron. Do you support Trump? And Ron automatically left. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Chaza right now. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Please and thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello. You're right.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Age?
17.
Yeah, I don't even need you to answer, bro. Let's go to move on to the next guest, y'all. Only opposite side of the queue if you support Trump and you're an American adult. Y'all haven't learned yet, but it is so simple, I swear to God. If you're not an American adult that supports Trump, you get a banned. Okay? Very simple. Hi, Patriot Pat. Do you support Trump?
Ayo, King Epstein.
You say King Epstein? Is that what you said? Just to clarify, you said King Epstein?
Yes.
Yeah. What is it like having no friends? Because like that's what this behavior is derivative of. You know, like I'd say it's like possible that you're just like totally a pedophile and cool and all that shit. But I'd say that there's a significantly higher likelihood that you just want to be a contrarian. It makes you feel important. And you know, like being the contrarian to make yourself feel important is exactly what like incels with no friends do. So what is it like having no friends? He left. But I'm right. Oh, wait, no, he's back. So do you want to answer the question or do you not want to answer the question?
Can you repeat it, please?
Yeah, what is it like being an incel with no friends?
Incel.
Yeah. Involuntarily celibate because no woman wants to fuck you? I don't know why you're laughing. It's like not funny, it's sad. I guess we'll never know. Yeah, well, yeah, we'll never know. He left. Let's go to move on to the next guest here, y'all. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Make sure that you do follow rules, please, and thank you. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Follow the rules. You already know them. You got to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. That was so embarrassing for him. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That was so embarrassing for him. All right, guys. We got the next guest loaded up into the box right now.
Come on, come on.
Do you support Trump? Okay, I don't know what this guy's doing, but he's not here for a debate, so we're going to move on. Y'all, follow the rules. Okay, we're actually going to start banning people. We're going to go to step it up a level here. We're going to go from just the kicks to now bans. So let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Follow the rules or get banned. So that's what we're doing now. We're stepping it up a level. Stepping it up a level. Stepping it up a level. Where's the next guest at? Where's the next guest at? We got Tyler Carney loading up into the box. Okay. Banned. Moving on to the next guest here, y'all. Let's go to get them loaded up in here right now. We got Connor18 connected. Wait, was that guy mimicking me? Is that what he was doing? Did I hear him say box? Is that what was he mimicking me?
I love you so much, Dean. I love you. I love you so much.
Connor, dude, I appreciate you for the love. Unfortunately, you are banned. But I'm just on my second account, so you're not banned on my main. So you'll be able to watch the streams when we go back over there tomorrow. You know, gotta enforce the rules. I think that guy was mimicking me. Sophia, you're unbanned. Hop back inside of that queue. I want to know more about this person. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, but I love you so much.
Dude, I'm sorry. You're also banned. But like I said in the last guess, okay, I guess you're only banned on the backup. Okay, but you are banned. Like, man, I don't like banning people that like me, man.
I didn't mean to join.
Banned! Like, oh my goodness. Holy cow. Dude, oh my, I feel like a brutal dictator out here, man. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Chris left? God, Chris, I hate to say it, but the first thing I do to have somebody load up is I put my finger on the ban button. And Chris, you're banned. I don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you. Moving on to the next guest. Cash, here we go. Oh, Cash did the same thing. Oh my God, I hate doing this. I hate doing this. But Cash, you're banned. I'm sorry. You know, just stay out of the queue unless you intend to load up in here and have a debate. So, very simple. Very simple. Oh God, feel terrible, guys. Feel terrible. Don't do this to me. Mia, do you support Trump?
I'm gonna ban you.
No, unfortunately, I just banned you. Again. Moving on to Joanna Smith. Here we go. Never mind. This is not Joanna. This is Caden. Do you support Trump, Caden? You got 3 seconds before you're banned, dude. I'm gonna hate to do this. Banned. I don't know what to tell you. Moving on. Holy cow, dude. Holy cow, man. Big Steppa, do you support Trump?
Do you like my profile picture?
I don't even know what it is, but we'll never know what it is because you're banned. Moving on to the next guest. Do you support Trump? Ooh. He's slapping his bare ass. He thinks that his camera's on. Get his at. Get his at. His at is Alex Wilson. Is that his Oh my God. Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Where the fuck is my phone? We got it. Okay. Sorry. I accidentally took a screenshot. I think we got him out. I think we got him out before he showed anything again. Oh my God, we got him. Yo, we finally got him. Yo, we got him. We got him. Holy shit. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Turned his camera off because it was the very first thing that I saw. Let's see. His very first follower is named Ethan. High likelihood his name is Ethan. High likelihood his name is Ethan. All right, yeah, man. I'll just forward that over to TikTok too. Fucked. Moving on. All right, let's go and get that next guest, Chris, loaded up into the box. Here we go.
I
Welcome to
love
Esports
you,
Hub.
Dean.
I love you too, man, but banned, unfortunately. Moving on to the next guest. Somebody in the chat said he was just playing Geometry Dash. He could have been. I don't know, man. That camera setup is exactly what the Mooner has been doing. I guess we'll leave that up to the adjudication of the of TikTok senior specialists. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2008.
What month?
In January.
Can you speak up a little bit? We can just barely hear you.
In January.
So why do you support Trump?
I was raised in a Republican family.
Okay, so sure, you're technically describing why you support Trump, but do you think that, you know, just because your family says something, it means it's true?
I don't know. I haven't been super political my whole life, but my parents are, and they're very, very, very MAGA.
Okay, but does that mean that they're right?
I don't know. They seem like they're right.
Then I'd recommend
I was
watching the live
raised-
stream. I do appreciate for coming up. Like, the answer there would just be to think for yourself, and I honestly think that watching this live stream can really help facilitate that because it gives you access to more information surrounding the efficacy of the MAGA movement and why Donald Trump is so destructive to the country.
Burger.
Hello.
Yeah, she touched it and said, "That's
What's up,
burger?"
JP Dog?
Oh, hey, what's up?
What's going on, man? You support Trump?
I do.
Do you think that reasonable Americans would have stopped supporting Biden if he called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress?
Yeah, if you did that.
Therefore, reasonable Americans would also stop supporting Trump if he called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress too, right?
Well, he didn't do that.
Yeah, no, he didn't. He's a good guy. He never.
Not
But hypothetically, if he
specifically.
did, like, reasonable Americans would stop supporting him, right?
Hypothetically, yes.
Right. Well, guess what? It's not a hypothetical. He did this 8 weeks ago on Truth Social. He responded to a article published by the Washington Examiner titled 7 Democratic Lawmakers in Congress Urge Members of the Military to Disobey Unspecified Unlawful Orders. And he responded by saying that these people are seditious and treasonous. And then he followed that up by saying that their sedition and treason is punishable by death. And then he followed that up by reposting a follower's comment that read, "Hang them, George Washington would." And then they even tried to find them guilty of sedition in a court. But the indictment failed because there wasn't even enough evidence to support the indictment.
Okay. Sorry, I had a flashback. You did the and then, and I flashed back to dudes. Where's my car? But have you ever served in the military?
I was about to make a joke out of it and say yes, but I think that's actually illegal to do. So no.
Okay. Do you know what you're issued day one in basic training?
Well, you're issued day one in basic. I mean, I think I remember the very first thing my friend told me that did go through basic was having to take his pants off and get naked in a room with a bunch of other dudes to get inspected. That's day one, right?
No, that's before. That's before you get to basic.
Okay, so I mean, that's technically day one.
But anyway, to save the trouble, you're issued the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
Oh yeah,
On day
UCJ.
two-
Okay.
On day 2, you're explicitly told that you do not have to follow unlawful orders.
All right.
Every person that serves in the military understands that.
Well, you'd also understand. Have you served in the military?
I have.
Okay, when you were in the military, how often were you reminded of that?
Quite frequently.
Right.
To be
That's
honest.
exactly what the Democrats were doing. Many of them were actually veterans themselves.
But they did so under the premise that there are unlawful orders being issued.
No, they did so under the premise that Donald Trump has been purporting attacks against the Constitution and law, which is true.
Not necessarily. Has he challenged the Constitution? Yes. The Constitution is continuously challenged.
He's definitely attacked it. I could give you like
The
crystal
Second
clear
Amendment
examples.
is challenged all the time.
I could give you like a very like crystal clear example of him attacking it.
Okay, go for it.
When he signed an EO into law stating that from now on out, the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil don't have birthright citizenship. That's an attack on the Constitution because he's directing government agencies like the DHS to reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants when their citizenship is constitutionally guaranteed.
And so that is currently not law, correct? That's not the law.
Yeah, well,
That is gonna
it's
go.
never been the law that they are that they
That's
don't have
gonna go
citizenship
before
because of the
it goes.
Constitution. Okay, but he tried to change that with an EO, which is an attack.
I agree, but
Oh,
aren't
so you
attacks
agree
on
that he's
Second
attacked the
Amendment
Constitution?
thing?
You agree that the congressmen and women were operating off of a true assumption, which would be that Donald Trump was attacking the Constitution.
No, because every president attacks the Constitution with executive orders.
I disagree. I disagree because, from my position, in order to consider an attack, I think it has to be intentional and belligerent. That's like truly what I think it has to be. And I don't think that we've really seen any other president in modern American history, maybe like since the Patriot Act, like intentionally and belligerently attack the Constitution.
So when Kamala Harris said that on day one, they would pass gun legislation, a mandatory buyback program.
Oh, yeah, that's just
That
bullshit.
would-
That's just simply not true. So I'm going to go to kamalaharris.org where her campaign was and still is posted. .org.
She did so in the 2020
Okay,
primary.
menu. Oh, 2020. Okay, so not in 2024. So she was actually never present. She actually made the attack. So I mean, it'd be like really easy for me to like argue that that's not an attack on the Constitution, but like we're clearly talking about like attacks that were actually made. Okay, and then you're saying that
Donald
this
Trump
person who's never
also.
president made this attack, or they couldn't because they're never president.
Donald Trump also.
So I just want to clarify that you agreed that Donald Trump has attacked the Constitution. So let's just get back to the point. Okay. So I asked you, would any reasonable American stop supporting Trump as president? Okay. If he were to call for the execution of his political opponents in Congress, and you said no, you said that they'd stop supporting him as president. Okay. So then I was able to describe to you how that's exactly what he did. So then you started talking about the congressmen and women that he called for the execution of, and you said that they were accusing him of giving false orders. That I say, no, the premise of the video was accusing him of attacking the Constitution, then just with hesitance reminding the military to disobey any unlawful orders if they're made. And then you agreed of an instance of him attacking the Constitution. So just right back to it, to clarify, you no longer support Trump as president because he called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress, right?
No, because he didn't call for their execution.
Yes, he said that what they did amounts to seditious and treason, and their seditious and treason is punishable by death, and then reposted a comment that read, hang them.
By encouraging military members to disobey lawful orders.
Well, they really and literally said, if he gives you an unlawful order, you need to disobey it.
I know what they said, but then they conflate the issue with what is lawful and what is not, and what is
No,
not.
no. They never specified any specific order. They never specified any specific action. All they said is if he gives you, okay, an illegal order, you don't need to follow it. By the way, we can adjudicate this right now on live, and I'll fry your ass, but it's already literally been adjudicated in the criminal justice system because the DOJ tried to indict Mark Kelly, I think was his name, one of the congressmen who told him not to follow any unlawful orders for treason, and the indictment failed because there was not enough supporting evidence to support the indictment. So I'm gonna fry you because you're wrong. They said if they give you an unlawful order, don't follow it. But the courts have already backed me up here because the courts have ruled that they did not say anything that amounts to treason.
But what were they implying? True, they didn't say anything.
Okay. So they didn't commit treason, right?
If you're asking my opinion, I would say no.
Okay, so then we agree that Donald Trump baselessly called for their execution. Because the only base that he could have to call for their execution justifying it is if they were guilty of treason, which we both just agreed they weren't.
here's what I will agree to is that what they did was wrong. Is it?
Ma, you're pivoting. You're scared. You're scared. You're scared. You're scared. You agreed that they were not guilty of treason. Okay. Therefore, you agree that Donald Trump basically called for their execution because the only base for the call for the execution could have been if they were guilty of treason, which we both just agreed they weren't. Therefore, Donald Trump basically called for their execution, right?
I'm giving you my opinion.
Okay, but you're not giving me your opinion on what I'm asking your opinion on. Is it?
Ask my opinion.
Can we agree? Okay, in your opinion and in my opinion, that Donald Trump basically called for their execution.
He basically or baselessly accused them of treason.
Yeah, that's actually another part of it. He basically accused them of treason, and he basically called for their execution. Because you're right, he did call them treasonous and seditious, and that was him basically accusing them of sedition and treason. But then he went on to say, well, their treason and sedition is punishable by death, and then he reposted the comment saying, hang them. So these two things would be true.
Under the UCMJ, treason is punishable by death only during wartime. But I mean, that's
okay.
Really
Thanks for telling me that. I'll keep that in the knowledge vault for future reference. Now, can you answer my question?
Well, it can be life in prison, but not death.
Okay, really good information to have. So then, okay, do you agree? Okay, listen. Regardless of the base or the lack thereof, did he call for their execution?
I don't believe he called for their execution. He stated that what they did was treason and that treason was punishable by death.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay, so if I said that you're a rapist, and then I said that we should kill rapists, and then I reposted somebody's comment that said we should kill you, would I be calling for your death?
I would say yes.
Okay, so he says that they're treasonous. Then he says that their treason is punishable by death. And then he reposts a comment saying that we should hang them. He's calling for their death.
If he believes they're treasonous.
Okay.
See,
we
fortunately, we
agree.
live in a country
Wait, no.
where you're
No.
innocent,
It actually wouldn't matter. It actually wouldn't matter if he believes it or not. Because, like, I don't believe that you're a rapist because I don't have any evidence that you're a rapist. But regardless if I believe that or not, if I called you a rapist and said we need to kill all rapists, and then reposted a comment that said we need to kill you, I would still be calling for your death, regardless if I actually believe that you're a rapist or not. Right?
Right.
Okay. So when he calls them treasonous and says we need to kill all treasonous people, and then reposts a comment saying that we need to kill them, he's calling for their death, regardless if he believes that they're treasonous or not.
Because he believes they committed treason.
Okay.
But
so you agree that he's calling for their death then, right?
Yes.
Oh,
I will
perfect.
agree to that.
Okay. So then earlier you said that if Donald Trump called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress, that you wouldn't support him. And then you just agreed that Donald Trump called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress, meaning that you no longer support him.
He called for the execution of treason.
No, he called for the execution of the people that he believed committed treason and is wrong.
Political opponents. They're not just because they're political opponents, because they committed an act of treason.
Now you literally agreed less than 2 minutes ago that they did not commit an act of treason.
And that's because the court decided that they did not.
Yeah,
and
even before the court decided very clearly they didn't commit any treason.
Okay, so
because like repeating and echoing the UCMJ, is not treasonous. But now that you've agreed that they're not guilty of treason, you could agree that he basically called for their death, right?
Let me make this point.
No. Do you agree that he basically called for their death?
Yes. Because he didn't.
Okay. Oh my God. Let me repeat this question. If Biden basically called for the deaths of Republicans in Congress, would any reasonable American stop supporting Biden?
Some Americans would, yes, definitely stop supporting him.
But would reasonable Americans stop supporting him?
Some would and some wouldn't. It would depend on the
should
nuances.
reasonable Americans stop supporting him? Oh, now it depends on nuance. Do you want me to go back in the VOD and play you the answer to this question that you gave earlier?
Sure.
Dude, perfect.
I like to hear myself. So basically,
No.
Oh.
The Uniform Code of Military Justice.
Oh yeah,
On
UCMJ.
day two.
Okay.
Dude, Sorry, I had a flashback. You did the and then, and I flashed back to in the military.
Even tried to seditious and treasonable order.
Didn't do that. Yeah, if you.
Here we go. And why Donald Trump gives you access to your. I do appreciate can really help facilitate the movement and why Donald.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on, man? You support Trump?
I do.
Do you think that reasonable Americans would have stopped supporting Biden if he called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress?
Yeah, if you did that.
Therefore, reasonable Americans would also stop supporting Trump if he called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress too, right?
Well, he didn't do that.
Yeah, I know he didn't. He's a good guy. He never.
No,
but hypothetically, if he did, reasonable Americans would stop supporting him, right?
Hypothetically, yes.
Right. Well, guess what? It's not a hypothetical. You verbally conceded 2 minutes ago that Donald Trump did baselessly call for the death of his political opponents in Congress. Thank you.
Well, because you changed my mind.
So no, I didn't actually. I did not change your mind on this issue. Trump changed your mind because you learned it's something he's actually done. Because you're a member of the Trump cult. Members of the Trump cult do not build their beliefs predicated on facts, reasonability, or common sense. Members of the Trump cult build their beliefs based upon what Trump does or what Trump says. If Donald Trump doesn't do something bad, then you say you'd stop supporting him if he were to. If Donald Trump does do something bad, then you say that you don't care about Biden. And this is a very crystal clear example. Before you knew that Donald Trump had basically called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress, you said, and I quote, I would stop supporting Trump if he called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress. Once I proved to you that, once again, Donald Trump called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress, you said, and I quote, I still support Trump, even though he called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress. Your mind only ow, fuck. God damn it, I just hit my arm on my desk. Your mind only changed because you learned it was something Trump has actually done.
No. Okay, let me tell you my perspective, and then we can get back into this. When I first saw that video, it was like an ad on YouTube, a commercial, so to speak. And when I first saw it, it was cringeworthy. For being a former member of the military, I'm like, what in the hell are they doing? And to me, they were suggesting that unlawful orders have been ordered. And that's going to confuse the men and women in uniform. And God forbid they disobey what is a lawful order. Because do you know what happens to soldiers that disobey a lawful order?
Dishonorable discharge.
No, they're going to Leavenworth for an undetermined amount of time based on how disrespectful or how...
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm kicking you. Okay, let's go and move on to the next guest. Sorry, y'all. I kind of kick people when they say stupid shit. like when they're... Oh my God. Oh, let's take a water break. Holy fuck. Sorry, man. They're just radioactive, man. You ever played Fallout, get a little bit close to Vegas, and then all of a sudden the rads go off the charts, and just need to take a step back? That's like me with the Trump supporters. Oh my goodness. But no, I kick people that say such stupid shit when they're proven to just be an absurd member of the Trump cult. There's just not much more that can be discussed. If come on, man. Let me thank a couple people here real quick. Shannon, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love. Let's get 200 Shannon W's. Shannon says, happy Friday, Dean. Just sharing this with you in case you haven't seen this. DHS purchased a warehouse in Social Circle, Georgia for $130 million to convert into a detention facility. That same property last sold 2 years ago for under $29 million. The corruption is rampant. Oh my God. Yeah, the government always overspends on everything, which makes you wonder, are they actually giving all of that money, okay, to whomever they're buying a good or product from? Or is that just how they balance the books with spending money in places that you and I aren't familiar with? I'd also like to thank, oh my God. Dude. Wow. Diana, thank you so much for the $240 donation on Venmo. Brother, Diana and Kyla, I've just been going wild all day long. Diana, thank you. Thank you so fucking much for the love. I really appreciate you so very, very much. Please do show some love to Diana down below in that chat for the $240 donation. And I just read Diana's message. She's very specifically asking me to keep it to myself. So I will keep that to myself. But I want you to know I am so very, very grateful for the love, Diana. Thank you. Let's get 3,000 Diana W's down below in that chat for just such an insane level of kindness. Please do show some love to Diana down below. Holy shit. Thank you. I'd also like to thank Jennifer for the $20 who says, listening to your debates has educated me so much and has made it easier to cut contact with a MAGA/QAnon family. Thank you for all that you do. Well, I'm happy that the live stream's able to help educate you. That's awesome, Jessica. Then Tracy, thank you so much for the $20. She says, I hope you're having a better day than yesterday. Please share this with Momo. You know what? I am having a better day than yesterday. Thank you so much for the support. I'd also like to thank SJ for the $10 over on PayPal. Ollie, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Show some love to Ollie. Madison, thank you for the 5. Then Fussy, thank you for the 10. And then Christopher, thank you for the 10. Thank you, you guys. Y'all are awesome. Thank you. Y'all are being so generous tonight. Just know that I really appreciate it. Y'all are so awesome. Check this out.
Are you a runner today? Are you a runner today?
Check this out. We're gonna do something cool here. Here's the law of the land. The moment you issue any insults, you will be removed from the live stream.
Does that go for you as well?
I mean the moment you issue.
Does that go for you as
insults.
well?
Well, no, because I can't remove myself from the live stream, silly goose. But that's the rule. The moment you issue a single insult, you're banned. And you might be asking yourself, well, why am I saying this? Well, last time you came up, you spent like 20 minutes talking about my hairline or something. Oh, lack of facial hair. The time before that you came up, you spent like 20 minutes attacking me for something else. Time before that when you came up, you spent like 20 minutes attacking me and saying, like, you are an unserious fella. And I just want to prove to myself how truly dumb you are by telling you here that the moment you drop an insult, I'm going to kick you to see if you can actually just speak facts. Have a good debate with me. Back up your positions with good evidence and reason.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Sounds great.
Okay, perfect.
I actually appreciate that.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
It's your live, bro.
Sounds perfect. Sounds great. What do I want to talk about? You know what? Why don't we just continue that conversation that I was having with the last guest? Trump bases
100%. 100%. Yes.
What a mess.
Actually, no, not a mess. Not a mess at all. Okay, here's how we're going to start. We have to compare one party's violence against another party. And now, I don't know where I start here, but I know that you will kick me about how easy I'm going to defeat you in this argument, okay? So you're going to have to, like I said before, you're going to have to start calling me weird, and you're going to have to start ad homing me. So watch who does it first. Let's make a wager. Here we go. So I'm going to prove to you that the Democratic Party, okay, is more violent than the Republican Party.
Hopefully you don't try to do that because that would be a pivot.
It's not. No, it's not because
Yes,
it's
it
not a
is.
pivot at all.
Yes, it
You're
is.
saying that
one second.
Donald Trump called it.
I said, let's talk about this issue of Donald Trump calling for the execution of his political opponents in Congress. And then you said, well, Dean, it's actually not an issue at all. I could describe why your last comment was a pivot. Obviously, I don't think that the Democrats are more violent than Republicans. But even if you were to prove that the Democrats are more violent than Republicans, this would not imply that it's not an issue when Donald Trump calls for the execution of Democrats in Congress. So please give me your supporting argument to deem Donald Trump calling for the execution of Democrats in Congress as a non-issue.
Donald Trump is held to the same standard as the rest of the American people who voted him into office. And what I mean by that is we all have our First Amendment right, which is freedom of speech. Okay, he is not a robot. He's a person, a flawed person, just like you and just like I am, okay? So you thinking that his words hold this massive weight, and when he says something, because he is the commander-in-chief, that obviously, okay, he shouldn't be saying this. I could maybe concede to that, okay? However, you're going to have to show me because of his...
Oh my God! So when I tell you that if you insult me, I'll kick you, and then I shut your pivot down, you concede.
Can I finish?
With no contest, you concede the claim you made.
I didn't concede.
As soon as it's clear that you can't pivot and you can't insult, you just say you concede.
What did I concede to? Dean?
That he shouldn't have called for the death of the Democrats in Congress when, like, 3 minutes ago, you're saying it wasn't an issue, and I quote.
No. That's not what I conceded to.
It certainly was.
I conceded to a president should put his words at maybe a higher standard than the American people.
2 minutes ago, you said that the president's words are not at a higher standard than the rest of the American people.
That's not what I said. I said he still has his First Amendment right, just as the American citizens do. Yet, true or false?
I'm gonna rewind the VOD, and I'm gonna show you where you said.
You don't need to rewind the VOD. I know what I said, and I will repeat it to you.
Check this out, Liam. Go on mute. You spent like telling you here.
Sounds great. Violence. Okay. And you're going to have to start a party
calling for the execute all and then Republic. This would not imply. So please,
is held to the same stand. Donald Trump is held to the same standard as the rest of the American people.
Woof.
What's the gotcha? What's the gotcha, dude? Failing to understand.
I'll play the gotcha. Check this out.
Is held to right. That's not what I
are not
than the American people.
2 minutes ago, you said that the president's words are not at a higher than the rest of the American people.
That's not what I said. I said he still has his
people
at maybe a higher.
Here's the gotcha.
Standard than the American people.
2 minutes ago, you said that the president's words are not at a higher standard than the rest of the American people.
That's not what I said. I said he.
Woof.
Again, dude, I'm failing to understand what you're trying to point out.
Dude,
is there a law in place that says that Donald should wait, don't interrupt, please. Please don't interrupt. I was in the middle.
You said that the president's words
is there a law
are not held to a higher standard than the American people. And then 2 minutes later, you said that the president's words are held to a higher standard than the American people. And
I said that No. My feelings for maybe Donald Trump should have a little bit better rhetoric in the way that he speaks is not backed by law, bro. Do you understand that?
I don't think
That's
it's
just
law
my feeling.
in which
That's
would hold
just
the
my
president to a higher
feelings.
standard. It's
You may
common
not
sense
like
that would hold the president to a higher standard. Thank you.
You may not like that Donald Trump made a video of him flying a jet and dropping feces on the Democratic Party, but guess what? There's no law from saying that he can't do that. Do you understand that?
I'm not appealing to legality and attempting to argue that this asshole
Apparently you are.
With this argument. I'm appealing to the decorum that we should expect from the Oval Office in an attempt to argue that this asshole is undeserving of the Oval Office, particularly with the argument that I'm trying to make here by coming to this common sense agreement that if the president literally wants to kill his political opponents, he shouldn't be president. Like literally wants to kill them, is calling for their death. They shouldn't be president.
Thank you, guest. So wait a minute.
Do you agree?
No, I don't agree. Let me tell you why I don't agree. That would be an easy thing to agree to, but let me tell you why I don't. I have a reason. Please tell me, within weeks after this horrendous speech that he gave at calling for the unaliving of his political adversaries, tell me who, by that means of unalivement, was unalive. Tell me whose life, directly a week or two after that, whose life was threatened.
Well, they're all still alive because of the separation of power, checks and balances, protection, security, and the Constitution, to the displeasure of Trump.
Okay, my turn. Is it my turn now? You made your point, and it was strong. And I seem to kind of have, a pushback. It was pretty decent. It was decent. Now my turn. Can I push you a little bit and see if you can actually stand on your own 2 feet? Are you ready or not?
Tell me why it's not an issue when the president literally calls for the execution of their political opponents baselessly.
Because unless those words are backed up with action and you're seeing the cause of what he said when someone's life was actually taken or threatened to be taken, at the end of the day, there's still words. Okay, is it my turn now? I answered all of your questions. You've answered none of mine.
I have one more piece of pushback, and then that'll be it, okay? First and foremost,
can't wait.
Those words were kind of backed up by action because they tried to indict the congressmen and women for treason, but the indictments failed because they didn't commit treason. But that's not the main point of contention here. Here's the main point of contention would be exploring your logic. You're essentially saying here that the president can say whatever he wants, but if it's not backed up by material action of him actually doing what he says he wants, then you don't think it's an issue. So if Donald Trump gave a speech to everybody in America and told them all that he hails Hitler and wants to rape everyone's children, okay, but he never follows it up by actually hailing Hitler, and he never follows it up by actually raping everyone's children, would you say that that's also not an issue since they're merely words that weren't backed up by action?
I think that it is an absolutely ridiculous hypothetical, and I guess I will engage with it because I'm going to be respectful because you're the host. Somebody that backed Schmittler and called for the raping of children, yes. And then even back that up with action? Are you saying that backed it up with action after saying that?
No, he just says he wants to hail Hitler and he wants to rape everybody's children, but he never actually hails Hitler.
Yeah.
Actually rapes a single child.
That's gross, bro.
So if he did that,
yes, words hold a lot of weight.
On those words, you stop supporting them.
Words hold a lot of weight. I agree with you.
Of calling for the public hanging of Democrats in Congress with no good reason hold a lot of weight?
Because I said there has to be action behind these words. Because words.
You see the issue, don't you? Because you just said that if he were to say that he wants to rape a bunch of kids, those words hold a lot of weight, even if he never actually rapes a single child. All right? You said that yourself. You said those words hold a lot of weight. And then as soon as I asked you, so why don't those words hold a lot of weight when he calls for the public hanging of Democrats in Congress? Well, you say, in order for them to have weight, there has to be action.
Well, I think you have to look at it this way too. It's called ranking. Okay, if you have like your first lieutenants, your colonels, okay, you know, then you have people that are above them. Okay, you have officers. Okay, and they call down orders, and your lower ranking officials go, you know what? I don't want to listen to those rules. There are consequences. Okay, in older times, yes, there were people who were being unalived for not listening to their superior officers. Okay, now Trump is the troll that sometimes that he is, saying these things, okay, as words, because we know Donald Trump says a lot of things that he probably doesn't back up and that we don't all agree on. Okay, for sure. So maybe this could be.
But
sure. Okay, now my turn. We're talking in circles here in the chat's probably getting confused. So my turn. I have to give you
a
some
non-confusing answer to that question.
Hang on. I have to demonstrate something to you that the Democratic Party. No, I don't have to pivot at all, dude.
Okay, then don't.
It's called a debate. It's called a debate, and you don't get your way the entire time. And unless that's how you like to debate.
But it just so happens to be the case that I'm not getting my way right now is by your
You're
behavior.
afraid what I'm gonna present to you right now, Dean. You're not strong enough. You're not strong enough.
What was the very first thing I said? No insults.
I'm talking about your debating skills,
dude. It's starting, Liam. It's starting. You gotta bring it down on that level. You gotta calm down.
Okay, let's talk softer.
There you go, Liam. So, you just said, do I expect to get my way in the debates in which I host all the time? No, I don't. However, the particular way, funny enough, in which I'm not getting my way right now is by me requesting you to legitimately respond to the contradiction I was able to point out in your position. And you say, no, Dean, I don't want to respond to the apparent contradiction that you were able to point out in my position. I instead want to pivot and start putting the pedal to the metal on you about the Democrats instead. As soon as you're able to respond to the apparent contradiction I pointed out in your position, you are free to grill me about the apparent violence of the Dems. That's fine. But first respond to the apparent contradiction in your position.
I've
responded. If you need me to repeat it, that's fine.
Listen to me, please. You've made a lot of claims. You've asked me a lot of questions, and you wanted me stand. You wanted my pushback. I have not pivoted or backed off of anything that you have asked of me at all. And how long have I been? How long have I been? How long have I been?
But why is it that you want to move on now?
How long have I been on your stream? I asked you a question, please.
Don't know.
Yes, you do. Yes, you absolutely do. Look at the clock.
If I had a guesstimate, it'd be around 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay. I've been up here for 15 to 20 minutes, and I've been answering all of your questions in a debate.
Yeah,
do you
that's
think
very
that
fair.
this is how a professional debate such as Jubilee setting would take place? That one person gets to ask 15 to 20 minutes of questions upon another person, okay, in the debate that they want to choose, and you just have to keep answering. In your case, you want yes or no answers on almost every question you present. You think that that's a professional setting?
So actually, the question that I'm asking her now would not necessitate a yes or no answer. It actually just necessitate an explanation of the contradiction within your view. And then second point here, you're saying, Dean, you've been asking me all these questions for so long. I want to be able to ask you them as well. I get it. That's fair. If I was in your position, I'd probably be making the same request right about now because it has been 15 to 20 minutes. And that's why I'm absolutely fine with you having the ability to ask me whatever questions you want as soon as you're able to address the apparent contradiction in your view. From my perspective, here's the thing. As soon as any person in a debate is able to articulate a contradiction that is true of the view of the person they're debating, that requires an immediate addressment. Immediately. Because the power that contradictions hold...
What is the contradiction? What is the contradiction?
Fair. Here's the contradiction. I asked you why it's not a big deal for Donald Trump to call and say that he wants his political opponents in Congress to be publicly hung. And you said, well, it's because he didn't back up those words with action. And it would be the action that gives those words weight. and only if those words were to have weight because they have action to back them, would you care? I then asked you, well, would you care if Donald Trump went on TV and said that he wanted to rape a bunch of kids, but never actually raped a bunch of kids? Then it backed the words up with action. And then you said, Dean, yes, I would care because those words hold weight regardless of the fact that they were not backed up by any action. So in one circumstance, you're saying in order for the words to have weight, there needs to be action. Meanwhile, in the second circumstance, you're saying these words have weight regardless of any action. And that is the contradiction.
There is no contradiction at all. That's false.
That's clearly a contradiction.
There's no contradiction.
He's in the denial.
Words without action are meaningless.
So then why
there's
were
no
the words
contradiction.
meaningless in the hypothetical scenario I gave you about him saying that he wants to rape a bunch of kids? But
So
he never
your
does?
hypothetical was obtuse, okay? Because it had no bearing upon the debate in which you and I are partaking in.
It does.
You're
because it
trying to
proves
use
that
that.
words can
You're
have
trying to
weight
use
without
that.
action.
You're
The bearing is that it proves that
you're-
words can have weight without
now
action.
you're
That's the bearing.
interrupting. Now you're interrupting when I silence myself the entire time. Yes, you're conceding again. Okay? So this is not a good look for you, bro, at all. Not at all.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
I'm sure I'm going to
Why did they do that? Why did they do that, bro?
I'm sure I'm going to be put on a...
As soon as I start getting fried, they just start projecting to all hell. Listen, bro, just go. Just talk. I want
Fried from what? What fried from what? From what?
contradiction I was able to point out in your view, Liam. That's what fried you.
Dude, this will probably, after this debate, I'm going to try to stay nice here. I'm a little bit heated because you are an authoritarian wannabe, okay? And you're going to probably go, you know what? I can no longer bring Liam up on my page because he honestly makes me look like I can't debate at all. And I get it, and I know. And I totally get it, dude, that you're like this person that wants to be like something big. But the reality, when somebody like me, you know, who's just an average dad, just an average husband, just an average American tax-paying citizen, absolutely handles you, it's not a good look. Go ahead, your turn.
Bro, I'm seeing Trump supporters in the comment section saying, Liam, holy hell, just stop. Bro, the projection, while hilarious, is not productive. Okay? It's just not. Don't project your issues onto me. Just explain to me how the contradiction I was able to describe to be true of your view is actually not a contradiction at all. Once again, that contradiction was, in one circumstance, you're saying that words can have weight without action. And then in the other circumstance, you're saying in order for words to have weight, they would have to have action.
When did I make that contradiction?
7 minutes ago, when I asked you why you do not care about Donald Trump saying that he wants Democrats in Congress to be publicly hung, you said because none of them were publicly hung, that statement was not backed up by any action.
Words without
Therefore,
action.
you
That's
don't care
words
about
without
it.
action.
Therefore, those words don't have weight. But then I asked you the hypothetical question. Well, if Trump got on the mic and said, I want to rape a bunch of kids, you said that that would be crazy and you would care about that. Even if he never raped any kids, even if those words were never backed up by any action, because those words have weight without action. That's the contradiction.
Because it's not a contradiction, because when you have someone who is working for the government, okay, and is being directed by a lower ranking official to go against his superiors, that does not equate to a child that cannot consent, you absolute person of no debating skills. You see how I was nice right there?
Yeah, good job. So, Liam, okay. That statement made no sense. Just give me a moment here. I want to try to better understand that statement. So I'm actually going to rely on all the viewers here. What do we got? We got 10,000 people on TikTok. We got 6,000 people over on YouTube. Okay, we're going to go ahead and replay Liam's clip there, and we just need to try to make sense of it together. Let's go and just give me a moment here.
Government, because it's not a contradiction.
That's the contradiction. Okay, all right, guys. We're going to listen to me say what the contradiction is. And then we're going to listen to what Liam's response is. And I want everybody to help me decode it. All right? I'm especially looking at you Trump supporters in the chat. Y'all better decode the fuck out of this shit so you don't have your current representative, okay, being embarrassed. All right? Like I said, I'm going to play me addressing the contradiction and then him responding and describing how it's not a contradiction. Okay, guys. All right, y'all. We're group activity. Group activity of 16,000 people. Let's take a listen. Those were... Then I asked you the hypothetical question. Democrats in Congress.
Make that contradiction.
Okay, here's me addressing the contradiction. 7 minutes ago, when I asked you why you do not care about Donald Trump saying that he wants Democrats in Congress to be publicly hung, you said because none of them were publicly hung. That statement was not backed up by any
that's
action.
Words without
Therefore,
action.
you
That's
don't care
words
about
without
it.
action.
Therefore, those words don't have weight. But then I asked you the hypothetical question. Well, if Trump got on the mic and said, I want to rape a bunch of kids, you said that that would be crazy and you would care about that. Even if he never raped any kids, even if those words were never backed up by any action, because those words have weight without action. That's the contradiction.
Because
Okay, everybody. Let's listen to Liam's response. We're going to try to decode it together. Here we go.
It's not a contradiction because when you have someone who is working for the government.
Who's that someone?
Okay. And is being directed by a lower ranking official to go against his superiors, that does not equate to a child that cannot consent, you absolute person of no debating skills.
Okay, help me decode it. All right, it's on y'all chat. Okay, somebody in the chat says, what the fuck is he on about? Somebody else in the chat says he's talking loud. Someone else in the chat says Gavra tweaking. Somebody else in the chat just says ad hominem. Okay. Someone else in the chat sees that context matters. Calling for Dims is in the context of his job versus the hypothetical. I don't even understand that. I understand like the context matters bit, but I think you kind of lost me there in the second sentence. Reyes says bro's just talking. Freddie over on YouTube Super Chat says,
What is this?
Vomit is
what
that?
is this? Dean, what is this?
Mike on YouTube says very vague. Joe on YouTube says he's just as stupid as Trump. Mitu on YouTube says word salad. Tay on YouTube says loud and wrong. Jar Jar on TikTok says that made no sense. RW on TikTok says he's saying that define the government does not equate to child rape. Okay, well, so the action there would be him wanting to publicly hang 8 people. I'm saying that like him calling for 8 people to be publicly hung would like generally be in the same category as him saying that he wants to rape somebody. You know, like 2 like very like violently terrible things. All right, Liam, listen, me and everyone else are lost, buddy.
You're actually lost on what I was trying to tell you.
We all are.
Okay, what I was saying is that people that work for the government, these would be military members, okay? And then what I was saying is lower ranking officials. I'm speaking to people who might be in Congress, okay, or wherever they might be, who are actively defying the commander-in-chief. That would be your higher ranking official.
Already wrong.
That's the president. Just stop and let me finish, please.
They weren't defying the president by reminding military members that they don't need to take unlawful orders by the president. Wrong, but go ahead.
If they're going against the direct direction of the president of the United States, yes, they are.
The only world in which that would be true, which I would consider to be defiance, is in the world where Donald Trump is giving unlawful orders to the military. Is that the world that we're living in, Liam?
But now we're getting into the semantics of this. Now we're getting into this into the semantics.
Your argument hinges on Donald Trump actually giving unlawful orders to the military.
No, it doesn't. No,
Yeah,
it doesn't.
it sure does.
No. That was not your claim originally. We are pivoting.
No, it's
now.
a part of your counterclaim, though. That's a
No,
part of
it's
your
not. I don't have a
explanation
counterclaim.
about how it's not a contradiction. Is that they were defying the president? All that they said is that you don't need to follow unlawful orders from the president. If the president's not giving unlawful orders, they're not defying him. But sure as hell, if the president is giving unlawful orders, they are definitely defying him. 110%, I agree with you. That means that he's giving unlawful orders to the military. I don't know. Like, come on. You think Trump is apparently giving unlawful orders to the military because it is only true that those congressmen and women who he called for to be hung would be defying Trump if he was giving unlawful orders to the military.
No, I believe that at this point in time that the Democratic Party is literally doing everything they possibly can do to try to remove Trump from office. Okay?
Oh, I mean, I don't think that this is one of those scenarios. I mean, they're just
It is one.
literally
It
reminding
is.
people of UCMJ.
But anyway, your whole entire argument here was that Donald Trump was calling for the unaliving of people by the means of a rope. Okay, that's how this all started.
True.
With the last guest, and you wanted me to jump onto this topic.
Yeah, and you said
I
you didn't care.
obliged.
You said that you don't care because it wasn't backed up by action. Then you accepted that
And
words can be
exactly, that's what
meaningful,
I said.
And you'd care
And
about
that's
them
what
even
my
if they aren't
strong-
backed up by action. So why don't you care about these words because they weren't backed up by action? And you say, well, because they weren't backed up by action is a reason why I don't care. But we went into how you contradict yourself there because you'd care about him saying other things if they weren't backed up by action. I got you in a pretzel, lowbrow.
No, you don't. You don't have me in any pretzel because you cannot show me how his words brought forth the unalivement or the attempting unalivement of anyone.
The pretzel.
Okay?
The
That's
pretzel
what
I got you in is that only in the world where they're backed up by action is the world in which you'd care about him saying that. But then I was able to demonstrate other things that he could say that wouldn't be backed up by action, like, him saying that he wants to rape kids, and he said that you'd care regardless if they were backed up by action or not. That's a pretzel.
If we didn't have freedom of speech in this country, I think that you would absolutely be winning this debate right now. But we do have our First Amendment right in this country. Okay. Do you believe in our First Amendment, our Constitution? Do you believe that do you believe that is do you believe that is granted, that is given to the president elect as
so
well?
I just want
or
to
no?
clarify. The position that you're arguing is if speech is protected by the First Amendment, then you don't care about said speech, right?
Yeah, it's freedom of speech, but not freedom of consequence. Okay, you understand that, or not?
Yeah. What are the consequences here be that you care? About him calling for the
Consequences
execution of
are
political
when
opponents and
words.
revoke your support?
When the consequences, Dean.
Like, wouldn't that
are
be the
when-
consequence?
when- oh my
Like,
gosh!
you caring and then
Let
revoking
me
your
finish.
support? Like, this is.
Let me finish.
In,
Can I
in
finish?
consideration of the First Amendment.
Thank
sure.
you. Let me finish.
Okay.
So, exactly what I said. When words hold weight, that is when there's consequence. Now, if Donald Trump would have said this,
Right, but
and
these words
someone
hold
would,
weight.
oh my gosh, you can't do it.
I'm just saying they hold weight, man.
You can't do it, bro.
Oh, you can do it. Is that what you're? I won't insult you. Oh, that would have been a good insult, though. Go ahead.
So.
Oh, dude. Okay. The insult that I was gonna make that I stopped myself from making is like you were saying. Oh, Dean, you can't.
Just stop, dude. I don't stop. Listen, you're.
Okay.
Listen,
the insult was going to be like, oh, I bet that's like what your ex-wife told you when you couldn't get it up. But that would have been an insult, and it would have been bad. So I'm happy that I.
But you still got to say. You still got to say it, though.
No. But it was like
Dean?
it wasn't an insult that I made to you. It was more so a description of like the insult that I was going to make to you, but then I stopped myself because we're doing this debate without insults.
But it still came out of your mouth, right?
But not as an insult to you. A description of the
You
insult
just,
I would have made to
you
you,
just
sure,
still,
but not
just
an
the way
insult
you
to
worded it, just the way you worded it, it was nice. It was like I was going to say this, but I didn't.
Right.
But if I would have, I would have laughed a little bit. And
No,
then the
but
chat
I'm saying
probably-
like that's the insult that I was going to make that I stopped myself from making.
yeah, I don't care. I've had a lot of insults on my mind too, but I didn't verbalize them.
Well, it looks like we're not. Yeah, dude, look at us. We're not insulting each other. That's awesome. Go ahead.
No, you're still saying it, but you're just saying it in a way where you think that you're getting away with it.
Well, I mean, you said it, not me.
And maybe you are, but you have to live with yourself. I don't. Okay, so freedom of speech, freedom of
you don't have to live.
freedom
yes,
of
you
speech.
do have to live with yourself. Why did you say that you
freedom
don't have
of
to live with yourself?
speech,
That was
but not freedom of consequence. Okay, consequence would mean that your freedom of speech held action, like I said, right?
You
didn't
say
just
that.
make a baseless claim.
That's where the contradiction comes in. Like you said that you'd like give Trump consequences if he said that he wanted to rape kids, even if he never actually raped kids.
So what do you think? 25 minutes in now answering all of your questions where I have not even been able to form my argument?
We're just back
25 minutes?
We're just back to the same point of you not actually addressing the contradiction.
Chat, check this out. Chat, check this out. This is the
Still
way
at
that
point of you
Dean
not
debates.
addressing contradiction. Okay, well,
Yeah, this is who you guys follow.
Tell the people, Liam.
Yeah, this is who you guys follow. He can't debate worth you know what. He can't do it.
Rejection, Liam, quite frankly.
You would know if you were a great debater, you would want everything from me. You'd be like, bring it on, Liam. Whatever you got. And you're scared to allow me to have my argument. You're frightened to say, you know what, Liam? Go ahead. I want to hear your pushback. You don't want me to do it.
That tactic did work on me like a year ago. Like a year ago, if I were to like have somebody in a position where I have them contradicting themselves and just stepping over their own shoes constantly, and then they're like, I want to talk about something else, and if you don't talk to me about it, then you're scared. I like totally would be like, oh no, I'm not scared. Let's talk about this other thing. But like a year later, after doing this for 4 hours a day, of course we hear that so often. It's like very clearly a tactic that is being used by yourself to avoid addressing the contradiction within this current position. Like that, like clearly, right?
I've already addressed your position. You may not agree with it, but you may not agree with
you did try to. You did try to address the contradiction, but I didn't understand what you like said. And I even gave you so much grace. We rolled back the VOD, and me and everybody else watching like all tried to make sense of it together, and we didn't. Like you can't just like word vomit and then call that you addressing the contradiction. Like weak, my friend. I think it's time for bed, Liam. Did you take your melatonin a little bit early? You know, maybe you're
so
just,
wait,
you know.
Is that the insult? Is that the insult right there, Lee? That you just brought to me?
I guess it's like a very like low tier insult. I don't really think of it.
So
I consider it more of like a snarky
You were the
comment.
first one to go there, weren't you, Dean?
I think it's more of like a snarky comment instead of an insult. Truly.
Yeah, I get it. So the erection with my wife, but that was kind of like
well, it's actually the lack thereof.
Then
wait, what's that? It was not the erection with your... No, I need to clarify. You're wrong again. It was not the erection with your wife. It was the lack of because of your own like.
And then the melatonin, then the stuff that I need to put into my body. Like, so where else do you want to go? Do you want to allow me to have a debate with you, or you just want to act like a child?
Well, how about we leave it up to the chat? Okay, for everybody watching, should we keep pressing him on getting to address his contradiction, which he clearly isn't, or should we just like give him the mic to like tell us why he thinks Democrats are more violent than people on the right? 1 for keep pressing him, 2 for let him talk about how the Democrats are violent. Let's see. I'm seeing a lot of 1s, man. I'm seeing a lot of 2s, but the most sent on TikTok right now is 1.
Look at the 2s, dude. Overwhelming.
Then everybody over on then everyone over on YouTube is just saying kick. Okay, whatever. I honestly, if it was up to me, I probably would kick you because you're clearly not addressing it. But 1 is still the most sent on TikTok. Okay, Liam, I left it up to the people and they decided address the contradiction.
You're an absolute liar, Dean.
No, bro.
I can see all the 2s on TikTok. There are thousands of 2s coming up.
Yes, there's a bunch of 2s. There's just more 1s.
I think you should do?
Wait, read this. Read this. No. Seriously,
I think you should
read this. No, read this. What does it say?
I think you should. Why don't you put up a poll, Dean?
No. Before you do, just read this.
Put up a poll.
But read this.
I don't need to read it.
Yes, you do.
Put up a poll, Dean.
Okay, I'll read it for you then. It says most sent 1. Okay, what this means is that there's more 1 sent than there was 2 sent. Okay? You said, I see a bunch of 2s in the chat.
Chat is saying do a poll.
Listen.
There's Pull it. Two, two, two,
Okay,
two,
okay,
two,
okay, yeah,
two,
yeah,
two.
sounds good, sounds
You're
good. Okay,
such
we'll do
a
a poll.
liar, bro.
I just showed you my receipt. I just showed. Okay, but we'll do a poll. Whatever.
I have to beg to do a proper debate with this guy.
So smiley face for continuing to press him on addressing the contradiction. By the way, this is just a poll on TikTok, YouTube. I'm sorry you are kind of left out of this. Smiley face for continuing to press him on addressing the contradiction. Sad face for giving him the mic to tell us why the Democrats are more violent than the Republicans. Start poll now. Liam, what are you seeing on that poll?
I'm seeing that your chat is completely brainwashed by you. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. I'm saying that they don't like to see proper debates because they don't want to see you lose. But I believe you've already lost.
Just address the contradiction, then we'll talk about why you think the Democrats are more violent.
You know what? I'm not going to give you the satisfaction right now, dude, because you're a pathetic debater.
Oh, the mask comes off, Liam. You're losing it. He left. He left. Oh my God. He said that he didn't want to give me satisfaction, then gave me the most satisfaction I've had in a long time on these live streams. I don't want to give you satisfaction here, but now I'm going to satisfy you the most you have been on one of these live streams in months. So he just left. Oh my God. He's backwards in every sense of it. He's backwards in every sense of the word. That's crazy. Not only was he backwards on his argument. Oh, it's not a contradiction. Yes, it is. Okay. Not only was he backwards on his promise. Oh, Dean, I'm not going to insult you. You're pathetic. But he's also backwards on saying, oh, I'm not going to give you any satisfaction. Then fucking runs away and gives me the satisfactory ego boost of the century. Thank you. Okay. All right. Next person. Go ahead and hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Oh, man. All right. We got the next guest, Tony, loaded up into the box. That was good. That was good. I think a lot of people have been waiting to see that for a long time. A lot of people know just how terrible Liam is. And they've just been waiting to see him grilled like that for a long time. I'm one of those people, so that was good. Well, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. I would, yes.
Okay.
Say I do.
How old are you?
I'm 24.
What year are you born in?
2001, September 18th.
Okay. One moment.
What's up?
Give me one moment here. I just need to make sure that I'm thinking about the right thing here. Oh yeah. So you are a veteran because your name says Tony the Vet.
Yeah, I'm a veteran on Black Ops 2.
All right. Yeah. Because I was about to ask you what your MOS is, but you very clearly don't know what that is.
No.
I feel like you're very clearly.
Man. I'm a veteran on quite a few of the Call of Duties, man. I'm just really good at COD.
I feel like you're very clearly trying to position yourself as a veteran of the American military.
Not at all.
I think so. But go ahead.
No.
Go ahead, tell us why you support Trump.
Did you know that vet could also stand for being a veterinarian as well?
Yeah,
but I'm not saying I'm a veterinarian either.
Which is why I asked you to clarify if it meant veteran.
Don't assume things. Just stop assuming things.
I didn't assume anything. I asked you, and then you said, yeah, it stands for veteran.
Okay. Glad we're on the same page. How about you give me a good reason? Give me two reasons why you think I shouldn't support Trump.
Okay. He's an authoritarian that doesn't care about the law, the Constitution, or checks and balances. And he is a very violent predator, guilty of rape and sexual exploitation.
And is that proven?
Yes.
Because I've heard a lot of people say about the sexual exploitation, but I've never seen it been proved.
Oh, wait. I could do it. That's really easy to prove. I could do that. I guess let's first see if I'm wasting my time here. If I could prove it, would you stop supporting him?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't support that. No, I wouldn't. No.
Okay.
Hell no.
Awesome. Let's first just agree on what sexual exploitation is. Can we agree that sexual exploitation is just simply exploiting somebody sexually?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Can we agree that exploitation, the definition of the word exploitation, is to unjustly take advantage of something or someone?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would.
So therefore, we could agree that sexual exploitation is unjustly taking advantage of somebody sexually?
I feel like you're trying to corner. Yeah, I feel like my.
You feel like
Yeah,
you're
I
getting
would
cornered
say
because you
yes.
don't know what comes next. But I could tell you because I know
Okay,
what comes
go
next.
ahead,
I'm
go
not trying
ahead.
to corner you. I'm just trying to agree on our terms.
Okay, sorry, man. Sorry. Go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So you do agree that sexual exploitation is unjustly taking advantage of somebody sexually. Sounds good. Can we agree that an instance of a person unjustly taking advantage of somebody sexually would be like a man abusing his position of power as the owner of a changing room to barge into that changing room to then abuse the position of vulnerability that the women and girls inside are in, to then look at them when they don't have any clothes on, which would be unconsensual sexual conduct?
Like I said, though, but is this proven?
So right now we're not talking about like if this even happened. We're just talking about, well, if it did happen, would it be sexual exploitation?
Yeah.
Okay, so if that happened, it would be sexual exploitation.
Yeah, it would.
Okay, so if Trump did that, he'd be guilty of sexual exploitation, and you'd stop supporting him as president.
Yes, I would.
Here's him admitting to doing that.
What you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
You have two paths. Your first path is to take the red hat off, redact your loyalty, and tell us that you no longer support Trump because, he's guilty of sexual exploitation. Now, your second and only other path would be to become a raging MAGA hypocrite, annoy the fucking shit out of me and everybody watching, and try to find some way to engage in the use of mental gymnastics and attempt to convince us all that even though you told us that
No, I'll
if
just
he was
no.
guilty of
You know
sexual
what? No, I
exploitation-
wouldn't. I don't support. No, I really don't support that. And do you really? No, I can't say I support that at all. No.
Okay, so can you say that you don't support him?
Okay, is that like? But is that the only? That's probably the only instance, and it happened one time, and did like.
Yeah, you said if it happened one time, you'd stop supporting him.
You know what? No, you're right. You are right. You are right. That is totally wrong, and I feel bad for victims and shit of all that shit. So you know what? I can't support that. You're 100% correct, man.
But
No,
can you
you're
still
right.
support him?
If there was another election, no, I wouldn't support that. No.
So you
No,
no
I really
longer-
wouldn't.
So just to be clear, you no longer support him as president.
No, he's doing a lot of shit that I'm kind of like feeling unjust about. So, the news today, I was actually kind of happy about that. He kind of got his karma with the tariffs. I wasn't too
Bro,
supportive of that shit.
If you're happy
So-
with Trump getting his karma, then you shouldn't. You're not. I don't think that you're a Trump supporter. All right.
No.
Listen,
Because
I was happy
wasn't
too.
supportive of the tariffs. No. Because I wasn't supportive of the tariffs. I really wasn't.
Well, good.
I seriously wasn't.
All right. Well, I guess in that circumstance, thank you for joining, and I'm happy that I was able to change your mind.
Yeah, man. You take care. All right.
Yeah. Take care. See, that's how quickly it should go, guys. Like, that is how fast it should happen. And I'm happy that it did happen. That is, like, that's about as streamlined as the pipeline from Trump supporter to not a Trump supporter can get. One line of clarifying questions on what sexual exploitation is. One question surrounding on if this example would be sexual exploitation, then playing the clip of Donald Trump admitting to engaging in the behaviors purported in the example described with the previous questions. That is the shortest, in my experience, the pipeline from MAGA to not MAGA can get, which is awesome to see him, agreeing to. Really, really awesome. Really, really awesome. Good little switch up after talking to Liam. Here, I want to thank a couple people here real quick. Dude, fucking hell. Scarlett, thank you so much for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. Scarlett, thank you. Thank you. That is so kind of you. Let's get 1,000 Scarlett W's down below in that comment section. Scarlett with $100 says, please, this person is killing me. Quote unquote. Why do these words hold weight, but these words don't? This guy is super mega brainwashed. Please kick him. Also, I'm really drunk and I love your content, so please keep it up. It's really awesome to see you live. I bet that watching these lives kind of got it toasted would be a bit of fun. Thank you so much for the $100, Scarlett. That came in before Liam ran away, so I hope that you were satisfied with that ending. Thank you so much for the $100. Same thing to you, Scott. Thank you so much for the $40 over on PayPal. Let's get 400 Scott W's. Thank you. Scott says, Willy Wonka hosted 4 very spoiled kids back in the day, and they messed up his chocolate factory. Okay, I mean, yeah, it's a plot of the movie. But Charlie was the 5th kid and was an actual stable genius, and Willy Wonka gave him the factory. If Charlie was Trump, would he have destroyed the factory and the chocolate forever? Well, I mean, I feel like you could kind of put Trump into any scenario, regardless if it's Willy Wonka or anyone else, and expect him to do something really bad, so absolutely. I'd also like to thank SJ. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Thank you, SJ. Let's get 500 SJWs. SJ with a $50 says, in honor of Liam, because I said I would if he insulted you. He called your point up too. So, oh, yeah, then there at the end he started calling me pathetic. Thank you so much for the $50, SJ. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Show some love to SJ down below in that comment section. Thank you. And then, holy crap. All right. You know who you are. You know exactly who you are. You got it. You know exactly who you are. Jacob, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. He says, constantly giving hope that people can change and that we could be the majority. Jacob, I want to be honest. I think that we're already the majority. I'm gonna be so very honest. I think that we are already the majority. I think the majority of Americans do not support Trump. Hannah, thank you for the $5. Emily, thank you for the $26, who says turned 26 last week, so here's my celebratory donation. Well, happy 26th birthday, Emily. Fuck yeah. Thank you so much for the support. Then Meg, thank you so much for the $5, who says, can you stop interrupting your guests as much? I know it's crazy bullshit, but it's insane to hear them reasoning for stuff. Sure, I guess I could try to interrupt a little less. Sydney, thank you for the $10, who says, just wanted to say, hey, I've been watching you since before you cut your hand open from glass on your garage floor in a push-up contest with Liam. Oh my God, I remember that. That's crazy. The other person was Liam. Thank you for the $10. Ben, thank you so much for the $10. And then for another $25, thank you for the $35, man. Just up to Ben down below. And then Jalen, thank you for the 10. And then Fussy, thank you so much for the 15. And Miss Rebecca, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo, who says, did you see where Trump transferred 10 billion taxpayer dollars to the new authoritarian Board of Peace, an account which he only controls, apparently to build a luxury resort in Gaza? He's stealing more of our money. Yeah, I did see that. And it is absolutely an authoritarian board. It's not a Board of Peace at all. I mean, even the Pope, the Catholic Pope, said that he's not going to join it because he doesn't trust Trump. So, I mean, for all the MAGA Catholics out there watching, the Pope's not going to join Trump's Board of Peace, and maybe it's not a Board of Peace at all. And I just have one more person to thank here. This just came in, and oh my God, Jessica. Thank you so much for the $200 donation on PayPal. Oh my God. Holy fuck. Jessica with the $200 says, you are our speaker. Love you. Jessica, I love you too. That is way too fucking kind. I'm so grateful for you. And thank you so much for your kindness. I'd really appreciate if we could get at least 2,000 Jessica W's down below in that chat. I mean this very seriously. You guys have been so kind today, man. I honestly feel like this has been, one of the better streams as per recently. We didn't have too many trolls. I feel like I've been chilling the whole time, just disputing the bullshit. And you guys have just been so kind. So thank you so much for that love, Jessica. Thank you so much, Kyla. You know it. You know what you did. Deanne and just everyone else. Rebecca, SJ. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for all the support today. We are 14 hours and 16 minutes into the live. I need to get off because I need to go to the gym before it closes. But I'm not necessarily... Did I say 14 hours? I meant to say 4. My bad, bro. We're not 14 hours into the live. No, that's not me. I don't do those marathons. Holy cow, I misspoke. 4 hours. We are 4 hours into the live. Dude, can you imagine 14 hours worth of debates? I couldn't do it, dude. Not for the life of me. Okay, since that last little line of dialogue worked so well in that last guess, I'm gonna quickly bring a guest up who I know just to be nearly impossible to change the mind of, and let's see if that same line of dialogue works on Isabella. Hi, Isabella.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
You sound a little bit preoccupied at the moment.
Huh?
You sound a little bit preoccupied at the moment.
Oh, no, I was asking my mom if she could debate you because she's a big MAGA supporter. More than I ever could be.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Wait, okay.
No, oh, yeah. Oh, debating Isabella's mom? Holy cow. And Isabella's calling her significantly more MAGA than she ever could be. Keeping in mind...
Okay, she said yeah. Yes, please. Can you do it? You have better talking points.
I don't have no talking points.
Well, I mean, I know that I'm kind of the outsider in this equation, but Isabella's mom, if you could hear me, you should do it. I'll be kind. I'll be very kind. Very nice.
Yes, let's go. I just had to convince her.
Okay. Hi, Isabella's mom.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing all right. What's your name, if you don't mind sharing? If you don't want to share, that's also good.
Yeah, I don't want to share it.
That's fine. I'll call you Isabella's mom. So, I've spoken to Isabella a handful of times before, quite a few times over the course of the last year or so. I know that she's bigly MAGA, and apparently you are too. So, this is a little bit like
hold on. Let's start with I'm not a MAGA. I don't know what that stands for, and I could care less for that acronym.
She also has an accent, so
let's just say it, make America great again, and we just spell it out. I don't like the MAGA stuff. I don't like people saying it MAGA. It is what it is.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Why I support Trump? Well, I don't know Trump. I don't know him personally. I could care less personally. He's not my friend. He's not my best friend. We're not on the same zip code. We're just on the same country. However, he has done a whole lot more for the veterans and active duty personnel than anybody has.
How so?
And how so? Because before it used to take until the active duty member separates before they're able to claim, process or input a claim in the Veterans Affairs for disability or for whatever they want it for. So he changed that, got into office, he changed that where active duty personnel could, while retiring or separating or whatever it is, 6 months prior, they get expedited. See, if you get out of the military, you have to wait 1 year, 2 years, 3 years to even get a disability rating. You no longer have to wait for that. So 180 days out, you input the paperwork, and by the time you retire, separate, or get out of the military, your disability rating is right there, which means you get whatever benefits you get. You get like insurance by the VA, you get the disability rating, which is a compensation amount. So that's one.
Okay, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay, so first and foremost, benefits to the VA have been cut by Trump, by Doge. Over 40,000 employees were fired. So, I mean, hey, there's a foundation. But next question here is, so you're basically telling me that Donald Trump made it a whole lot easier for people leaving the military to get rated for benefits through the VA, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Through what piece of legislation did he do this? I just want to fact check you.
You could go fact check me. You could go straight to the VA or go to like whatever it is. And I'm telling you
Well,
this
I'm asking
because
you,
I
like, what
personally
piece of
lived it.
legislation did he pass to make this change? So I could read the
I don't
legislation.
remember the legislature number or the bill number or whatever it is. I could tell you that I personally lived it. So you could go ahead and Google it up and do all that kind of stuff. So
I mean,
180 days out,
you can't really,
active duty.
Did you leave the military more than once?
I retired.
I know, but did you retire? You retired only one time, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you couldn't have lived through it to have a personal experience of how long it took to get your benefits before Trump and then after Trump.
What
Like
makes
you would only be able to live through it one time.
Correct. So I lived it.
Okay, but your lived experiences don't amount to sufficient reason to believe that it took any longer before Trump than after Trump because you only retired once.
Okay, so if you want to use the word, so yeah, you only retire once in that particular arena. Okay, fine. But I'm going to tell you that he changed it. No other presidents did. He got into office 2016. Wait, hold on. He got in 2016. He got in 2016, and he changed the policy for active duty people to file 180 days out prior to separation or retirement. So yes.
Are you talking about the VA Missions Act? Is that what happened?
Possibly.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's not what the VA mission. Okay. So here, listen. The VA Missions Act, that didn't like streamline the process to get approved for benefits. I mean, that just simply expanded upon what Obama already did of allowing veterans to see doctors outside of the VA system if wait times or travel distances were too long, which was already the case. He just added some slight expansions onto it. So that's not what you're talking about.
No.
We also see the Forever GI Bill, which removed the 15-year time limit for veterans to use their education benefits. It wasn't the Forever GI Bill. I'm really looking here. I can't find anything.
If I had Google in front of me, I probably would Google it up, but I'm going to tell you that that's exactly what happened. So if I were to retire, let's say in 2015 or 2014 or 2013, I would have to wait until I got retired, officially retired, before I could even submit a VA claim. See? Wow. But when he got into office, he changed it where he expedited when you're active duty.
I'm trying to find any. I know. As far as I'm concerned right now, like what you're saying just isn't true because you can't give me any evidence.
No, it's not true
according
to you because it's just because you can't find it. It's not untrue. I'm telling you because I lived it.
How about this?
And that's when I started liking him.
Would you be down to talk about something else that like we can fact check?
Oh yeah,
either with you giving evidence for it or me finding evidence against it?
No, good, but you asked the question and I told you that's when I started liking him. Okay. When he got into office and initially changed.
I guess that claim just is kind of relying on what I call a trust me bro. Because
you could call it whatever, trust me bro, but I'm going to tell you that as soon as I was retired, I got my retirement and at the same time I got my disability rating, which meant the day after I could have just gone to the VA and get my medication for my chronic illnesses.
How the hell did you know that was passed through policy under Obama's administration?
Because it wasn't. Because Obama was the worst president, but that's not the question.
But how do you know that it was? How do you know that change wasn't implemented under Obama?
Because it wasn't.
But how do you know that?
Because I served, and I know how many people and how it comes down the pipeline and tells you that you have to file when you get out. The VA and the DoD, Department of Defense, both work together to make this stuff.
Okay.
So, I mean, just because you haven't lived it, because you're a baby, you haven't served, I guarantee if you get another person that served, they're going to tell you the same thing. In fact, talk to somebody that retired prior to 2016. If you're able to find somebody that retired prior to 2016,
so this change was made in 2016?
In 2016, no. He came into office 2016. Between 2016 and 2017-18, that's when it came to play.
Right.
I wish I had Google in front of me like you have a computer and I could tell you right straight out.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll just talk about something else since you can't give me...
No, I'm going to find it while you keep on... Hold on. Go ahead, talk about something else so like that is not silent.
Okay. You as a veteran really shouldn't support Trump, considering the fact that you took an oath to uphold the Constitution from enemies abroad and domestic, and Donald Trump is a domestic enemy to the Constitution, not only because he's straight up called for the termination of the Constitution, but he's also been attacking it since day one in office. He's attacked the First Amendment, he's attacked the Second Amendment, he's attacked the Fourth Amendment, he's attacked the Fifth Amendment, he's attacked the 10th Amendment, he's attacked the 14th Amendment, and he's attacked the 22nd Amendment, on top of attacking Article 1 and 2 separation of powers, either by saying that he has the power invested in Congress, he could pass legislation without Congress, or saying that he has the ability to federalize midterm elections, even though Article 2 expressly gives that ability to the states and only the states.
Okay. So yours was not really a question, but like kind of like a statement. It's like,
Yes.
I shouldn't love or like Trump because A, B, C, and D. Okay,
Because
that's
he's a
your
dom-
statement.
because
So
he's a
what's the
domestic enemy
question?
to the
So
Constitution.
how so? Go ahead. You mentioned a bunch of stuff, but how so? Give me specifically a situation where he proves all what you mentioned.
Sure, he intentionally and belligerently attempted to take 14th Amendment rights away from citizens when he signed an executive order into law asking the DHS to reclassify the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil as undocumented immigrants themselves, so then they could be detained, arrested, and deported, when in all actuality, they are not undocumented immigrants. They're citizens, and they have a constitutional claim to birthright citizenship through the 14th Amendment.
Okay. So you see it like he's attacking the Constitution. I see it he's trying to do something different for make the country better. No, I may not agree about the birthright termination and things like that, because if that was the case, then I was going to put myself into that category, but no, I'm a bad example. But
Your parents, so were your parents undocumented immigrants when you were born? Is that what you're saying?
no.
Okay, because I thought you said you're going to put yourself into that category, so I thought that's what you were saying.
Okay, I was going to, because I have a personal issue with Puerto Rico. I'm Puerto Rican. Okay, and I have a totally different. I know a lot of Puerto Ricans, include some of my family, don't like when I say that, but it is what it is. I was born in Chicago. I know Puerto Rico has the automatic citizenship. We're citizens, but I think Puerto Ricans are the freaking laziest punk asses that there are.
And you're Puerto
Okay,
Rican.
so if you were to ask me, and I tell my sister,
and you're Puerto Rican.
I'm full blood. I'm full blood.
Doesn't this make you the most laziest punk ass person you've ever met?
Okay, no. What I'm talking about, I was like, you mentioned birthright, right? No. See, your focus here. Okay, I was born here, right? I'm talking about from the island, this generation. Okay, the older generation for Puerto Ricans, they come in to work hard. But see, the thing is, Dean, you haven't lived in the hood. You haven't lived in the city where, like, let's say New York City, the Bronx. Have you been to the Bronx?
Well, no.
Okay, you haven't been to. Okay, go. So when you have the opportunity, I highly recommend you go to the Bronx and grow there. Look around. I grew up there. I'm gonna tell you.
It's
I'm
fine.
gonna tell
Just
you that.
ignore it.
Really?
Yeah, just
you could do that.
Yeah, just ignore the warning.
Okay.
It's fine.
What was it?
I know.
You got a warning?
Yeah,
with the
because she
sound-
called all Puerto Ricans lazy punk asses. Yeah, of course she got a warning for harassment and bullying.
Be bullying or harassing or anything.
That's not harassing. That's just telling the truth. But I'm glad that he said ignore it. Thank you. Okay, so
Rican.
check
Yourself.
it out. Look. Well, no, it doesn't matter. I consider myself American. But anyways, listen.
Puerto Rico's a part of America.
No, get this. And I know a lot of people are gonna hate it, but this is the problem. Okay, I was born in Chicago, Illinois.
Wait. You just said that you're not Puerto Rican. You're American. You could simultaneously be
Check
Puerto
this out.
Rican.
It's the same thing, but track.
If you are Puerto
So I
Rican,
come
you
from-
are
I was
American.
raised in the Bronx. I was born in the Bronx, right? So when I was going to whatever, I didn't know it. I didn't know English. Okay, I forced myself to learn English by signing some documents and going to all English classes without understanding. So I forced myself to do that. Then I used to go to the bodegas, and I go to the bodegas and I see a bunch of Middle Eastern and Indian people owning businesses. So I had a lot of friends that were illegal immigrants, and they were going through the process, and I knew how hard it was. And then, so I'm like, how come I don't see Puerto Ricans owning bodegas, owning businesses, or owning this? And I'm going to tell you, 80% of the people that I know that are Puerto Rican that I was raised with come here and get to the welfare system. They don't come here exactly to just go in, oh, let me get an education or get this stuff. Again, I'm telling you this, I know you're really quick with Googling, but this is being raised in the Bronx with people. This is the truth. So whether you want to believe it or not. So when you come talk about birth citizenship rise, I'd rather have illegal immigrants be automatic freaking citizen than even Puerto Ricans. But that's this generation. I'm not talking about the generation where my parents came. They worked hard just like illegal immigrants. They learned the language. They came here, got an education, and then went back to Puerto Rico to make Puerto Rico better. You're not seeing that with this generation.
Okay. So, like I said, you're attempting to call Puerto Ricans lazy. I then bring up the facts.
I'm not attempting. I'm not attempting. I am calling them.
Okay, just give me a moment. So you're making the claim that you think Puerto Ricans are lazy. Okay, I then brought up the fact that you're Puerto Rican, which means you think you're
by
lazy.
parents.
Okay,
by parents.
One moment, which makes you Puerto Rican, by the way. If both of your parents
by
are
parents, yeah.
Okay, you're Puerto Rican. All right.
By parents.
So I'm going to start from the top here because of the interruptions. You called Puerto Ricans lazy. I bring up the fact that you're Puerto Rican. Okay, and then you attempt to deal with this confliction of data, because if you think Puerto Ricans are lazy and you're Puerto Rican, therefore you're lazy, but you reject that you're lazy. So then you said, well, it's not my generation or my parents' generations, it's the new generation. Well, actually, and then you brought this to welfare, employment, unemployment, so on and so forth. Well, if we actually look at the long-term average unemployment in Puerto Rico, over the last 50 years, it is 13.85%. But if we look at the unemployment level in Puerto Rico last year, it's 5.4%. So
okay, let's look at them.
There was a significantly higher level of Puerto Ricans unemployed 50 years ago. Okay, probably around the time you were born. Okay, your parents were adults than there is today. All right, so you absolutely cannot make any argument that Puerto Ricans are significantly less productive today in the labor force compared to your generation or your parents' generation. And by the way, I don't want you to misconstrue my words here. I'm not saying that your generation or your parents' generation was less productive in the labor force in Puerto Rico. It's likely that Puerto Rico just had a less stable economy, in which drove higher levels of unemployment, not higher levels of laziness. But you get my point.
I got your point, however.com. How about you go to New York City and you Google that? Because I didn't ask about the island. The island itself, yes, they're trying really hard with the people that are left there. But a lot of the Puerto Ricans are leaving the island to come here and they forget about Puerto Rico. That's why a lot of investors and a lot of other people are coming in there to invest and buy all the homes. That's what you need to focus on.
Okay,
I didn't say the island is lazy.
I'd assume if they're going to leave their home to venture into mainland America, they're probably not too lazy.
You probably should Google that. Because that's the issue right now.
Just saying.
That is the issue. And there's a lot of Puerto Ricans that are they're starting companies to have Puerto Ricans to go back to the island.
We're supposed to be talking about why you support Trump, but instead you're just describing yourself.
Oh, yeah. That's right. But I mean, the Puerto Rican stuff is true.
Do you mind if I just
right here,
completely set this no,
I didn't forget.
Self-hate down for a second and ask you a question? I want to ask you a question, okay?
You already asked me one about the Puerto Rico stuff. I wasn't even referring to Puerto Rico. I was referring being raised in New York. You should have Googled New York and Puerto Ricans being unemployed in New York.
Listen, you're calling Puerto Ricans lazy. I disputed the view.
They are. I am.
All right.
I am.
Can I ask you a question about Trump?
What's the next question?
Let's see. This is what changed the mind of the last guest. Let's see if it changes her mind. Literally, moments before you joined, I was able to convince somebody that they should stop supporting Trump over this.
Oh, go.
You can't change my mind.
If you knew that Donald Trump had sexually exploited women and girls, okay, was a violent sexual predator, would you still support him?
The question is if I knew. I don't know, so I will.
If you knew, hypothetically, if you knew this to be true, would you
still
support him?
If I knew hypothetically?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you frankly that, what? You're going to put the girls' dressing room? That's what Isabella's telling me. I don't know.
Listen, just answer the question. If you knew that Donald Trump had sexually exploited women and girls while they were naked, okay, would you still support him as president?
Yes, I will. Yes, I would.
Don't you
Go ahead, laugh. Go ahead. This whole social media and stuff. Yeah, go ahead, laugh.
Don't you think that that's a little bit beneath the office of the presidency to sexually exploit people?
That's beneath of everybody.
Right.
Anybody, any human beings, any human beings doing that stuff is wrong.
Why are you telling us that you'd still support him as president if he did this?
Because sometimes bad people are used to do good things in the world.
Oh,
Okay, so
you're basically
hypothetically,
saying,
hold on,
regardless of-
hypothetically speaking, you said if he was. So if you're saying if he was and he was convicted and there's enough reasonable whatever that he was convicted and he went to jail and blah blah blah, of course I wouldn't support him. But it's a hypothetical. So like I said, he's not my friend. I don't have any personal like whatever it is. All I care is that he's doing good for the country. He has been the only president that has been to North Korea.
Okay, I just
So,
really want to see.
there's a lot of things
I
he's
really
done.
just want to see how like far like your logic is willing to extend here.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
If you like rape children, would you still support him as president?
If he rapes children and he's convicted and if it's hypothetical, of course I'm not. But I'm not going to stop now.
So if you knew that he raped children, because maybe like you saw him do this in the 90s, but no one else knew, so he never went to jail, would you still be supporting him as president today?
If I knew for a fact, no, I wouldn't.
Okay, so there's like some line being drawn between sexually exploiting children and raping children. Right? So if you merely sexually exploited them, like looked at them while they're naked unconsensually after barging into their dressing rooms, you'll still support them. But if you raped them, you would stop supporting them. So why would you still support them in one scenario?
Negative. Whether sexually assault, exploitation, rape, anything done with children, no, I wouldn't. But you're not going to change my mind for now. But yes, I would. I wouldn't support anybody. I don't even support my brother, who's a freaking felon, for sexually molesting kids.
You're gonna get another warning. Stop.
Are you serious?
Yes. Oh, sorry. I didn't want to that on your face.
No, you're fine, hon. So yeah, so I wouldn't. So I wouldn't do it. If I don't do it for my own family, I would never do it for another person either.
Wow. Okay. I'm glad to hear.
I'm trying,
that you
Kat.
don't
I'm trying to
support
chill with
that.
the words. I'm sorry.
I'm glad
You
to hear
can't
that.
say the words like NEDRUGS. Don't
What
say
is that?
any.
Okay.
Spell it out. DRUGS.
Oh.
Don't say any of that.
I'm old school for this technology stuff.
I'm really happy that you don't support your brother. That's a little bit of a crazy. Okay. Wow. I guess anyways. So you said that you wouldn't. That's insane. Wow. So you said that you wouldn't support Trump if you knew he'd done this to people under the age of 18. So what I'm about to play you is a clip.
Actually, it's not about underage 18. It's just anybody.
Oh, like if he sexually exploited anybody, you wouldn't support him as president.
No, I wouldn't. But this is hypothetical.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Wow. Okay. We got you to agree to that base. I have a question for you. Can we agree that sexual exploitation just means to exploit somebody sexually?
Yes.
Okay. Can we agree that like exploitation, the definition of exploitation would be to like unjustly take advantage of someone or something?
Say that again?
Can we agree that the definition of the word exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of someone or something?
That's correct. Correct.
Okay, so therefore sexual exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of someone sexually.
Correct.
So would an example of sexual exploitation be, right, like an older man like owning like a woman's dressing room, abusing the fact that he's the owner of this dressing room to barge inside, to then abuse the position of vulnerability that the women and girls inside of the space are in, to look at their naked bodies, which would be unconsensual sexual conduct?
It's interesting you brought that up because Isabella brought that up like a while back before your thing.
Would that be
this is what I told Isabella. This is what I told what?
Would that be an example of sexual exploitation?
Of course.
Okay, so just to clarify,
he's in a locker room full of women naked or whatever.
Clarify, with everything that we know so far, you told us hypothetically if you knew. 1 second. I'm sorry. Isabel's mom.
Did I do something else?
No, you didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, I know.
Oh, that's nice.
Dude, Logan, thank you so much for the lion on TikTok. I really appreciate you so much for that love, man. That is crazy. Holy shit. Thank you. Show some love to Lion down below in that chat, everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, thank you so much for the love, Logan. I want to see 1,000 Logan W's down below in that chat. All right. My spirit has been renewed. All right, let's go and continue with this line of questioning. W's to Logan down below in that chat. So you agreed that hypothetically, if Donald Trump were to sexually exploit anybody, you would stop supporting him as president. You then agreed that an example of sexual exploitation would be for a man that owns a pageant to barge into the dressing rooms to look at the naked women and girls inside. So in other words, if I could prove to you that Donald Trump had abused his position, power as the owner of a pageant, to unconsensually barge into the dressing rooms of the private women and girls where they're naked and looked at them, you would stop supporting Trump because that would mean that he's guilty of sexual exploitation. And I actually can prove that to you by playing this clip. Take a listen. He admitted to doing that on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Yeah. Is it done?
Yeah. Okay. I guess I'll tell you.
Okay.
Kind of
So
like
what's the difference? So
one second before you even start talking, please.
Oh.
Just before you even start talking, okay. I want to explain to you like the two paths that lay in front of you. So the first path that lays in front of you would be to stop supporting Trump, because you said if he was guilty of sexual exploitation, you would no longer support him as president, and you actually agreed that what he just admitted to is sexual exploitation.
Actually, that right there is not sexual exploitation. The video clip that you mentioned is that, yeah, but like I didn't hear that clip.
I know, but you
so
agreed
that's
that
not
what he
sexual
admitted to in that
exploitation.
clip was sexual exploitation. You did. You agreed to that.
No, I didn't agree to the clip. I agreed
Yes.
before the clip. Once you mentioned the clip, that's totally different. I have never heard the clip.
But like, listen, the only difference here is in one
There's
scenario.
no difference. The
you
difference
don't know
is
that Trump has done it. And in the other scenario, you do know that Trump has done it. But like before I played that clip, you agreed that if any man were to own a
Before
pageant
the clip,
and,
right, but
and
when
barge
I heard the
backstage
clip-
to look at the naked women and girls, it would be sexual exploitation. So what is like knowing that Trump did it?
No.
change about
That's
it?
not sexual exploitation. That's not sexual exploitation.
But you agreed that
He's
that
the
action
owner of
was
that,
sexual
right?
exploitation.
Before you said that.
So just to clarify,
before
you're changing your
provided
mind.
the scenario.
So just to clarify, you're changing your mind now that you know Trump's done it.
No, I'm changing the mind because what you just played was not sexual exploitation.
Okay, but it is, and we agree.
That does not fit the category of sexual exploitation.
Can I explain how it does?
No, because here's the thing. What's the difference between Trump and a gay guy going in there doing my hair as a model?
Okay. Well,
What's the difference?
This question is going to require two responses. So the first response to this question is if the women, not girls, not underage girls, but women, and if this space was only with women, if all of the women inside of that space agreed and consented to like a gay beautician going back into the dressing room to help on hair, okay, then it wouldn't be sexual exploitation because there's consent. But in all reality, man, if there was no consent there, it doesn't change anything that he'd be gay.
Okay, bro. Hey, bro. Anybody, any model that goes into a contract, into an agency or company or whatever it is to model, they sign a contract. All that stuff is in the contract written now. So do you have the contract to put it out there so it says that they get consent or didn't consent? And I'll tell you this because I've been in a model agency before too, and I had to sign many contracts. So what's the contract between Trump company and the employees, which is the models?
Okay, so first and foremost, there's no contract that's publicly available anywhere on the internet that would give contractual consent to Trump to barge into these dressing rooms. Not to mention that kind of contract can't be made with the minors that competed at Miss Teen USA that he did this to. And not to mention that you can't really have like consent, contractually speaking, to barge into a dressing room to look at naked people inside. Like legally speaking, that just doesn't stand. Like you can't create a contract with your husband. You can't create a contract with your wife that gives you or them the ability to have sex with the other person whenever and wherever they want. It's just simply not legally binding. That's been ruled on by courts in many scenarios. And
yes,
point number
the
4
wife and
here,
husband, that's
clip,
a different law. That's a different type of law.
In that clip,
You're talking about an employee. You're talking about an employee.
One moment. In that clip, okay, he clearly says that he's able to go into that space not because he has a consent of the women or girls.
Because he's
which
the
you
owner.
can't get the consent of the girls, but rather because he's abusing the fact that he's an owner under the guise of an inspection to look at them while they're naked. And then point number 4, in the interviews with the girls that competed at Miss Teen USA and the women that competed at Miss USA, they all said that it was unconsensual. So in summation, no evidence of a contract. even if there was a contract, the girls wouldn't be able to sign that because they're underage. Okay. The women and girls said there was no contract because they said it was unconsensual. Donald Trump doesn't say he was able to go into that space because he had their consent through a contract, but rather because he was the owner. And a contract of that kind would never exist because it wouldn't be legally bounding.
Then I will still support him. I'm sorry.
I know,
I
but
will
like,
still support
bro, but like right before I played you that clip, you said if he did that, you would stop supporting him.
prior to that. But when I heard that, it's different. It's just different.
But
when you mentioned the
what's the
preteen, I haven't, and this is information I have not looked
But
into. Like I
what's
told
the
my
difference?
kid, all
What's the
I look at is business. It's
But no,
business.
no, you don't. You
Okay?
don't. No, that's not true. Because you told me.
No.
If hypothetically you knew he had sexually exploited women or girls, you'd stop supporting him. You told me that.
That
You
is
don't just look
correct.
at business.
That is
So-
correct. But that video clip does not show what exactly you're saying.
Do you mind if
It
I speak
doesn't.
real quick?
It doesn't prove that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Help me out here. Because before I played you that clip, I asked you, okay, would an example of sexual exploitation be the male owner of a woman's dressing room barging into that dressing room and then abusing the position of vulnerability that the women and girls inside of that space are in to get naked to undress, to then unconsensually look at them naked, which would be unconsensual sexual contact? And you said, yes, Dean, that would be sexual exploitation. And then I play that clip, and in that clip, we hear Donald Trump say, well, I own these pageants, and I was able to walk into the dressing rooms because I'm the owner under the guise of doing an inspection. And I'd see all these naked women and girls who had no clothes on, and they just look so good. Isn't that the same thing? Isn't that exactly what I just... What's the difference?
No, it's not. No, it's not. The difference is that
Yeah.
he's the owner and they're their employees. They're employees. They have to have some sort of contract because he's paying them to do something, right? Is he not? Because
Okay,
he
so-
said he's
so
the
you're-
boss.
So you're
He's the
basically
boss.
saying, so you're basically saying
he's the
that's not
owner.
sexual exploitation because you think they consented to it.
No. What I'm saying is the
But,
fact
like,
that
but
he's
kids,
the owner. No,
guys,
that he's the
guys,
owner
guys,
and he's the
kids-
employee. So whatever it is,
guys.
we're talking about a contract. There has to be something
Dude,
like written down.
Can children sign a contract with an adult to give that adult
No, the
permission
parent,
to
the
look at their
parent
naked
should.
bodies?
The parent should because when I was a teenager, my parent did sign.
Can a parent give consent to another grown adult to look at them naked and get off?
No. You mentioned a teenager. You can't swap back and forth. Are we talking about
Answer-
minors? You mentioned minors.
Teenagers are minors.
Okay, well, minors, yes. Minors, the parent gives consent.
So answer my question here. Can a parent of a
Consent to
minor...
participate in
One
this
moment.
stuff, and the
One
parent
moment.
should be involved in
One
everything
moment.
else.
One moment. Can the parent of a minor give consent to some other adult to get off to their child?
No. That is
Okay.
nasty. But you're changing the facts. You're changing the facts. You have to stick with the same story. She said, okay,
That's
Trump
what
is
it
the owner
is.
of the pageant. The
I
pageant
mean,
of grown-up people.
He went
they're
in there
owners.
to look at their
Okay.
naked bodies. What else do you think
Yes,
it's for?
yes, I heard that. I heard that. In the clip.
Right, so I'm not changing anything.
Yeah, he's the owner. He's the owner, and they're the
Okay.
employees essentially.
So you're saying that if it like of a minor,
They have to have a contract. So okay, so when you have a job,
but you just
other than
agreed that a
this,
minor.
when you have a
there's-
job, do you
just
sign
agreed-
paperwork?
But you just agreed that there's no contract that could exist between a minor and an adult to give that adult.
No,
the
there isn't.
permission
No,
to look
there
at their
isn't
naked
to be
body.
doing sexually stuff. No, absolutely
Okay.
not.
So there's no contract.
You're talking about grown people.
Well,
I'm not
actually-
talking about minors. Okay,
Oh,
is it minors
okay,
or is it grown
okay.
up?
It's both.
Because if it's a minor, the parents should be involved, and they should be
So
reviewing all
he
these
did
contracts.
this. He did this to the minors competed at Miss Teen USA. Was that sexual exploitation from your perspective?
If he did that, then that's 100% wrong. If he
Okay, is-
did
is it-
that,
is it
per
sexual
your standards
exploitation?
for what you're saying, if he did that to minors,
Was it-
yes, not
it-
according to the clip. I'm not referring to the clip. If
But
he
he
did,
admitted to it in the clip.
like, were they minors or adults?
It was both. Once again,
So he admitted to doing that to minors.
he admitted to
Because
doing this at his pageants.
The clip says these pageants.
Yeah, he owned one pageant, Miss Teen USA. He owned another pageant, Miss USA. He owned another pageant, Miss Universe. He owned pageants where both minors
yes.
and adults competed. Yes.
Well, the parents should be involved with the minors. Look, I know where you're trying to get
the
at.
parents
Yes,
should be
at those
involved. What does that
standards,
matter?
yes.
He did
At
it to
those
minors.
standards, yes,
So
that's sexual
was it sexual exploitation from your perspective?
Look, anything
when he did it to
where
the
the girls
minors?
are wearing bikinis, anything where women are wearing bikini thongs, whatever it is, whatever it is, to be exposed out there, and a guy or female, whoever's the boss, of course they're exploiting it because they're making money out of them.
Okay, so then you agree that Donald Trump is engaged in sexual exploitation.
I agree that he's making money out of those girls
Okay, so not only did he
that
sexually exploit
consented
them, but he
that
then made
consented
money
to
off of them.
participate in the pageant.
Wait, can girls consent to him going into their dressing room to look at their naked bodies?
If there's some adults and they want to consent to that, that's up to them.
I said kids. I clearly said minors. Can
Oh,
the minors
kids, no,
that compete?
kids, no.
Okay,
Of
okay. So
course
because
not.
the
Of
minors
course
that competed
not.
at Miss Teen USA could not consent to this,
Look,
you and me
no,
agree
Dave.
that
Minors
he
can't do that.
sexually exploited the minors at Miss Teen USA, right?
According to how you explain it, yes.
Okay, so then you no longer support Trump.
No, I do support Trump.
But
I
you
support
just
his
agreed that he
business
sexually exploited
decisions.
minors.
I support his business decisions.
But you just told me that he sexually exploited minors.
No, you told me that. I
And
haven't
you
reviewed
agreed.
anything other than that click. I don't have enough information to agree
You
or
agree.
disagree.
You
Essentially.
Yes,
I agree to your definition of sexual exploitation. You're not gonna get me to agree on the stuff because I haven't reviewed none of that pageant stuff. Okay,
Pageant-
I support Trump because of business decision. That's where I stand. Whatever he does or whatever he does that I haven't read or that I haven't seen
okay, I'm gonna try to
stuff
clear this
about
up.
him,
I'm gonna try to clear this
then
up.
you won't be able to clear it up because, like I said, like I tell Isabella and I tell everybody else.
I'm going to try to clear this up. In the clip, we listened to him say that at the pageants that he owned, he'd barge into the dressing rooms and look at the naked people inside. He owned pageants where women competed. He owned pageants where teens competed. In this clip, I believe that he's saying that he did it at both. What's the corroborating evidence on top of him admitting to it? Women from Miss USA have spoke out and said that he'd barge in on them while they're naked, like Miss Vermont from 1997 or Miss Delaware from 2001 or Miss Arizona from 2001. And teens from Miss Teen USA have spoke out and said that this happened to them too, like Mariah Delgado, who competed at Miss Teen USA in 1997 and was 16 years old. Or the three other teens as young as 15 that said it happened to them too, and they remember him saying, quote unquote, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." And then one last thing I want to touch on here before I pass you the mic again is you're talking about some contract to the women. You have no evidence that there was a contract between Donald Trump and the women that competed at Miss USA for him to barge into their dressing room and look at them while they're naked. And every single woman who spoke out from Miss USA has said that there was no contract because it was unconsensual. Not to mention that you cannot even make a contract with somebody to give you express permission to engage in sexual conduct with them whenever you want. So go ahead.
Sorry, I'm teaching her how to mute and unmute. Because I muted her. And she probably didn't listen to like half of that because I was talking to her. My bad. I was telling her something.
Of course I care. I know a lot of people say I don't care. I care.
God.
Right there.
But the thing is,
No,
I support
need
Trump
you-
because of the
need-
business
I need
decision.
you to listen to what I just
So-
said. I'm going to replay the VOD, okay?
And she probably didn't listen.
You have to touch on or the three other teens who competed in Hussein spoke out and said that he had evidence on top of. In this clip, I believe that he's saying that he did competed. He'd better clear this up.
to clear it up
Listen.
because, like I said, like I tell Isabella and I
Because-
tell everybody else.
I'm going to try to clear this up. In the clip, we listened to him say that at the pageants that he owned, he'd barge into the dressing rooms and look at the naked people inside. He owned pageants where women competed. He owned pageants where teens competed. In this clip, I believe that he's saying that he did it at both. What's the corroborating evidence on top of him admitting to it? Women from Miss USA have spoke out and said that he barged in on them while they're naked, like Miss Vermont from 1997, Miss Delaware from 2001, or Miss Arizona from 2001. And teens from Miss Teen USA have spoke out and said that this happened to them too, like Mariah Delgado, who competed at Miss Teen USA in 1997 and was 16 years old. Or the three other teens as young as 15 that said it happened to them too, and they remember him saying, quote unquote, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." And then one last thing I want to touch on here before I pass you the mic again is you're talking about some contract to the women. You have no evidence that there was a contract between Donald Trump and the women that competed at Miss USA for him to barge into their dressing room and look at them while they're naked. And every single woman who spoke out from Miss USA has said that there was no contract because it was unconsensual. Not to mention that you cannot even make a contract with somebody to give you express permission to engage in sexual conduct with them whenever you want. So go ahead. You get it now?
Still, yeah, that's your stance. You said that there's no that I don't have any evidence that there was a contract, but neither do you. Okay, so hindsight is
A,
2020.
you have
hindsight is
no,
2020.
that's not how it works.
And
That's
look,
not how it
doesn't
works.
work like that because
No, it
that's
doesn't.
how it
You are a
works because-
fucking moron. It does not work like that. If you are
No,
going
but-
to make a
no,
positive
no.
claim that this sexual action was with consent due to the presence of a contract, then you have to be able to provide evidence of said contract. Not to mention that that last statement you made, arguing that I had no evidence to the contrary, is also false, you idiot. I clearly brought up evidence to indicate that it is not true there was a contract, such as the fact that I clearly said you can't even make a contract like that with somebody because it's not legally binding. And the secondary fact, when I brought up Miss Vermont from 1997, and then Miss Massachusetts and Miss Arizona from 2001, that all said there was no contract and that it happened without consent. So shut the
Are you
fuck
done?
up.
Are you done? You're
I
losing
am.
because you're already using profanity. Okay? You can't use profanity on somebody that doesn't agree with you, whether you have the facts or not. Everybody's an individual, and that's the thing, Dean.
Yeah,
You
I
know?
said
Yes,
fuck,
you-
therefore I'm wrong. I mean,
yes, and an idiot and a bunch of stuff. So it doesn't really show how smart you really are because you just lost it because somebody doesn't
Right.
agree with your views.
yes,
Okay?
I call a
So
moron
let
a
me say
moron,
yes.
and then all of a sudden the
And that's
moron is
okay.
Albert
That's okay.
Einstein.
I'm not going to agree with your stuff. I'm not going to agree with your stuff because I have more world experience than you have. So that's
How
not
many?
going to be. That's
okay,
not bad for me. Okay.
Sure.
That's,
How
that's
ma-
not
let me
bad on
ask you a question.
So that no.
How many
hold on.
people are there
You
in the
went
House
off
of
already. No,
Representatives?
hold on.
How many
So
people are
there
there
were-
in the House of
there were-
Representatives?
So there were no.
I want you
there
to
were no
answer my
records
question.
of Epstein
How many
files
people
until
are
the
there
last-
in the
no,
House of Representatives?
Well, you don't even let me talk. So why do you want me to answer your question? See, that's the
I will
problem.
happily
So
let
you
you
lost
talk
it. A lot of people buy
if
into
you
your
answer
stuff.
my question.
And I'm sorry.
How many
I'm sorry
people
to
are
tell
there
you.
in the House of Representatives?
I don't need to answer anything.
Because you
So
don't
why
know.
don't you say who
Don't
was
try
the
to
first
pull that
president to go
bullshit
North
on
Korea?
me, saying
No,
that you have
because
more
what you're trying to
experience because
do-
you're older,
no, what
therefore
you're
you're
trying
more
to do
wise
is
and
measure my
intelligent. Ma'am,
intelligence.
I am half your age and 10 times as intelligent as you will ever be. 100 times more intelligent than you will ever be. And the reason is that I know it's wrong when men look at the naked bodies of children. That should be a litmus test for second fucking grade, and I cannot stand the petulant whining of a grown fucking woman sitting here telling me that you're so wise, so intelligent because of your life experience due to the fact that you're twice my age. Meanwhile, you're trying to tell me that this man did nothing wrong when he barged into their dressing rooms to look at their boobs. Fuck you. I'm not even continuing this conversation. It's a waste of time. What just a crazy lunatic that person is. Truly a crazy lunatic. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. I'm like traumatized now. Of course Isabella is the way she is. Of course. Oh my goodness. Okay, wow, yeah. I'm going to go and thank a couple people real quick. I'm sorry, folks. It is 8 p.m. I do not need that cortisol spike. I could have kept going. I totally could have kept going on that. I made the intelligent decision to not keep going on that. Because I don't need that for me right now. I'm going to be honest. Hey, Sabrina, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Who says, my grandmother's also from Puerto Rico and was the first prosecutor DA in my city. And I'm also Puerto Rican if we are speaking on a generation, and I'm a realtor and I have a bachelor's degree in healthcare. Such an ignorant statement to make. Oh my goodness. She was full of ignorant statements. Thank you for the $25, Sabrina. Then Doria, thank you for the $10. Who says, found a 186-page document about VA disability. Change Isabella's mom's credits to Trump dated October 2016, implemented in 2017, but the process started before Trump was even elected. Oh, super cool. Thank you for the $10. I'd also like to thank Lindsay for the $6 and Gabrielle with the $5 and Bethany with the $5. Sarah, Jolie, and then Bethany, thank you for the $5. Skylar, thank you for the $10. And then another Skylar, thank you for the $10. It looks like we're all caught up over there. Still calming down after that. Oh my goodness. Going crazy, man. Timothy, thank you so much for the $15, who says, I'm behind on the VOD and the current guest is killing me. I wish I knew who. Thank you for the $15, Timothy. And then Sarah, thank you so much for the $66.88 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Sarah. Let's get 700 Sarah W's down below in that comment section. Sarah, the $66 says, I don't know how you deal with some of these guests. The general lack of basic education and critical thinking down there is terrifying. Thank you for fighting the good fight. Much love from Canada. Well, much love to Canada. I wish I could be in Canada right now. Yeah, man. Oh my goodness. That last guest was so infuriating. Like, I hope y'all know that, like, me, like, low-key starting to crash at the end is maybe, like, 10% of how I feel on the inside right now. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $66, Sarah. And then Kyla again. Oh my God. Kyla, thank you so much for the $300 donation on PayPal. Oh my God, Kyla. Yo, let's get another 300 Kyla W's down below in that chat. That's unreal. Kyla with the $300 says, thank you so much for being kind of respectful during your debates while also standing your ground. I try my best. But I want to make it clear, you know, the views like the ones in which the last guests were espousing don't deserve kindness, don't deserve respect. Like, that's just, oh, I don't even need to say it out loud because I know y'all aren't dumb. You get it. You get it. You get it. You get it. Thank you so much for the $300 donation, Kyla. Seriously, you've been so fucking kind today. I'm about to end this stream, and I feel like it's important. We all recognize the MVP of the stream, Miss Kyla. Dude, show some love to Kyla down below in that chat. Thank you a billion times over. Same thing to you, Felicia. Thank you for the 5. Chick, thank you for the 5. Then Vanessa with the 5. And then over on Venmo, Miss Heidi. Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you, Heidi. Just some love to Heidi down there as well. Heidi drops $50 with a little heart emoji. Thank you so much for the kindness. And then Susan. Thank you for the $50 on Venmo as well. Who says, finally an appropriate response to these people who defend pedophiles. Thank you, Dean. I know, right? That is the appropriate response. And the reason why I don't give it often, and I say this truly, is just in an attempt to protect my own mental health. You know, when I like voice my frustrations about how I feel with a guest like that last one, they become a lot more impactful on my own mental state. And I don't know exactly why that is, but it's true. But just know that I really do appreciate you so much for the $50, Susan. Over on Super Chat, thank you for the $10, Jelly. Thank you so much for the kindness. And then Feedmon, thank you for the $10 as well. And folks, that's pretty much it for me for the day. One thing I do want to go over before I hop off is there's this guy. He was a comedy writer for South Park, as well as a couple other shows. And over the course of the last 10 years, he's just been buying random domains. He owns TrumpKennedyCenter.org. He also owns JeffreyEpstein.com, which is crazy. And I reached out to him. I'm likely going to be working with him to help do the front-end web development on JeffreyEpstein.com. And the vision is basically just a website to show like all the ties and connections between Epstein and Trump. So that'll hopefully be coming soon. I don't know for sure if I'm going to work with him or not. I messaged him. I said, hey, you know, here's actually what I do. I'm a front-end web developer. Got 2 international awards for it. Would love to help. He's like, sure, I'd love that. That'd be super cool. And now we're just setting up a time to talk. But you know, hopefully that does work because that'd be awesome. That'd be really, really cool. I'd also like to thank Ganja. Thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. He says, I love you, Dean. I'm a native in Canada, and I haven't been able to get into the States since ICE Gestapo. Dark skin and long hair ain't feeling too safe down there. Your debates are eye-opening, and eye-opening conversations give me a bit of hope. Yeah, Ganja, I totally get it. You know, like SCOTUS gave ICE the green light to racially profile people, so I completely get it. And thank you so much for your support. But guys, we've been live for 5 hours. I'm gonna go to an end for the night. Peace and love, folks. Make sure to hit that follow button on TikTok, subscribe on YouTube, and drop a like and a comment on the VOD. And tomorrow I'm gonna be live on the main account, but I'm gonna go and head off to the gym. Bye, y'all.